Chapter 10:10 Requirements for a Drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. Chapter 10:10 Requirements for a Drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. Not bad. Monarch Sweetie Fox sweetly smiled and nodded, seeming quite satisfied with Yen Little Moon. In order for a martial artist to continue walking down the road of martial arts, both destiny and talent were indispensable. There were some peak talents of the ancient Phoenix clan that possessed the ancient Phoenix bloodline because of their family background. But, even though they had talent amongst talents, their destiny was lacking. In other words, they wouldn't be able to walk as far as Yen Little Moon could on the road of martial arts in the future. This lotus-blooming step-by-step phenomenon was good proof of just how great her destiny was. Duke Golden Sword then stuck in and said, "Yen Little Moon isn't too bad, but let me warn you that Yen Little Moon obtaining first place in this Fire Spirit Star's Ancient Phoenix smelting trial is nothing at all. In our view it should be naturally what happens. What she must compare with is the geniuses of the other 71 branch palaces and the Ancient Phoenix headquarters. Her opponents are the geniuses that lived thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. Only they are the true opponents of Yen Little Moon. Those geniuses from thousands or tens of thousands of years ago had grown up by now and had become great figures within the ancient Phoenix clan. For instance, Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox were both ex-No. 1 trial challengers in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. I thank Sir Envoy for the guidance. Little Moon will take it to heart." Beside Chu Red Cloud, Yen Little Moon bowed. Monarch Sweetie Fox revealed an appreciative smile. "Yen Little Moon, you must rush through the 18 Hells of Flame as well as the Illusionary God Combat Array. Let me see just how far you can go. If your results are good, then I can apply to Internal Affairs for extra rewards for you." As Monarch Sweetie Fox spoke, Yen Little Moon's heart burst with excitement. She understood that this was her chance. Her family background was excellent in comparison to other disciples of the branch palaces, but compared to those giant family clans at headquarters, her foundation was just too shallow. She needed to find a turning point, and this was her lucky chance to stir up the interest of headquarters. "Little Moon, try your hardest," Chu Red Cloud said with a true essence sound transmission. Don't worry, Auntie. This time I absolutely will not disappoint you, nor can I disappoint myself." Yen Little Moon gripped her white fists together, her heart filling with steadfast determination. She was very clear about her limits in the 18 Hells of Flame, but she had never tried the Illusionary God Combat Array before. That was a test of one's comprehensive combat strength, and usually the last test taken before the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial ended. Although she had never attempted it, she had full confidence in herself. Blackwood faintly smiled and said, "Senior Ruby Sovereign, since headquarters has come, I ask that you open a fire spirit mirror so we can all take a better look." Ha ha ha! An energetic laughter suddenly filled the 18 Hells of Flame. "No problem, it's just a tiny bit of effort." The Ruby Sovereign was the artifact spirit of the 18 Hells of Flame. The 18 Hells of Flame itself was a spirit artifact, and the inside was a self-contained space. If one didn't have the Ruby Sovereign's permission, it was very difficult to spy on what was occurring tens of thousands of miles deep within. In the skies, fire origin energy gathered together, slowly forming a fire origin energy mirror. The image of the 18 Hells of Flame was reflected within it. "It's done. Yen Little Moon, was it? Enter. I am looking forwards to your performance. Senior Ruby Sovereign, please look after me." Yen Little Moon turned into a beam of light that broke into the 18 Hells of Flame. Through the fire spirit mirror in the sky, others could see Yen Little Moon's figure. She flushed through the Hells of Flame like a live fish, easily passing through without any hindrance. All of the violet fire origin energy, and the blazingly high temperature was no different from warm water to her, comfortable and relaxing. First level, second level, third level, Yen Little Moon continued to flush straight down. "Good." Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded. What she was noticing was the aura of the laws around her. By depending on just her comprehension of fire laws, Yen Little Moon was able to transform all that violent and wild fire origin energy around her into a gentle energy that she was able to easily absorb. She could do this freely and easily with a practiced hand. Yen Little Moon didn't slow down even when she broke through to the 4th floor. It was only at the 5th floor when her speed began to gradually decline. 5th level 5,000 miles. 5,500 miles. 5,600 miles, Monarch Sweetie Fox silently counted in her mind. At 5,600 miles, a clear crack appeared in Yen Littleman's protective true essence. Once she continued down further, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. At 6,000 miles, there was an explosive shattering sound as Yen Littleman's protective true essence shattered. The wild and rampant fiery heavenly wind crazily rushed towards Yen Little Moon but was blocked by the energy barrier created by the Ruby Sovereign. Her final result was 6,000 miles into the 5th level. 6,000 miles into the 5th level is indeed quite good. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded in appreciation. In the past, when I was at the Life Destruction Realm and came to the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial as a rookie disciple, I wasn't able to reach this depth. I will have others record this reward down. When this smelting trial ends, besides the other rewards, I shall also grant Yen Little Moon 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood. Phoenix Heart Blood was even greater than Phoenix Plume Blood. A drop of Phoenix Plume Blood was equal to 100 drops of ordinary Ancient Phoenix Blood, and a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood was equal to 50 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. Now that Monarch Sweetie Fox had granted Yen Little Moon 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood, that was the same as 150 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. It had to be known that when Huyenguang made a gambling battle with Lin Ming, he had put out 20 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. That price was enough to make all others go crazy. And now Monarch Sweetie Fox had casually tossed out the equivalent of 150 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood as a reward. As the other heroic young elites heard this, all of them were filled with incomparable envy. There were many among them who hadn't even seen 10 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood in their lives before. But such a reward actually wasn't to Chu Red Cloud's satisfaction. To Yen Little Moon, who had the perfect Ancient Phoenix bloodline, 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood wouldn't have too amazing of an effect on her. Chu Red Cloud grit her teeth and said, "This child Little Moon has both talent and destiny, but her family background is ordinary. The Yen family is considered a good distinguished family in my charming Phoenix Palace, but placed within the entire Ancient Phoenix clan and compared with the Xiao family clan, Hua family clan, and Huang family clan, they aren't anything at all. Even if the Yen family does their best to raise and train Little Moon, the support they can provide to her is still limited at best. Thus, I humbly, and with great respect, request Envoy Monarch Sweetie Fox to give additional bloodline resources so that Littleman's bloodline power can increase even further." Ho ho ho! Monarch Sweetie Fox gently smiled as she heard Chu Red Cloud. You want to increase the power of her bloodline even further? Yen Little Moon already has a perfect Ancient Phoenix bloodline. If you wish to take yet another step forwards, I fear you will need something even better than Phoenix Heart Blood. I think that you want Phoenix Blood Essence. But that is something that I cannot take responsibility for. Envoy Duke Golden Sword gaily laughed. Fairy Chu, ever since the current patriarch took a single drop of Phoenix Blood Essence tens of thousands of years ago when he ascended to his position, there has only been a single time when a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence has been awarded to a junior disciple because of the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial. This is something that let alone a palace master, but not even some patriarchs can obtain. Both I and Monarch Sweetie Fox have never obtained a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence, and that is because we fall far short of having the qualifications. Perhaps we will never have the qualifications for our entire lives. Yen Littleman's results are exceedingly far from being enough to obtain a drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. The only way possible is if her results surpass all others from the 72 branch palaces for the last 10,000 years. Fairy Chu, you have to know that Yen Little Moon is not the only one with a perfect ancient phoenix bloodline, and she might not be the only one who can produce the phenomenon of lotus blooming step by step either. Just by relying on that minor point, she is far, far off from being able to obtain a single drop of phoenix blood essence. As Envoy Duke Golden Sword spoke, all the other young disciples were dumbfounded. In their minds, Yen Littleman's talent was already at the peak of possibility. It was high to the point that no one had the courage to chase after her. But, listening to Duke Golden Sword's words, even Yen Little Moon fell far short of being able to apply for a drop of phoenix blood essence. There was no limit in the universe. There was always a higher peak and a stronger person. In Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial, Yen Little Moon was a crane among chickens. But Fire Spirit Star's smelting trial occurred every 4 years, and it lasted 2 years each time. In 10,000 years, just how many smelting trials had been carried out here? Moreover, the ancient Phoenix clan had 72 branch palaces, and there were also over 20 similar smelting trial locations like Fire Spirit Star. Thus, the number of times the smelting trial had been carried out could be imagined. Obtaining first place in an ancient phoenix smelting trial was simple. But wanting to take first place and far surpass all other rivals in all ancient phoenix smelting trials for the last 10,000 years was unimaginably difficult. How could Chu Red Cloud not know this? She clenched her teeth and said, "I humbly request that Lord and Lady Envoy give a target, and that as long as Little Moon can surpass that target she can obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence." This was all Chu Red Cloud could say to force the 2 envoys as well as to force Yen Little Moon. It had to be known that wherever there were people, there would be factions and relationships between them. In the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters and the 3 great family clans, the relations between them were complex and inextricably linked on 10,000 different levels. The juniors of the 3 great family clans, through some energy and methods, might be able to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence even if their qualifications were lacking. But as for Yen Little Moon, the Yen family she came from was neither small nor great. Compared to the ancient Phoenix headquarters, her foundation was far too shallow. If Yen Little Moon wanted to struggle for a drop of phoenix blood essence, the path she would have to take would be suitably difficult. Chu Red Cloud was aware of this point. She never expected that it would be easy to successfully apply for a single drop of phoenix blood essence. She could only set up a target and then break through it in full view of everyone else, and seize this precious chance to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. She had to make it so that headquarters couldn't deny her request, and that those people who tried to play little tricks wouldn't have the chance to do so. Oh! Monarch Sweetie Fox revealed a trace of surprise. Her eyes moved as she looked at Yen Little Moon. She saw that the little girl was blushing red, her fists gripped together, obviously not backing down. She seemed full of vigor and courage. It was clear she wanted to go all out to desperately struggle for this drop of phoenix blood essence. Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyes revealed an amused light. Good. But I can only report this matter to headquarters. I do not have the authority to promise you anything. Headquarters will need to set the standard for this target. And I hate to be rude, but this standard will be exceedingly high. It will be so high that all of you will believe that it is impossible, that we are forcing you into a dead end. Monarch Sweetie Fox said with a smile. In truth, she didn't believe in Yen Little Moon too much, but she still had to speak her piece. In the last 10,000 years, just how many geniuses had emerged in the 100 billion clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan? It was an uncountable number. But among them, who had managed to obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence? The truth was that since Monarch Sweetie Fox had begun serving as successor to the Internal Affairs Envoy, several family clans had put forth their most dazzling geniuses and applied for a drop of phoenix blood essence from her. Headquarters had also given them a standard, but none of them had ever been able to achieve it. This standard was outrageous even to Monarch Sweetie Fox. Even if those family clans used all of their connections to reduce the standards by a tiny bit, all of them had failed without exception. Chapter 10:11 A Lin Ming Leaves Seclusion. Chapter 10:11 A Lin Ming Leaves Seclusion. Thank you, Lord and Lady Envoy, for your help in inquiring about the standard needed for Phoenix Blood Essence. No matter what, I will not be afraid. I have full confidence in my own abilities. Yen Little Moon gripped her fists together, her voice solemn. She had obtained an entire pond of ancient phoenix blood, so the quantity of her bloodline was already enough. However, that pool of blood hadn't been too high in quality. She needed a drop of phoenix blood essence to round it out and put the final finishing touches on her bloodline. As long as she could obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence, the power of her bloodline would increase to another level. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head as she saw Yen Little Moon. With the Yen family's foundation and connections, it would be impossible for the standard to be reduced by even a little bit. In other words, Yen Little Moon would face the most harsh and difficult standard possible. If this standard was the only one, then perhaps even Xiao Chuji, who obtained a drop of phoenix blood essence 10,000 years ago, would find it unbearable. It had to be known that Xiao Chuji was currently one of the greatest candidates to be the next patriarch, and he was also the most illustrious figure of the entire Xiao family. In any case, Monarch Sweetie Fox would do as regulations required and report this message. She took out an exquisite and delicate array disc from her spatial ring. Her 10 fingers linked together and produced thousands of seals in an instant. These seals combined together into complex runes as they poured into the array disc. A character on the level of Monarch Sweetie Fox was already able to perform the Great Void Shift, and that made sending messages much easier. If there were some specialized supportive array formations added on, then it wasn't difficult to send a message even past several great worlds of the divine realm. Just 2 hours later, Monarch Sweetie Fox received a reply from headquarters. Who? A blazing flame lit up in front of Monarch Sweetie Fox's array disc. It turned into countless runes that sank into her mind. The sound transmission runes that the ancient Phoenix clan sent back were much more convenient than sending a voice message. Not only were they easier to understand, but they also prevented the message from being leaked out. Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyebrows shot up. Although she already expected that headquarters would respond with an extremely overbearing and default standard, she still let out a light breath upon hearing what it was. She shook her head and said to herself, "Headquarters is being a bit petty. This sort of standard is no different from saying no." But headquarters also has their own issues. The ancient Phoenix clan has over 100 billion clansmen, and the resources required every year are countless. It's difficult to maintain a balance between harvesting resources and handing them out. Especially when it comes to something like ancient Phoenix blood essence, there are countless people that are greedily eyeing it and can't obtain it. In particular, the candidates to be the next patriarch. Everyone wants a single drop, and in order for her to obtain a single drop and others not to, the standards must definitely be high. As Monarch Sweetie Fox was thinking, Chu Red Cloud was eagerly looking at her, waiting for her to speak. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled and said, "Headquarters passed down instructions. In order to obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence, you will need to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ends. Moreover, you must fully complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array." As Monarch Sweetie Fox said this, even Duke Golden Sword ruefully smiled. Headquarters was simply playing a joke on others. In the 18 Hells of Flame, the further down one went, the more difficult it became. The difficulty grew at a nearly exponential rate. In the smelting trial for rookie disciples, only a peak talent of a branch palace was able to enter the 4th level of the Hells of Flame. The 5th level was reserved for talents such as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. during their first smelting trial here, they had both been able to enter the 5th level by the end. But they didn't manage to reach the 8,000 to 9,000 mile depth of the 5th level. The 6th level was nearly a legendary domain to the branch palaces. In a smelting trial location like Fire Spirit Star, with charming Phoenix Palace, Phoenix Cry Palace, and Praying Phoenix Palace combined together, there might not even be someone that could reach that depth in 1,000 years. But if all 72 branch palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan were gathered together, along with headquarters and the 3 great families, it wasn't too rare of an event. Someone that could enter the 6th level would appear once every 20 to 30 years. But to travel 5,000 miles into the 6th level, those people nearly didn't exist. Even in the entire ancient Phoenix clan, it was still extremely rare for 1 or 2 people capable of such a feat to appear in 1,000 years. After that was the 7th level. That was simply not a domain possible for rookie disciples to reach. Even a peak late Divine Sea genius would find it extremely difficult to go that far. Most of those that trained in the 7th level were early Divine Transformation Realm disciples. For instance, White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun both reached the 11th level. That was a depth that cast away all other Divine Transformation Realm disciples. Most Divine Transformation Realm disciples were still only capable of reaching the 8th and 9th levels. Of course, if one had to persist in asking the ancient Phoenix clan if there were any junior disciples capable of reaching the 7th level in all these years, there certainly would be. For instance, Xiao Chuji from 10,000 years ago was capable of reaching the 7th level when the smelting trial ended. But Xiao Chuji had been at the 8th stage of life destruction, and Yen Littlemoon was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. Between the 8th stage of life destruction and the 7th stage of life destruction, there was only a difference of a single stage. But to a peak talent, there was an enormous disparity between every stage of life destruction. Moreover, reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame was only a single aspect. There was also another aspect, and that was the illusionary god combat array. The Hells of Flame trial looked at one's comprehension of laws. But the illusionary god combat array trial tested one's true combat strength. And the condition to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array was far more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. Envoy Duke Golden Sword himself was a combat freak. His comprehension of laws was ordinary, but in terms of actual combat, his talent was terrifying. It was also because of this point that he was able to become the disciplinary elder successor. After all, in a true battle, what decided victory or defeat was actual combat strength. Comprehension of laws was only an indicator of one's future potential and accomplishment. If one had great attainments in laws, it was still useless if they couldn't defeat someone else. True combat strength had always been the point of pride for Envoy Duke Golden Sword. During his own rookie smelting trial, he had gone through the illusionary god combat array and had killed over 600 individuals. This result was enough to shock and awe the trial site guardian at the time. As for completing the 1,000 slaughter, Envoy Duke Golden Sword only had 2 words to say: ha. Ha. The illusionary god combat array also became increasingly difficult the further it went. This was because the enemies within would become increasingly strong, and every opponent would also be a peak talent. After several hundred people, the enemies that would emerge would be on the same level of talent as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Of course, their ages would also be the same as the trial challengers. In other words, one would have to face White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun when they were in their 20s. Facing such an opponent one-on-one would already be a difficult situation to win in, but facing against a crowd of them, how could one continue to fight? No matter how one looked at it, headquarters simply didn't want to pass down a drop of Phoenix blood essence. This was because there were far too many factors involved in the growth of a talent. Even if Yen Littlemoon seemed extraordinary now, there might be some problems on her future road of martial arts. For instance, maybe she would exhaust all of her potential or all of her destiny. She might even go adventuring in a mystic realm and perish there. Phoenix blood essence had far greater advantages the earlier it was implanted in a martial artist's body. Even so, the only way headquarters would be willing to pass down a drop of Phoenix blood essence would be if Yen Littleman's talent was so extraordinary that the elders at headquarters all had their eyeballs pop out of their heads when they heard of it. Otherwise, they would never take such a risk. As Chu Red Cloud heard Monarch Sweetie Fox's conditions, her expression of anticipation suddenly froze. Screw making things tough, this was simply playing a joke on them. How can anyone possibly accomplish such a request? Chu Red Cloud directly blurted out, ignoring just how great Monarch Sweetie Fox's status was. Although Monarch Sweetie Fox agreed with Chu Red Cloud, she definitely couldn't say such words publicly. She was someone from headquarters, and thus she had to respect headquarters' wishes. She said, "This target isn't something that I came up with. Moreover, in the last 10,000 years, there have been some individuals that managed to reach the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, such as Xiao Chuji, Huang Yefeng, and other such unrivaled geniuses. All of them were able to accomplish that. As for completing the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array, I suppose you would have to look further back in history, but it isn't like no one has ever accomplished it. The standards that headquarters have set are difficult, but they are not impossible." Xiao Chuji, Huang Yefeng, Chu Red Cloud sucked in a breath of cold air. Those two people were the leaders of the Xiao family and Huang family. They were heroes amongst heroes. Great Envoy Sweetie Fox, I also know that those two individuals were older than Little Moon when they underwent their rookie smelting trial. Moreover, their cultivations were also higher. Senior Xiao Chuji was at the 8th stage of life destruction, and Senior Huang Yefeng was also likely at the 8th stage of life destruction. They are a level apart and yet the standards are still the same. How could there be such a truth? Moreover, although Seniors Xiao Chuji and Huang Yefeng were able to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, neither of them were able to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled and said, "Yes, that's right. That's why Senior Huang Yuegong wasn't able to obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. But, the reason Senior Xiao Chuji was able to obtain a drop was that the Xiao family worked their connections in the background. For this drop of Phoenix blood essence, the Xiao family paid a tremendous amount of equivalent merit points to balance out the difference in standard. If the Yen family has earned enough merit points, then they may also have the standards reduced by a small amount." Chu Red Cloud's expression stiffened and she finally shook her head. The so-called merit points were a conversion of a family's contributions to the ancient Phoenix clan. The three great family clans had existed for countless tens of thousands of years, and the amount of merit points they accumulated was certainly astronomically high. But, the foundation of the Yen family was too shallow, and they didn't have any merit points. They lacked the ability to help Yen Little Moon lower the standard. Moreover, even if they did reduce the standards by a little, that wouldn't make it much easier. Auntie, there's no need to say anything else. There is still a year left. I won't necessarily lose. There have been some people that have entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, and there have also been some people that have completed the 1,000 slaughter in the illusionary god combat array. Since my predecessors were able to succeed, I don't believe that I can't do the same. And if I can't, that only proves that my strength is weaker than others and I have no right to complain." Yen Little Moon said, stopped Chu Red Cloud from speaking further. "Little Moon." Chu Red Cloud sighed. "Auntie, since I have set my determination I will struggle as much as I can, and I also will not regret my decisions. Moreover, since these are the standards that headquarters has sent down, it's useless for us to oppose them." As Yen Little Moon spoke, Chu Red Cloud could only let out a long breath. She no longer tried to complain. Indeed, they didn't have the ability to change a decision made by headquarters. Okay, little moon, try the illusionary god combat array first. Let's see how far you can go and how many opponents you can slay. As Chu Red Cloud spoke, the protective barrier of light around Totem Tower suddenly trembled. Then, ripples appeared in the barrier as it was ripped apart by someone. A young man's figure leisurely strolled out from Totem Tower, his long hair hanging loose against his waist. At this point, he looked disheveled, but his eyes shined like stars in the night sky, incomparably bright. Isn't that Lin Ming? He actually stayed within Totem Tower for over a year before he came out? Chapter 10:12 To Find a Foil. Chapter 10:12 To Find a Foil. Lin Ming flew high in the skies. Behind him, the bright moon of Fire Spirit Star hung in the heavens, illuminating his body in clear splendor. Because the Golden Crow's appearance had caused the strong astral winds of Fire Spirit Star to calm down, his long hair was slowly fluttering in the wind, dancing like black threads of silk. At this time, he was like an immortal descended to the world, his temperament elegant and ethereal. As Lin Ming saw the sight before him, his clear and bright eyes revealed an astonished light. He had just emerged from Totem Tower and hadn't expected such a scene to be occurring. A massive golden crow hundreds of miles long floated in the skies, and all the disciples of Fire Spirit Star had gathered in the square in front of Totem Tower. The man and woman flying in the skies were obviously two top powerhouses. What special occasion was it today? Lin Ming was puzzled. He had been peacefully perceiving the laws within Totem Tower, so he didn't realize the changes occurring outside. Lin Ming leaving at this time was an extremely noticeable event. Because the envoys from headquarters had arrived, the vast majority of disciples had gathered here to greet them. Lin Ming coming out from Totem Tower himself was very eye-catching. Oh? There are still some people in seclusion at this time. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled as she looked towards Lin Ming. Sun Cypress Star revealed an embarrassed expression. He wanted to quickly say a few words to cover this up, but Chu Red Cloud brightly laughed at this time and said, "Ho ho ho, it's apprentice nephew Lin. He has been meditating on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower and has been in seclusion all the time until now. It's been over an entire year. Since he has meditated for more than an entire year, his harvest should have been tremendous. Apprentice nephew Lin is after all the number 1 rookie disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace. His perception is extraordinary." Chu Red Cloud deliberately emphasized the words, Chaos Stones, as well as the fact that Lin Ming was the number 1 rookie disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace. As she said this, Sun Cypress Star's face flushed red with shame. Although Chu Red Cloud had said that Lin Ming must have had many harvests and outwardly seemed to be praising him, anyone who listened could understand that there were daggers hidden in her words. She clearly knew how difficult it was to perceive the Chaos Stones, and she was also aware that Lin Ming's harvests must have been very small. Thus, she spoke this way to draw more attention to him and embarrass him even more. This was an especially critical strike since the 2 envoys from headquarters were here. Just what was a Chaos Stone? And just how much could a rookie disciple perceive from them? If one chose them and couldn't perceive anything from them, then that was simply overestimating one's own abilities, biting off more than one could chew and becoming the joke of the public. The truth was that Lin Ming's current level wasn't enough to draw attention from headquarters. And today's matters would cause the 2 envoys to develop a bad impression towards Phoenix Cry Palace. After all, Lin Ming was the top junior disciple of Phoenix Cry Palace, and also the glory of Phoenix Cry Palace. If Lin Ming was turned into a joke, just how could anyone from Phoenix Cry Palace hold their head up high? And since Sun Cypress Star was the person in charge of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples for this smelting trial, he naturally would suffer the greatest shame. Ayaya, Brother Lin's luck is indeed horrible. He didn't come out earlier or later, but chose this moment when all attention was focused on the Lord and Lady Envoys to emerge. Not just that, but Chu Red Cloud is also stirring up trouble. It's impossible for him to try and blend in and be forgotten. Brother Lin was stuck in meditation over those chaos stones and didn't learn anything for the last year. But everyone has taken a detour in their cultivation before. Putting aside this year, Brother Lin's performance was still among the best. But now I fear that he will leave a poor impression on the Lord and Lady Envoys. Xiao Whites now mumbled to himself. His thoughts were the same as everyone else's. Lin Ming's luck was just garbage. Something that was originally a small matter had suddenly turned into an important matter in this situation. At this time, Sun Cypresstar really hated Chu Red Cloud to the extreme. She was simply his mortal enemy. This woman was cunning and knew a bunch of dirty tricks, and she always seized every opportunity to ruin others. If it weren't for her idle talk today, then no one would have known that this was still Lin Ming's first time closing up in Totem Tower. Those two envoys would have assumed that this was Lin Ming's second or third time in Totem Tower and wouldn't have cared too much. All Sun Cypresstar could do was suppress the disheartened feeling within him and smile, saying, "Fairy Chu is simply making a joke. How can our Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples compare with the astounding disciples from your charming Phoenix Palace? Lin Ming is simply undergoing an impromptu session of meditation." Even if he didn't perceive anything, he still gained experience, broadening his horizons and laying down a good foundation for his future cultivation. Ho ho ho! Vice Hall Master Sun is too modest. I actually know that apprentice nephew Lin here was able to jump ranks and defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with just a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. How could he be as horrible as Vice Hall Master Sun is making him out to be? In this smelting trial I am also looking forwards to apprentice nephew Lin's performance. Since Vice Hall Master Sun has said that apprentice nephew Lin meditated on the Chaos Stones to lay down his foundation, perhaps you will allow me to see just what sort of foundation this is? Chu Red Cloud's meaning was obvious. She wanted Lin Ming to rush through the 18 hells of flame and the illusionary god combat array. Sometimes, no matter how bright your light was, you still needed someone else to serve as contrast so others could see how kick-ass you were. Lin Ming jumping ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation had sufficient qualifications to serve as a foil. She wanted others to see that if even someone like Lin Ming lost to Yen Little Moon, that would emphasize just how amazing and unusual her talent was. How could Sun Cypresstar not know Chu Red Cloud's thoughts? She actually wanted to use the number 1 genius of his Phoenix Cry Palace to serve as a foil. Could this woman be any more vicious and ruthless? His inner thoughts were grim and filled with animosity, but his outer appearance was much more genial. He stroked his beard and looked a bit uninterested as he said, "Fairy Chu must be joking. Apprentice nephew Lin has heaven-gifted talent, so how could our Phoenix Cry Palace show off our poor performance? We admit defeat, haha." Oh? Fairy Maiden Chu said that apprentice nephew Lin here managed to jump ranks and defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation? Whether it was Duke Golden Sword or Monarch Sweetie Fox, either one of them could make out the duel of tongues they were having. Monarch Sweetie Fox faintly smiled. She had seen this sort of situation many times before. It was clear that these two elders had a very acrimonious relationship. Since one of them had the chance to step on the other, they certainly wouldn't miss out on it. Normally, neither of them would care about this sort of catfight, but Envoy Duke Golden Sword's interest was actually aroused by Chu Red Cloud's words, and that was that Lin Ming had jumped ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall Master with a 5th stage life destruction cultivation. This was proof that Lin Ming was a genius of actual combat. A 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall wasn't too bad. Moreover, when one passed from the 8th to the 9th stage of life destruction and underwent a baptism of the heavenly Tao, that was equal to half a great boundary of cultivation. In the past, if Xiao Daoji was able to rush through the 18 hells of flame with a 9-fall cultivation, then he would have been able to break through to the 7th level far more easily. However, the truth was that there was an extremely small number of martial artists that would choose to enter the ancient Phoenix smelting trial for the first time after reaching 9-fall. This was because before crossing 9-fall, the deeper one's foundation was and the more solid their foundation, the greater the origin energy cloud would be, and the more thorough their baptisms of laws would be. And they could develop this foundation by undergoing the ancient Phoenix smelting trial before 9-fall. On the other hand, there were also advantages in undergoing the ancient Phoenix smelting trial after reaching 9-fall. That was because after stepping into 9-fall and accepting the baptism of the world's laws, one's comprehension of laws would be much deeper, and the gains from entering and meditating within Totem Tower would also be greater. They would be able to go deeper into the 18 hells of flame and obtain more rewards. Once they went to the smelting trial the second time, they would no longer be rookie disciples and receive this treatment. And in truth, sometimes this just didn't look at one's wishes. The ancient Phoenix smelting trial had a gap of 4 years between each time it occurred, in order for the totem stones to be replenished. In such a long time, many weren't able to make early breakthroughs. For instance, there were very few people who participated in the ancient Phoenix smelting trial in their 20s. After all, not everyone was as talented as Yen Littlemoon. Envoy Duke Golden Sword himself was originally a genius of combat. In terms of comprehension of laws, he was nothing but an amateur. It was because of this reason that he was mocked by those geniuses who excelled in laws, but he didn't mind those jokes. After all, strength was the only truth. If your comprehension of laws was high but you still couldn't defeat someone else in battle, just what use was it? Thus, he had a deep appreciation for those geniuses that had similar characteristics to him. Reporting to Envoy, Lin Ming did indeed jump ranks to defeat a 4-layered Heaven's 9-fall martial artist at the 5th stage of life destruction. In terms of combat, he can be considered just a bit gifted. Sun Cypress Star modestly said, "Haha, elder son, you are being far too humble." "What do you mean just a bit gifted? That is actually an amazing accomplishment. Lin Ming, right? You're not bad. In fact, you're very much to my liking. During this ancient Phoenix smelting trial, me and Sweetie Fox will be staying at Fire Spirit Star for a while. I look forwards to your performance in the Illusionary God Combat Array. I don't really care at all about how well you do in the 18 Hells of Flame, but you must slaughter at least 600 people within the Illusionary God Combat Array. If you can kill 600 people, then I will take responsibility and reward you with 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood." As soon as Envoy Duke Golden Sword spoke, he also promised 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood. That was the same as 150 drops of Phoenix Plume Blood. This left Lin Ming stunned. He could sense what sort of lofty status these two had from Sun Cyperstar's tone as he spoke to Duke Golden Sword and Monarch Sweetie Fox. But even so, he didn't think this man would promise 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood without batting an eye. It had to be known that when Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud made their bet for the Heaven Eclipsing Cauldron, they had also bet a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood. Obviously, the status of these two people was countless times higher than that of Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud. Chu Red Cloud faintly frowned. She could see that Duke Golden Sword had an excellent impression towards Lin Ming, and he didn't even inquire about the joke of Lin Ming meditating on the Chaos Stones. It seemed that she wouldn't be able to successfully step on Sun Cyperstar this time. She said, "Two envoys, how about we have Little Moon attempt the Illusionary God Combat Array for the first time to see how far she can go?" All right." Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded. She naturally wouldn't disagree to that. Yen Little Moon was about to attempt the Illusionary God Combat Array. The other disciples had already been looking forwards to this for a long time. At this time, all of them couldn't help but start talking about it. She's finally going to rush through. I wonder how many people Yen Little Moon can kill. 600? 700? Don't be an idiot. Yen Little Moon might not be good in the aspect of combat. Do you think that it is easy to kill 600 to 700 people in the illusionary god-killing array? As for completing the 1,000 slaughter and obtaining a drop of phoenix blood essence, that is even more of a joke. It looks nice as a goal, but who can possibly accomplish it? Not even senior Xiao Chuji of the past was able to do so. As some disciples were casually speaking, Lin Ming was shocked by their words. What? Phoenix blood essence? What are you fellows talking about? You can obtain phoenix blood essence if you rush through the illusionary god combat array? Oh, Brother Lin, you might not know, but Chu Red Cloud applied to headquarters for a drop of phoenix blood essence for Yen Little Moon. Headquarters didn't directly agree. Instead, they set down a standard. If she can pass this standard, then she can obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. There's such a matter. Lin Ming was bewildered. If she could pass a standard, then she could obtain a drop of phoenix blood essence. If he could pass this same standard, then could he also obtain it? Chapter 10:13 Illusionary God Combat Array. Chapter 10:13 Illusionary God Combat Array. Concerning the value of phoenix blood essence, Lin Ming had a clear understanding of it from perusing the texts of the ancient Phoenix clan. A phoenix's blood essence was the fundamental basis for its rebirthing through nirvana. Generally speaking, an ancient phoenix would be fine no matter how much ordinary blood was drawn out from it. But every drop of phoenix blood essence taken away would damage the life source of the phoenix. It was more accurate to say that blood essence was no longer blood, but the condensed form of a phoenix's life force. How many phoenixes were there in the divine realm? No one could say for sure, but it was absolutely a small number. There were even types of god beasts that had only one member. Between the heavens and earth, they were singular. Within the vast universe, they were unique. Only when this type of unique god beast died would the next reincarnation of that god beast appear. This could be said to be a rule of the heavenly Tao. Rather than a living being, a god beast could be called a divine god evolved from the heavenly Tao itself. For instance, the phoenix was a divine god that represented the manifestation of the fire laws, wielding the power of flame. Even though the ancient Phoenix clan called themselves the descendants of a phoenix and also had the phoenix bloodline within their bodies, the truth was that the ancient Phoenix clan was merely a group of people within the divine realm that had slowly evolved with the ancient Phoenix bloodline over time, multiplying over generations. From the very start, they never had a true phoenix in their clan. This was because even the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch would never have the ability to control a phoenix. They were on completely different levels. Lin Ming was well aware of what a drop of phoenix blood essence meant. To someone like him, who had such a light phoenix bloodline, this was an amazingly great lucky chance. It had to be known that when Lin Ming first started walking down the road of martial arts, his talent was ordinary. But, after being transformed with the blood of the ancient phoenix and the blood of the azure dragon, his talent was slowly enhanced. Even so, he was far from being comparable with the peak talents of the divine realm. If his talent was worse than theirs, his cultivation speed would be slower. Even if Lin Ming had the ethereal martial intent supporting him and had come across all sorts of lucky chances, his cultivation speed was still far from reaching the peak. He only needed to be compared to Yen Little Moon to understand this point. Yen Little Moon was younger than Lin Ming by 2 years, but her cultivation was actually higher than his by a full stage of life destruction. If he were compared with peak talents of other divine realm holy lands, the difference would be even greater. There was always someone stronger. Thus, Lin Ming earnestly wished for this drop of ancient phoenix blood essence. He asked, "What standards did headquarters request?" "Well, the standards are that before this ancient phoenix smelting trial ends, Yen Little Moon must enter the Hells of Flame's 7th level, and she must also complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. In my opinion, this standard is simply making fun of others. Just who could possibly accomplish it? So that was the request. Lin Ming took a deep breath. He hadn't attempted the illusionary god combat array, but he had gone into the Hells of Flame one time. He was completely unaware of what it was like in the deeper parts. Lin Ming began to feel some excitement in the face of such a challenge. He had closed up for over a year in Totem Tower and his comprehension of laws had soared. During the entire year of monotonous and humdrum meditation, let alone fighting, he hadn't even moved. Lin Ming was a hot-blooded fighter who loved battle from the marrow of his bones. After being suppressed for such a long time, he eagerly looked forwards to a good challenge so that he could verify his own strength. At this time, an explosive sound echoed out from far away. In the center of the giant square in front of Totem Tower, the ground began to sink in and a giant portal construction slowly emerged from the ground. This portal was hundreds of feet high and the entire gateway shimmered with brilliant light, as if it were leading to another time and space. This was the illusionary god combat array, the trial within Fire Spirit Star that was used to test combat ability. After entering the illusionary god combat array, geniuses of varying levels would appear, all of them with an age similar to the trial challenger. For instance, if a 30-year-old martial artist were to enter the illusionary god combat array, he would encounter all sorts of 30-year-old geniuses. They would have numerous different attack styles, cultivation methods, concepts, and all sorts of other combat aspects. If one could overcome all of them and complete the 1,000 slaughter, then they would absolutely be a mythical combat genius. To complete the 1,000 slaughter of the illusionary god combat array was even more difficult than entering the 7th level of the 18 Hells of Flame. Yen Little Moon looked at the vibrating stone portal in front of her and clenched her teeth before rushing inside. Her body disappeared into the illusionary god combat array. Everyone outside held their breath, waiting to see Yen Littleman's performance. On an arch on top of the illusionary god combat array portal, there was a row of 9 stars. Every time the trial challenger passed a certain goal, a star would light up. These stars each respectively represented slaying the first enemy, slaughtering 10 enemies, slaughtering 50 enemies, slaughtering 100 enemies, slaughtering 200 enemies, slaughtering 500 enemies, slaughtering 700 enemies, slaughtering 900 enemies, and finally the 1,000 slaughter. Yen Little Moon had just been in the illusionary god combat array for several breaths of time when the first star lit up with a dazzling light. This meant that Yen Little Moon had already struck down the first enemy. In the crowd, White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun sighed with emotion. As they said, the new would always replace the old. People were constantly evolving. Back when they were rookie disciples, they were far from reaching Yen Littleman's strength. The illusionary god combat array factored in the disparity of age and would match trial challengers with opponents of a corresponding age. Thus, whenever one went inside, the situation would be the same no matter what. Currently, White Daohong estimated that he could kill just over 400 people. Lu Xiaoyun was a bit better, but even she could only kill around 500 people. Then, at 30 breaths of time, the second star lit up. This meant that Yen Little Moon had succeeded in slaughtering 10 people. An incense stick of time passed. 50 people slaughtered. Then, 100 people slaughtered. Monarch Sweetie Fox nodded, but Duke Golden Sword seemed to be in disagreement. Slow, she's way too slow. Monarch Sweetie Fox sweetly smiled. Golden Sword, I hope you aren't using the results of your past to compare with this little girl. You originally walked straight down the path of destruction, and your aura and moves were both irresistibly strong, so you naturally rushed through the trial quickly. But Yen Little Moon is different from you. She is focused more on comprehending the concepts and laws. Moreover, Yen Littleman's true combat potential still hasn't fully developed. She is currently focused on perceiving the laws, but in the future when she gains more combat experience she will be able to go even further in the illusionary god combat array. Such a gentle combat style and focus on laws is nothing more than all show and no-go in my opinion. Truly what they call fancy but impractical. That Lin Ming is much more to my taste. I bet that when he enters the illusionary god combat array, he will far surpass Yen Little Moon. Haha, that might not be true. Lin Ming indeed excels in combat, but Yen Little Moon is ahead of him by far too much in the aspect of bloodline and comprehension of laws. I'm not sure if you heard it just now, but Lin Ming has been meditating on the Chaos Stones for the last year. I don't know what he was planning, but even at my boundary or your boundary, it is difficult for us to perceive anything from them. Moreover, those things that can be perceived are the highest truths of the Great Tao. In other words, they are just a general outline. It might not necessarily help in increasing his combat strength. Monarch Sweetie Fox's words were reasonable, but Duke Golden Sword chuckled and said, "I still believe in what I said. That is the intuition that I developed from living through countless battlefields. I believe in Lin Ming's strength. Perhaps his performance in the 18 Hells of Flame might be ordinary, and it might even be poor, but he will absolutely surpass Yen Little Moon in the illusionary god combat array. He might even break through that critical point of slaughtering 600 people, or even close in on 700 people, surpassing the me of the past. Your evaluation of him is too high. I'm not too optimistic of his chances." Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head in contradiction. And at this time, on the top of the illusionary god combat array, the star that symbolized 200 people having been slaughtered lit up. Yen Little Moon had killed 200 people within the illusionary god combat array. However, the further it went, the more difficult it would become. Even as Yen Little Moon slowly exhausted her strength, her enemies would only become increasingly powerful and increasingly greater in numbers. Later, Yen Little Moon would even need to face 10 or 20 opponents at once. And all of these people were geniuses in their own right. Moreover, their attack style, their cultivation methods, every aspect of their combat ability would vary. They would come out one after another, endlessly until she was overwhelmed. Yen Little Moon soon found it difficult to continue. Her strongest aspect was her comprehension in fire laws. She didn't understand other laws all too much. In the face of some specialized enemies, for instance ice attribute martial artists or water attribute martial artists, her fire laws were actually faintly restrained. After slaughtering 400 people, Yen Littleman's enemies joined together in great formations. The several different combat styles joined together, complementing each other and multiplying their combat strength. Yen Little Moon suddenly felt the pressure rapidly increase. As the battle continued, her consumption of energy became enormous. Even so, she withstood it all and slaughtered her 500th opponent. The 6th star lit up. Following that, killing every person became increasingly different. Amongst Yen Littleman's opponents, a large number of 5th stage and 6th stage life destruction martial artists began to emerge. In terms of cultivation talent, they were not much worse than Lin Ming. Of course, in terms of overall combat prowess they were far inferior to Lin Ming. Even so, they far exceeded other ordinary geniuses. If these 6th-stage life destruction martial artists were true people, then they would likely reach the 9th-stage life destruction. In other words, they were 9-fall geniuses. If they were placed in the world of mortals, they would be able to sweep away all divine sea powerhouses that existed there. To face a siege from these sorts of people, the pressure on Yen Little Moon could be imagined. 570 people. 580 people. 590 people. As soon as Yen Little Moon slaughtered 596 people, she finally reached her limit. Her body shook and her protective true essence shattered. A phantom sword pierced through her chest. In that brief moment, 10 saint artifacts thrust towards her, immediately killing Yen Little Moon. "Who?" Yen Little Moon was ejected from the illusionary god combat array, her face as pale as paper. She had finished. The total number of people she slaughtered was 596. This number surpassed White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. It even surpassed the greatest geniuses that had come to Fire Spirit Star for the last 1,000 years. This was because Yen Little Moon hadn't fought many times in her life, and thus her combat experience was lacking. She wasn't like the martial artists of the lower realms that had slain their way to the top. Most of her time was spent closed up in seclusion, cultivating. From Xiantian to Revolving Core, from Revolving Core to Life Destruction, to Immortal, these could be bottlenecks that they never passed in their life. But these bottlenecks were simply nothing to Yen Little Moon. She was able to break through them with a single period of seclusion. Thus, her actual experience was very little. To slaughter 596 people, this result simply left all of the martial artists present dumbfounded. They had thought that Yen Little Moon was weak in terms of true combat, but now it seemed that her so-called bad at combat was only in comparison to her comprehension of laws. When she was compared to other people, she had already cast them far off. Xiao Whitesnow and White Daohong felt inferior at their own abilities. As for Sun Cypresstar, he looked at Yen Little Moon with some envy. This wasn't envy of Yen Little Moon, but envy towards the Yen family that was able to produce such a talented disciple. The Yen family wasn't a powerful family to begin with, but because of Yen Little Moon they were destined to rise in the future. At worst, Yen Little Moon would become a palace master. If she was just a little bit lucky, then she could become a merit elder, internal affairs envoy, or even a vice patriarch. Chapter 10:14 A Lin Ming's Turn. Chapter 10:14 A Lin Ming's Turn. She was just 4 people away from slaughtering 600. Who can still say that Yen Littleman's combat ability is lousy? Of course it wouldn't be bad. She is a genius with the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Even her worst aspect is likely something that we could never hope to catch up to. If she casually tries, she can already be the top talent of Fire Spirit Star for the last 1,000 years. If she can use this next period of time to temper her true combat strength, then she will easily be able to break through 600 people, and perhaps even 600 and several dozen more wouldn't be too difficult. However, that's her limit. The request for the Phoenix Blood Essence is to complete the 1,000 slaughter. To slaughter 1,000 people in there, that's just a joke and a half. All of the disciples present felt pity for Yen Little Moon. She was already this strong, and yet she wasn't fated to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence. Her ability was simply far from being enough, and the requests were just too severe. Chu Red Cloud was also disappointed. Although Yen Littleman's performance was excellent so far and she had expected this result, after actually seeing this result with her own eyes, she felt nothing but despair at such a massive gap. She couldn't even fake a smile with how ridiculous the difference was. To slaughter another 400 people, that was a moat that could never be overcome. The illusionary god combat array was different from the 18 Hells of Flame. In the 18 Hells of Flame, as long as you could progress, you could go even deeper. But the opponents within the illusionary god combat array were formed based on one's age. If you made progress, the array formation's opponents would also progress. 596 people. That's actually much better than what I imagined. How about it, Golden Sword? Do you still insist on your previous judgment? Monarch Sweetie Fox shot an eye at Duke Golden Sword. Duke Golden Sword smiled and said, "Of course. Did you want to make a bet? How about we have Lin Ming step up now?" Haha, there's no use making a bet. If Lin Ming can slaughter 600 people, then I will not need your disciplinary enforcement division to put out the promised 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. My Office of Internal Affairs will personally put forth the rewards for you. Monarch Sweetie Fox casually said. Providing resources to talented disciples was part of her duties to begin with. Okay. Duke Golden Sword chuckled. a joking expression on his face. He turned to Lin Ming and said, "You brat Lin Ming, do you want to enter the illusionary god combat array and give it a go? The beautiful Sweetie Fox here has said that as long as you can slaughter 600 people, she will reward you with 3 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood. That is Phoenix Heart Blood. In addition, I will personally grant you a top-grade Saint Artifact armor that approaches a Transcendent Saint Artifact." Duke Golden Sword's words floored all the martial artists present. All of them began to be filled with excitement. Lin Ming was actually going to rush through the illusionary god combat array. There was really climax after climax today. Originally Lin Ming had meditated over the Chaos Stones for an entire year before coming out, so others had a little bit of fun over him because of that, and there was also some criticism spoken against him in private. But that was just how things there. In terms of Lin Ming's combat strength alone, no one dared to doubt him there. A 5th-stage life-destruction martial artist had defeated a 4-layered Heaven's Ninefall master. That achievement was enough to startle someone from headquarters. Even if no one believed that Lin Ming could make it far in the 18 Hells of Flame, they all had to admit that he had the qualifications to contend with Yen Littlemoon in the illusionary god combat array. Lin Ming is going to enter the illusionary god combat array. I wonder just how far he can go? How many people can he slaughter? I don't think his results will be any worse than Yen Littleman's. That might not be true. Yen Littleman's comprehension of laws is too terrifying, and her progress in this last year has been far too rapid. As for Lin Ming, he meditated on the Chaos Stones for this last year and wasted all of that valuable time. Even if he managed to understand a little bit of the Chaos laws, that is simply a general outline of the laws. They aren't necessarily applicable to actual combat. I also think that Yen Littleman's results will be a tad better. After all, she has the ancient Phoenix bloodline. But even if Lin Ming is worse, he won't be that much worse. All of the young disciples present were eager and enthusiastic. They ardently waited for Lin Ming to rush through the illusionary god combat array so they could see him struggle with Yen Littlemoon for superiority. On the side, Chu Red Cloud contemptuously curled her lips and said, "He's just rushing through the illusionary god combat array. In the illusionary god combat array, he'll barely be able to keep up with Littlemoon. And in terms of understanding of laws, that is truly where a person's potential can be seen. The more prevailing one's comprehension of laws is, the more amazing their future accomplishments will be. As for having extraordinary combat strength, that doesn't mean they will be able to maintain that in the future." Chu Red Cloud's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present was a top master, thus they naturally heard her clearly. Sun Cypresstar tugged on his beard in anger, his eyes wide with rage. But he still couldn't find the words to refute her. Lin Ming's decision to meditate on the Chaos Stones for an entire year had left him speechless. Everyone turned to Lin Ming, waiting for him to enter the illusionary god combat array. However, what happened next left them all puzzled. Lin Ming faintly smiled and said, "Lord and Lady Envoy, this disciple has a matter he wishes to discuss with you too. I wonder if that is permissible?" "Oh? What is it? Speak as you will." Monarch Sweetie Fox looked at Lin Ming. In her opinion, a young disciple like Lin Ming was hot-blooded and loved to contest with others. With such a grand opportunity laid down in front of him, he should have already rushed inside. But she didn't think that he would smile and change the topic with such polite language. He clearly had some deeper meaning in doing so. This disciple has heard that the 2 Lord and Lady Envoys have laid down a standard for obtaining a drop of Phoenix blood essence. That is, to enter the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, and also to simultaneously complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. Is that true? Yes. But this standard was not set by us, but sent down from headquarters. What about it? This disciple wishes to ask, if I can achieve this standard, Then can I also receive a drop of phoenix blood essence? Lin Ming's voice was slow and unhurried, filled with energy and true essence. As he spoke, his voice spread throughout the entire audience. For a time, everyone was stunned silent. Sun Cyperstar and Xiao Whites now had their mouths hanging open, unable to figure out just what facial expression to make. Yen Littleman's eyes had gone perfectly round. After rushing through the illusionary god combat array herself, even she didn't have much hope of obtaining the drop of phoenix blood essence. But Lin Ming had actually asked such a question. Just what was he doing? As for Chu Red Cloud, after being momentarily stunned, she looked at Lin Ming with kindness, as if she were looking at someone with brain damage. She chuckled and said, "Apprentice Nephew Lin, what kind of question are you asking? Did you also want to take that drop of phoenix blood essence?" Lin Ming didn't respond. He had no interest in Chu Red Cloud. He kept his eyes glued onto Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword, his thoughts completely centered on the phoenix blood essence. Chu Red Cloud frowned, extremely annoyed at being treated with such contempt by a junior. She wanted to smack him around to teach him a lesson, but in this situation in front of two envoys, she naturally couldn't do anything like that. Duke Golden Sword deeply looked at Lin Ming. Lin Ming's words had indeed startled him. "Are you saying you wish to attempt meeting this standard?" "Yes, Lord Envoy." "Ho ho ho ho." Monarch Sweetie Fox started laughing like tinkling bells. Indeed, the baby calf does not fear the tiger. Since this is the standard sent down by headquarters, then of course it's acceptable. If you can achieve that standard, then that drop of phoenix blood essence shall be granted to you. However, do you know just how difficult it is to achieve such a standard? Monarch Sweetie Fox's words caused all of the martial artists present to start privately speaking amongst themselves. Did Lin Ming really not know how difficult the standard was? Thinking about it, Lin Ming truly didn't have much of an understanding of the ancient phoenix smelting trial. He had come to Fire Spirit Star for just a brief period before holding himself up in Totem Tower. He hadn't even been as far as the 3rd level yet, so he naturally didn't know how difficult it would become. As for the illusionary god combat array, he had never attempted that before. Was it possible that Lin Ming was really setting himself up to be a giant joke? If Lin Ming didn't meet the standard, then he certainly wouldn't suffer any losses. But if the difference was too great, that would just be too shameful. Sun Cyperstar felt his palms turn sweaty. Just what sort of games was Lin Ming trying to play today? Lin Ming choosing to meditate on the Chaos Stones had already given him a great shock. And now that he was doing all of this, Sun Cyperstar really wasn't sure if his heart could withstand it. On such a grand occasion, once Lin Ming lost face, not only did that mean he would lose face, but Phoenix Cry Palace would also lose face by association. "Lin Ming, you brat, do you know what you are saying?" Sun Cyperstar angrily said with a true essence sound transmission. Lin Ming was abnormally calm as he replied, "I only want to give it a try. Elder Sun, please rest assured." Lin Ming, this standard is for 1 year later when the ancient phoenix smelting trial ends. Did you want to try it now instead of 1 year from now? Even Duke Golden Sword, who favored Lin Ming, didn't believe that he had even the faintest hope of success. He thought that Lin Ming simply didn't know how difficult it was. Now, Lin Ming enunciated loudly. If he obtained the phoenix blood essence a year earlier, that would be a year more of benefit. Of course, earlier was better. Okay, then start from the illusionary god combat array. Duke Golden Sword motioned towards the illusionary god combat array. He estimated that Lin Ming's results in the illusionary god combat array wouldn't be too bad. Although he wouldn't be able to achieve the 1,000 slaughter, his results wouldn't be too ugly. But Lin Ming shook his head and said, "Lord Envoy, this disciple wishes to begin at the 18 Hells of Flame." Lin Ming chose the 18 Hells of Flame for a reason. In this last year, he had comprehended far too many law fragments. These law fragments were stored in his body and mind, and he needed to verify these laws within the 18 hells of flame and thoroughly master them. Only like this could he become stronger. Then, his results in the illusionary god array would also be better. But Lin Ming's words caused the martial artists present to stare at him, mouths agape. What Lin Ming wanted to attempt was not the illusionary god combat array, but the 18 hells of flame. In their opinion, Lin Ming excelled at combat. As for his comprehension of laws, no one had a good opinion of him. At best, his talent with laws could compare with someone like Hui Yinguang. It would have been far better for him to attempt the illusionary god combat array. If he didn't fail too miserably, then no one would mention him not achieving the standards, and there also wouldn't be a need to try the 18 hells of flame. But now, Lin Ming wanted to rush through the 18 hells of flame first. If this happened, then his weakness with laws would be exposed. At that time, if he couldn't even reach the 4th level, then wouldn't that be a great loss of face? Chu Red Cloud also felt that Lin Ming was crazy. If this boy actually wanted to take a piece of shit and smear it all over his face, just who could stop him? This brat was locked up in Totem Tower for an entire year. In front of those chaos stones that are like tomes of heaven, could he have been stimulated somehow? Chu Red Cloud thought. Duke Golden Sword had given Lin Ming a way out, and yet he refused it and insisted in disgracing himself. Even if he didn't know how difficult the 18 hells of flame was he actually naive enough to think that he could instantly rush to the 6th or 7th level? As Chu Red Cloud was thinking, Lin Ming had already turned into a beam of light that shot towards the 18 hells of flame. At this time, the 18 hells of flame's artifact spirit naturally formed a light screen projection of Lin Ming as he rushed downwards. Lin Ming was like a falling meteor as he blazed down with amazing velocity. The 1st level, the 2nd level, the 3rd level, nothing was able to hinder him. Chapter 10:15 The Origin of Burning Heat. Chapter 10:15 The Origin of Burning Heat. When Lin Ming first arrived at Fire Spirit Star, his comprehension of fire laws was still inferior to that of Hui Yinguang. He hadn't even been able to reach the 3rd level of the 18 hells of flame. But now, he had immediately broken through in a single go. The wildfire origin energy brushed past him like a cool breeze, not affecting him at all. The chaos laws were the source of all laws. When Lin Ming was in Totem Tower, he had witnessed the creation and formation of the universe, and was able to understand the key material structure of existence. He knew the essence of the two yin and yang energies. Such a lucky chance was something that not even a world king might be able to obtain. Now, after having perceived the great Tao of the universe's source, Lin Ming needed to verify his fire laws once again. It was like the top imperial scholar returning to his province to take a local civil examination. It would naturally be easy after having mastered everything else. So this is how it is. The 1st level of the concept of fire, burning heat, is not as simple as I thought it would be. I thought that my concept of burning heat had already reached perfection, but now I understood that I had simply never understood the essence of the concept of burning heat. Before, Lin Ming had no idea just what burning heat was. He simply thought that it was a single type of energy. Burning heat could be conducted, it could breed fire, it could burn down all life, it could annihilate enemies. Lin Ming had once comprehended the concept of burning heat to perfection in time-worn Phoenix City, and had used that as the foundation to break through the first world of the God-transforming mirror. But now, after looking back, he realized that his comprehension of the concept was simply too crude and unrefined. Not to mention anything else, he hadn't even been sure about what the essence of burning heat had been. In fact, it wasn't just Lin Ming, but many powerhouses that excelled in the concept of fire didn't understood what the essence of burning heat was. They merely thought it was the manifestation of one kind of energy. The so-called concept of burning heat they comprehended was only something that they used. As for how it worked, they didn't actually know. But now, after Lin Ming had perceived how matter and energy had been composed, he was able to look back at the concept of burning heat and discover that it was the evolution of yin and yang energy. The essence of burning heat was the movement produced by the energies coming from yin and yang particles. The faster these particles moved, the higher the temperature would be. When the speed of these particles reached the limit, so would their temperature. There were even some divine transformation or divine lord powerhouses that had assumed they had comprehended the concept of burning heat to perfection, that their understandings had reached the peak. But they never realized that above perfection was an even deeper meaning. That was to comprehend the origin. If Lin Ming hadn't been able to see the formation of matter then, he would never have realized this. The source of burning heat stemmed from the twin energies of yin and yang. On the surface, there didn't seem to be any connection at all. The mysteries of the universe's laws were difficult to imagine. Even after seeing it with his own eyes, Lin Ming still wasn't able to fully become aware of it, so it was completely useless for him to tell others of what he knew. Even those world kings who understood the composition of matter to a degree wouldn't be able to pass these understandings to their disciples. This was because only by seeing the evolution of yin and yang energies, and seeing the movement and path of the particles, could one understand the inherent revolution of energy for the laws. The rules of the laws were nearly impossible to describe. Now that Lin Ming had entered the third level of the hells of flame, the temperature of the fire origin energy astral winds here was 100 times the temperature of magma. Normally, if a martial artist needed to resist such a high temperature, they would need to consume a massive amount of energy. But, after Lin Ming had comprehended the source of burning heat, all he needed to do was use a bit of his own energy and slow down the tiny particles of energy within the fiery astral winds to slow them down, lowering their heat and thus easily resist them. Third level, 7,000 miles. Third level, 8,000 miles. Lin Ming continued to rush downwards. As time passed, everyone who had been laughing at Lin Ming had shut up. In truth, 8,000 miles into the third level wasn't much at all. It was similar to Huiyenguang's current progress. But none of them forgot that Lin Ming's comprehension of the fire laws had been extremely weak. Moreover, he had spent the last year in seclusion perceiving the Chaos Stones. The Chaos Stones did not discuss something as specific as the concept of fire, but were a general outline of the laws within the entire universe. They were all-encompassing, holding all ideas, and yet being obscure and nearly impossible to discern. If one meditated on the Chaos Stones, just how much would they be able to enhance their comprehension of the concept of fire? If it was said that Lin Ming had meditated on the Extreme Tao Heaven Tablet to reach this depth, then no one would have been surprised. But he had managed to make such progress after meditating on the Chaos Stones. It was simply beyond anyone's understanding. How could this be? Lin Ming has actually made so much progress in the last year? If he continues, then he'll break through to the fourth level and reach Xiao Whitesnow's level. A charming Phoenix Palace disciple said with incredulity in her voice. Humph, Lin Ming is still the #1 talent of Phoenix Cry Palace after all. Even if his enlightenment in laws is lacking, he is still able to rely on his deep true essence to make up for that deficit. This doesn't mean anything at all. Once he reaches the fourth level, the difficulty will shoot up to another level and he won't be able to continue so languidly anymore. When Little Moon came out of seclusion, she also reached the fourth level. Chu Redcloud sneered. At this time, Lin Ming had already traveled 9,000 miles into the third level. He would soon pass into the fourth level. At this depth, Lin Ming began to slow down. He didn't blaze downwards like before. After reaching 9,500 miles, his speed was only 20% of what it was at the start. This was because he needed time to enlighten himself on the source of the burning heat concept. He needed to reaffirm and sort out the understandings he had obtained from the law fragments in Totem Tower. None of them had thought perfection was not the ultimate limit of concepts. It was more precise to say that the comprehension of laws never had a limit to begin with. Even though Lin Ming had comprehended the essence of burning heat, his understanding still hadn't reached the limit. There were different particles and they all had different properties and moved differently, and all of them needed to be carefully thought over. The laws of the universe were unimaginably vast. Even an Empyrean would never be able to comprehend 1/10,000th of their complete exquisiteness. The only thing that a martial artist could do was solidify their foundation as much as possible. Only when one's foundation was solid would they be able to deduce and comprehend higher boundaries of laws. Honorable Master was right. Lin Ming is really slowing down. Many charming Phoenix Palace disciples echoed out. If this continues, then the 4th level will be his limit. Chu Red Cloud stroked her hair as she looked at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. She muttered to herself, "This brat has quite the ability." He was able to perceive the chaos stones to such a degree and actually reach the 4th level. 9,500 miles. 9,600 miles. 9,700 miles. Lin Ming's speed became increasingly slow. What he needed was not to break through in a single go, to demonstrate his strength, nor to bathe in the adulation and praise of others. What he needed was to use the 18 hells of flame to temper his understanding of laws, precipitating everything he had accumulated and make a breakthrough. Bang! Lin Ming officially broke through the 9,999-mile mark of the 3rd level and entered the 4th level of the hells of flame. Then, 4th level 2,000 miles, 4th level 3,000 miles, 4th level 4,000 miles. Without noticing it, Lin Ming's depth had already surpassed Xiao Whitesnow's. But his speed also slowed down. Although he had become extremely slow, to the point that others would have thought he would stop at any moment, he still continued downwards without stopping. At this point, the martial artist's presence slowly turned from surprise to stunned awe. Lin Ming had actually surpassed Xiao Whitesnow. Xiao Whitesnow had meditated on the 90-foot burning heaven tablet, a totem stone that was only inferior to the 100-foot royal sky seal. Moreover, Xiao Whitesnow was a balanced genius. He was decent in both combat and laws. But now, in terms of laws, he had been surpassed by Lin Ming. How could this be? Lin Ming had clearly meditated on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for an entire year. Could he really have managed to perceive some things from the Chaos Stones? On Phoenix Cry Palace's side, Sun Cypresstar was pleasantly surprised as he gazed at the fire spirit mirror in the air. Lin Ming's performance was far better than what he had expected. He actually surpassed Xiao Whitesnow. This brat Lin Ming, I wonder just what he was able to perceive in this last year. It's really unbelievable. Even if he is defeated now, I'll still be satisfied in his progress. Sun Cypresstar still couldn't understand what was happening. Lin Ming had meditated over the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for the last year, so how could he manage to comprehend any truths about the fire laws from the Chaos Stones? The scene that appeared within the fire spirit mirror was only a virtual projection. With Sun Cypresstar's boundary, he wasn't able to fully assess Lin Ming's situation from this virtual projection. But high in the air, what Monarch Sweetie Fox was able to see was a completely different scene. Monarch Sweetie Fox also had the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Without a doubt, out of everyone present, she was the one with the deepest comprehension of the fire laws. She stared at Lin Ming, her thin eyebrows pressed together. Am I seeing things? All the way until the 4th floor Lin Ming has only used the concept of burning heat. He hasn't even touched the concept of annihilation or the concept of creation. This was completely beyond common sense. Generally speaking, in the 3rd level one had to face a temperature so high that it would instantly evaporate tempered gold. One had to use the concept of creation to transform that energy into something more palatable. If one used the concept of burning heat and their control was lacking, then that would be adding fuel to the fire. What's wrong? Duke Golden Sword casually asked as he saw Monarch Sweetie Fox frown. He had always been a greenhorn when it came to laws and concept. Even if he saw Lin Ming up close in person rushing through the 18 hells of flame, he would only be able to come up with some general observations. And now that he was looking at this scene from the fire spirit mirror, he could only be a spectator that was watching for fun. No, nothing's wrong. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head. Duke Gold Sword thought that Monarch Sweetie Fox was not too optimistic about Lin Ming. He chuckled and said, "Are you dissatisfied with Lin Ming's results? This boy Lin Ming's comprehension of fire laws is only ordinary. Of course he cannot compare to the past you. But that doesn't matter. One's true ability can only be seen in the heat of combat. That is the only strength that matters. This boy is exactly to my taste. This time I will definitely give him some pointers. Perhaps in the future I can transfer him to my Disciplinary Enforcement Division." The Disciplinary Enforcement Division was a troop directly subordinate to the Disciplinary Elder. They were equal to the 9 Furnace Divine Kingdom's 9 Furnace Guard. They wielded the authority of enforcing laws, and their power and influence was terrifyingly great. In the Disciplinary Enforcement Division, every single member was a peak master that excelled in combat. Duke Golden Sword was the captain of the Disciplinary Enforcement Division and also the successor to be the next Disciplinary Elder. The Disciplinary Enforcement Division were treated exceedingly well and were provided with many resources. Duke Golden Sword had no reason to believe that Lin Ming would refuse his offer. "This is still ordinary?" Monarch Sweetie Fox echoed Duke Golden Sword's words. Her delicate and beautiful eyelids trembled for a brief moment as a ridiculous idea popped up in her mind. But she shook her head, immediately denying it. "I'm just imagining things." Time passed a minute and second at a time. After 2 hours passed, Lin Ming's speed became increasingly slow. When he reached 7,000 miles into the 4th level, he simply stopped where he was. It was unknown just what he was doing. He seemed to be accumulating his strength and perceiving something. A moment later, he even sat cross-legged in the air, his eyes closed in meditation. This left all the people waiting in the square flabbergasted. Just what was Lin Ming doing? Normally, a martial artist would take advantage of their momentum and rush down as far as they could in a single go. But Lin Ming had actually stopped where he was. Wasn't he just wasting his energy? Chapter 10:16 Another Breakthrough. Chapter 10:16 Another Breakthrough. On normal days, one would stay at certain depths of the 18 hells of flame if they planned on deliberately using the fire origin energy within to temper their understanding of laws. But in this circumstance, with everyone watching, a martial artist rushing through was the same as a farmer picking up a massive sack of grain and rushing to drop it off. They wouldn't be able to hold the sack for long and would have to take advantage of their momentum to go as far as they could. Who had ever heard of a farmer who held onto the sack and sat down in meditation? Wasn't this just a waste of strength? None of the present disciples were aware that Lin Ming was peacefully perceiving the concepts of annihilation and creation. With the chaos laws as a foundation, he was able to deeply grasp the truths of these two concepts. Creation and annihilation were two sides of the same coin. Even though they were opposites, they actually complemented each other, each unable to exist without the other. If there was creation, then sooner or later there would be annihilation. In order for there to be annihilation, there first had to be creation. From the small ants that crawled over the ground, to the beasts that wandered the woods, to the nations of the world, to the great holy land sects, to the giant celestial bodies in the heavens, to the boundless universe itself, nothing was able to escape from the logic of these laws. Even the scene that Lin Ming saw in the Chaos Stones, that of the universe being born, was simply an interpretation of these two laws. The universe was created from nothing, and from creation it would flow towards the end of annihilation, turning into nothingness once more. Then, the universe would be created again, annihilated again, repeating endlessly and infinitely. As Lin Ming was meditating, thousands of inspirations flashed through his mind. He slowly contrasted them to the law fragments of the chaos stones, perceiving them one at a time. He suddenly felt as if something in his mind snapped, and in that instant he obtained mastery of those two concepts. From creation to annihilation, when all was added together, that was samsara. After perceiving the dual concepts of creation and annihilation, Lin Ming's eyes flashed open. All around him fire origin energy was annihilated and created, similar to limitless flowers blooming and wilting, growing and dying. Every small flame was a single point of creation and annihilation. Every small flame was its own samsara. Fifth level of the hells of flame, break through. In that instant, Lin Ming's speed suddenly shot up. In just several breaths of time, his velocity rapidly increased to over a dozen times the speed of sound. He was even faster than when he first entered the 18 hells of flame. What? No one imagined that Lin Ming's speed would shoot up like a rising hurricane. It had to be known that in the hells of flame, although one had to take advantage of their momentum to rush as deep as they could, the faster they went, the fiercer the fiery astral winds would become, and the greater the pressure on one's protective true essence would be. Dozens of times the speed of sound meant that Lin Ming could pass over 100 miles in a breath of time. Such a speed was similar to a falling meteor. When a meteor fell, its excessive speed would cause it to burn in the air due to friction. Although it didn't take long to crash into the ground, the high temperature that scorched the meteor would often completely destroy it. And what Lin Ming burst through was not ordinary air, but fierce astral winds of fire spirit star that were over 100 times hotter than magma. Just what would the result of that be? The pressure that temperature put on his protective true essence could be imagined. If one didn't understand the concept of fire and depended on just their own strength to resist this, then not even a middle or late divine transformation realm powerhouse would be able to withstand it. 100 miles per breath of time. That was 1,000 miles per 10 breaths of time. 8,000 miles. 9,000 miles. 9,900 miles. Fifth level, shatter the barrier. Bang. With unstoppable momentum, Lin Ming directly broke into the fifth level of the flames of hells, shooting straight for the sixth. He broke through to the fifth level? Chu Red Cloud gulped. Her eyes were wide open as she stared at the fire spirit mirror in the sky with abject horror. She had only been a bit shocked when Lin Ming had reached 9,000 miles into the third level, and even after Lin Ming broke through to the fourth level she had only been stunned. But now, she was beginning to feel fear creeping into her heart. Yen Little Moon could break through to the fifth level, but she absolutely could not do it at over a dozen times the speed of sound. If this meant that Lin Ming had already surpassed Yen Little Moon, that was something that Chu Red Cloud could absolutely not accept. He has obviously been meditating on the Chaos Stones in Totem Tower for the last year. The Chaos Stones are only a general outline of the laws, and moreover they are extremely mysterious and difficult to perceive. And what Little Moon meditated on was the 100-foot Royal Sky Seal, the absolute best totem stone in Fire Spirit Star. Not just that, but Little Moon's understanding of the fire laws surpassed Lin Ming's to begin with, so how could the likes of him actually surpass her? I will not believe this. How can this be happening? Lin Ming had obviously slowed to a crawl, so how could his speed suddenly rise by so much? Many disciples of charming Phoenix Palace were also confused. They had thought that Lin Ming had already reached his limits. As for the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, Xiao Whites Now, or even Sun Cypress Star, all of them were bewildered. Lin Ming's process of breaking through was too strange. He had been extremely fast at the beginning, but then he had quickly slowed down, even stopping motionless for a brief moment. Then, his speed had crazily shot up and he had rushed through in a single go. Just what was going on here? Let alone Sun Cyperstar being confused, even Duke Golden Sword was floored by Lin Ming's performance. It was said that Lin Ming excelled in actual combat, so when did his comprehension of laws become so kick-ass? When Duke Golden Sword rushed through the 18 hells of flame himself, he had only managed to reach the 5th level, and that was at the very end of the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Now, Lin Ming had accomplished the same with still an entire year to go. Duke Golden Sword's eyes were wide as he looked at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. Then, he turned to Monarch Sweetie Fox and asked, "Sweetie Fox, what is going on here? I'm a bit confused. Why did that boy's speed suddenly shoot up so much and so suddenly? If he had this ability to begin with, then why was his speed slow like a snail just then?" Sweetie Fox had an extremely complex look on her face. She looked up at the fire spirit mirror in the sky and took a deep breath. It seemed that her earlier feelings had been correct. Underneath the gaze of everyone, this brat Lin Ming was taking this attempt through the 18 hells of flame as his personal smelting trial. Not only did he consider this a test, but he was also training himself within it. If this were just a test, then all that mattered was how far he could go. But in order to perceive and train in the laws, one needed to consume strength. The results would be worse than if one solely rushed down as far as possible. This brat Lin Ming, the reason his speed was slower at the beginning was that he was enlightening himself on the laws, and slowly confirming his own comprehension of the fire laws one at a time within the hells of flame. He should have used the pressure of the astral winds within the hells of flame to complete the final process of sublimation and integration. Monarch Sweetie Fox had an extremely deep understanding of laws and concept. When she rushed through the Ancient Phoenix smelting trial as a rookie disciple, she was a character that had managed to reach the 6th level. By combining her previous knowledge with what she saw now, she quickly came to understand what Lin Ming was doing and for what reason he was doing it. What? We are testing him and yet he's taking this chance to train? This brat is too crazy. He clearly doesn't place our test in his eyes. Duke Golden Sword shouted out, looking a bit angry. But this was only to maintain appearances. Deep down in his heart, he actually very much appreciated the daring and crazy nature of this Lin Ming. Monarch Sweetie Fox said, "It's better to say that Lin Ming just came out from Totem Tower and he wasn't able to convert those comprehensions of laws he gained into something applicable in true combat. He is grasping this opportunity, finding a turning point to completely master his understandings. It was inconceivable that he was meditating on the Chaos Stones for an entire year." What Monarch Sweetie Fox said was right. The reason that Lin Ming had suddenly accelerated was to draw support from the violent fiery astral winds of the 18 hells of flame to fuse the fire laws within himself, further increasing his strength. In the first 3 level concepts of fire, burning heat, annihilation, and creation, in just these 3 low-level fire concepts, Lin Ming's comprehension of them surpassed that of all other young disciples present. His comprehension of them even surpassed that of divine transformation realm powerhouses like White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. This was the difference from the heights at which they understood the concept. One understood the origin of the concepts, while the other only understood how to apply them. Of course, the disparity would be great. And having comprehended these concepts to this degree, Lin Ming actually had a deeper idea in mind. That was to fuse the 3 levels of concepts together. When one's concepts reached an extremely high level, they could be fused together. Lin Ming had long ago understood this point. Let alone fusing the various level concepts within the fire laws, even completely different laws could be fused together. For instance, fire and thunder, or time and space. However, when Lin Ming had fused a thunder attribute cultivation method and a fire attribute cultivation method together to create an explosive attack move, that was actually not the fusion of the laws themselves. That could at best be called combining the laws. But even a simple combination was actually able to multiply their total might. If one could truly fuse them together, then the power could be imagined. Lin Ming didn't have any hopes of fully fusing the fire concepts together. What he wanted was to find a small chance today to slightly fuse them. Everything was difficult at the start. Just finding the tiniest starting point would be enough. 5th level 2,000 miles. 5th level 3,000 miles. 5th level 4,000 miles. Every 10 breaths of time, Lin Ming would pass 1,000 miles deeper. At this point, even Lin Ming felt a tremendous pressure on him. This was nearly the same as flying through the surface of the sun at high speeds. Even he found it difficult to continue. But under such tremendous pressure, Lin Ming felt a massive advantage. All of the concept and law fragments within his body seemed to melt away, fusing deeper into him, becoming one with his organs, flesh, blood, and bones. Faint traces of inscriptions began to carve themselves into Lin Ming's bone, forming mysterious runes. In a sense, Lin Ming's body itself was becoming a totem stone. It was only that his understanding of concepts was too shallow. If he died now and his bones were pulled out, then others would be able to meditate on them. At 5,000 miles into the 5th level, Lin Ming began to slow down. Even so, his velocity was still at least a dozen times the speed of sound. And 6,000 miles into the 5th level had been Yen Littleman's limit. If Lin Ming could break past that depth, then that meant he had surpassed Yen Littlemoon. And with Lin Ming's current speed, it was likely he would shatter that record without stopping. In that moment, every martial artist watched Lin Ming with breath abated. Yen Littlemoon gripped her fists together, her large eyes shining as she stared at the fire spirit mirror in the sky. Lin Ming will actually eclipse me? How could that be? My concepts and laws were far ahead of his by a large margin at the start, and I also have the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. I even meditated on the 100-foot royal sky seal, the best totem stone in Totem Tower. He meditated on the chaos stones, and he should have learnt nothing from those obscure and mystical objects. A year later, I should have flung him even farther away, but now, he will actually transcend me? How could this be? Yen Littlemoon couldn't accept this, and Chu Redcloud couldn't either. Everyone's eyes remained wide and unblinking. Lin Ming's speed had dropped to 10 times the speed of sound, but 10 times the speed of sound was still amazing. That was 20 miles every breath of time. No matter what Yen Littlemoon or Chu Redcloud were thinking at this moment, neither of them could affect Lin Ming. In a single final breath, he rushed past the 6,000-mile mark of the 5th level, breaking through without a single hitch. Chapter 10:17 A Bloom for Me, Heretical God Sprout. Chapter 10:17 A Bloom for Me, Heretical God Sprout. He broke through. He has surpassed Yen Littlemoon. As everyone watched Lin Ming rush forwards with unstoppable momentum, no one suspected that he wouldn't be able to break through the 5th level 6,000-mile distance. Even so, as they watched him break that marker, all the martial artists felt as if they were caught up in a dream. Yen Littlemoon had the perfect ancient phoenix bloodline and had meditated on the 100-foot royal sky seal. In their eyes, she was a nearly insurmountable existence. Even so, such a person was brutally flung behind by Lin Ming. Moreover, after surpassing Yen Littlemoon, Lin Ming's speed was still 10 times the speed of sound. As Yen Littlemoon saw Lin Ming shatter the 5th level 6,000-mile distance, she suddenly began to tremble. She bit her lips. In that instant, a strange feeling began to swell up in her heart. Although she was well aware that her talent wasn't amazing when placed within the entire divine realm, she still couldn't bear that the record she just set had been mercilessly broken by a youth that was around the same age she was. And a year ago this youth was still far behind her. Yen Littlemoon could accept it if she was inferior to others from the start, but she couldn't accept that she had been overshadowed by someone who had been far weaker than she was a year ago. This severely crushed and ruined her glory and pride. This sort of situation caused even her own confidence to waver. She inevitably developed suspicions about herself. She suspected, was she really a proud daughter of heaven within her generation? If she was, then how could she be so different from others? Fifth level 7,000 miles, fifth level 8,000 miles, Lin Ming flew deeper and deeper down, passing 20 miles with a single breath of time. In an incense stick worth of time, that was 2,000 miles. At 8,000 miles into the fifth level, the surrounding temperature suddenly shot up to 200 times the temperature of magma. Not just that, but as Lin Ming passed through the wild friction of the fire origin energy within the hells of flame at breakneck speed, it was a pressure that even a top-grade saint artifact would find difficult to withstand. But Lin Ming was able to withstand it. It wasn't that his defensive ability was tougher than a top-grade saint artifact's, but he used the fire laws to continuously resolve the burning power of fire. All of the martial artists present were already left speechless. This momentum, was he really going to break through to the 6th level? A genius that could break through to the 6th level of the 18 hells of flame only appeared within Fire Spirit Star once in every 1,000 years. In the entire ancient Phoenix clan with the 3 great families and the 72 palaces combined, that meant that such a talent would appear every 20 to 30 years. These people had an extremely high hope of becoming a palace master in the future. And those geniuses had only passed through the 6th level at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. As for now, the ancient Phoenix smelting trial was only half finished. Yen Littlemoon had only made it 6,000 miles into the 5th level, but Lin Ming would soon enter the 6th level. If this continued, then there was a chance that Lin Ming could attack the 7th level before the smelting trial ended. This was simply an unimaginable feat. The 7th level of the Hells of Flame is the legendary domain of God. A disciple mumbled to himself. To a rookie disciple, the 18 Hells of Flame's 7th level was called the domain of God. The reason it had such a name was that anyone who managed to step into the 7th level as a rookie disciple would have a high chance of becoming the patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan in the future. That was the same as a god to the entire ancient Phoenix clan. The beast. The madman. I really can't understand what just happened. How did he manage to perceive such exquisite fire laws from the Chaos Stones? No wonder Lin Ming dared to ask about what the standards were for the Phoenix Blood Essence. It seems that Lin Ming really has a high chance of completing the 1,000 slaughter. Even though he might not be able to do it now, a year from now he can achieve that goal at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Phoenix Blood Essence. I can't even dream of that. As the Phoenix Blood Essence was mentioned, all of the disciples revealed expressions of desire and envy. Let alone Phoenix Blood Essence, even a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood would make them ecstatic with joy. Beyond that, 4 Phoenix Marrow Blood and Phoenix Coronet Blood, that was even more unimaginable. And for Phoenix Blood Essence, that was no different from a fairy tale to them. It was the same as a common farmer looking up at the throne of the emperor. It would forever be a distant dream, always out of reach. As these disciples were speaking, Lin Ming finally broke through the end of the 5th level and flew into the 6th. In the 6th level the temperature of the flames soared up by a ridiculous degree, reaching 300 times the temperature of magma. And in the space of the 6th level, the fire origin energy actually condensed into tiny Tao diagrams that were swept up in the astral winds and impacted towards Lin Ming. The fire origin energy in the 6th level was no longer simply blazing and tyrannical, but condensed into post-celestial Tao diagrams that attacked all intruders. If the fire origin energy before the 6th level was a group of straggling and scattered soldiers, then from the 6th level, the fire origin energy turned into tight phalanxes, multiplying their power and rushing forwards. The pressure of the 6th level was incomparable to that of the 5th. Since ancient times, countless outstanding and extraordinary heroes of the ancient Phoenix clan had been stopped at the 6th level. There was only an extremely tiny minority that managed to break through to the 7th level. As for Xiao Daoji and Huang Yefeng, both of them were at the 8th stage of life destruction when they just barely managed to break into the 7th level. Even Lin Ming now felt the pressure on his body double and triple and his speed plummeting. The 6th level. Lin Ming's speed has already slowed down to the speed of sound. He should be able to reach 1,000 to 2,000 miles into the 6th floor, but as for entering the 7th floor, that is simply impossible. However, he has a chance of accomplishing that before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ends. There really is a chance that he can obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming has the capital to challenge the standards sent down by headquarters. In the skies, Monarch Sweetie Fox said out loud as her unblinking eyes were locked onto the fire spirit mirror. Monarch Sweetie Fox had an extremely accurate grasp of the fire laws. When Lin Ming had been hiding his strength, she had managed to see through him. She didn't speak out at the time because she couldn't believe her own eyes. But Lin Ming wasn't able to hide his strength any longer, because he was relying on the pressure of the hells of flame to fuse the 3 levels of fire concepts together. Monarch Sweetie Fox also had extremely good judgment. To the present Lin Ming, the greater the pressure the better. If he hid his strength right now, then the pressure on him would be insufficient and he would fail at his fusion attempts. He had already consumed a massive amount of energy. Even with the gate of healing supporting him, he was still reaching his limit. With a light crackling sound, breaches began to appear in Lin Ming's protective true essence. He still hasn't slowed down? Monarch Sweetie Fox's eyebrows shot up. Although the speed of sound wasn't fast, the fire origin energy of the 6th level was extremely explosive and dangerous. Even at the speed of sound, the pressure he would have to withstand was tremendous. Lin Ming's smartest move was to drop down to the speed of sound. Only like this would he be able to go further. Otherwise, Lin Ming wouldn't have been able to even reach 1,000 miles into the 6th level. I understand now. Lin Ming's fusion of laws has reached the critical point. If he slows down now, then he'll fail, but if he continues at this speed, then he won't be able to withstand it either. If Lin Ming slowed down, then the pressure on him would be reduced. But his fusion of the 3 fire concepts was reaching the key moment. If he slowed down now, then he would fail at the end. This was similar to turning down the fire right before a pot of water reached the boiling point. If he gave up now, then all his previous efforts would be wasted. But wasn't wanting to continue easier said than done. Now all that remained to be seen was whether or not Lin Ming could complete the initial fusion of concepts before his protective true essence shattered. If he was able to fuse them together, then even if he failed immediately afterwards, he would still absolutely be able to break through to the 7th floor within the next year. If Lin Ming could then complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array, he would be able to obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence, a treasure that could cause the countless heroic young elites, elders, and palace masters of the ancient Phoenix clan to go crazy with want. Ka. The cracks in Lin Ming's protective true essence grew larger and larger even as more of them appeared. But the fusion of concepts was always a single step away from success. Monarch Sweetie Fox sighed. What a pity. He's just a step away from success. The first attempt is always the best. If Lin Ming is able to succeed in fusing the concepts on his first try, then he will be able to save a massive amount of time in his comprehension of laws. Monarch Sweetie Fox's voice was slow and quiet. But now, because everyone was focused on watching Lin Ming rush towards the 7th level, all of them were silent. Thus, her voice was heard far and wide. As the martial artists present heard Monarch Sweetie Fox's explanation, only then did they figure out what Lin Ming was doing. As for Duke Golden Sword and Sun Cyperstar, they felt sorry for Lin Ming. Even so, in terms of achievements alone at this moment, Lin Ming was far beyond Xiao Daoji and Huang Yefeng of the past. As everyone thought that Lin Ming's attempt to fuse the concepts would have a miserable end, he was focused on his own struggle. He completely converged all of his soul force, pouring his entire being into his dantian. Lin Ming's star-like eyes blazed with a dazzling incandescence. Bloom for me, heretical god's sprout. Wu. Within Lin Ming, his spiritual sea began to violently seethe and tumble as his gold battle spirit roared out. All around Lin Ming, the fire origin energy astral winds began breaking into his body but were actually suppressed by a pale gold power. The wild and fierce fire energy was forcefully tamed as it rushed into his meridians, surging towards his dantian like a rising tide. The fire origin energy of the sixth level was too rich. It gathered together at a maddening speed, and within this raging inferno of energy, the heretical god's sprout began to slowly stretch out its leaves. What is that? Duke Golden Sword's eyes widened. Heavens! That is a gold battle spirit? A sixth stage life destruction junior actually comprehended a gold battle spirit? That is simply inconceivable. A gold battle spirit was something that normally only a divine transformation realm powerhouse would be able to comprehend. Moreover, only an outstanding divine transformation genius would be able to do so. For instance, Phoenix Hall disciples, Phoenix Hall protectors, and so forth. As for those worse divine transformation realm powerhouses, such as the ancient devil that had attached itself to Yang Yun, they only managed to comprehend a perfect silver battle spirit. Only a single step separated a perfect silver battle spirit and a gold battle spirit. But this single step was as far away as the horizon. They simply couldn't be compared. And at this time, as Monarch Sweetie Fox closed her eyes, her voice actually had a faint tremble to it. Not only is that a gold battle spirit, but within Lin Ming's body there is also some kind of law phenomenon. Out of all the martial artists present, and in fact, out of all the martial artists and supreme elders that Lin Ming had ever encountered before, excluding Empyrean Primordius and the ancient goddess who had died, out of all the ones living, Monarch Sweetie Fox was the person with the greatest comprehension of laws. Her understanding surpassed even Fairy Fang's. She could feel some sort of phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's body that belonged to the fire laws. Perhaps there was even another law phenomenon within him. This sort of phenomenon was similar to the Blue Lotus domain or Lotus blooming step by step. But the rank was far higher. In fact, there was no comparing them at all. Chapter 10:18 Fusing the Three Concepts. Chapter 10:18 Fusing the Three Concepts. What? Law phenomenon? Duke Golden Sword was startled as he heard Monarch Sweetie Fox speak. What sort of phenomenon? I have no idea. I've never seen it before. Monarch Sweetie Fox shook her head. There were all sorts of phenomena that a martial artist could produce, and they were separated into many different categories. Among them were some directly related to combat and some related to laws. Martial artists had different bloodlines, talent, good fortunes, bad fortunes, destiny, physique, perception of laws, cultivation methods, and thousands upon thousands of other variables that were always changing. Thus, there were countless different phenomena that could appear within a martial artist, so it wasn't strange for Monarch Sweetie Fox to encounter one she hadn't experienced before. The Blue Lotus domain and Lotus blooming step by step could be considered types of phenomenon. The definition of a phenomenon was extremely broad and even vague. Back on the Sky Spill continent when Lin Ming fought with Sidu Yaoyue, she had the extreme violet dantian, thus she could form the extreme violet domain. That could also be considered a type of phenomenon. When he fought with White Demon had been able to use his Hydra bloodline to form a Hydra Phantom. This was also a type of phenomenon. Phenomena were divided into varying quality, with those that were better and those that were weaker. A low-level phenomenon wasn't anything at all, but a high-level phenomenon like lotus blooming step by step was impressive enough to amaze others. And above lotus blooming step by step there were even more extraordinary phenomena. For instance, some phenomena were directly involved with a martial artist's inner world. There were some divine Lord realm powerhouses that had a phenomenon where their inner world was 10 times greater and 10 times tougher than others. And the source of a divine Lord powerhouse's strength was the heaven and earth origin energy condensed within their inner world, as well as the worship of those existences within. If there was a 10 times difference in inner worlds, then the disparity in combat strength could be imagined. As for the phenomenon occurring within Lin Ming's body, Monarch Sweetie Fox had never seen or heard of it before. Even so, he was able to swallow the wildfire origin energy within the Hells of Flame's 6th level, and he was even able to affect the surrounding revolution of fire laws around him. Thus, the rank of this phenomenon could be imagined. Just what adventures has Lin Ming gone through? What experiences and what fortuitous encounters has he had? The strength of his bloodline is clearly so light, yet why was he able to comprehend such a formidable phenomenon? Monarch Sweetie Fox muttered to herself. If it was said that Lin Ming has some amazingly powerful law phenomenon within his body, then in addition to his marvelous perception, him obtaining such comprehensions is, no, I still can't believe it. This can only be described as a monstrous genius. As Monarch Sweetie Fox was marveling over the law phenomenon within Lin Ming's body, all of the other martial artists present were gawking at Lin Ming's gold battle spirit. In truth, they simply weren't able to feel or make out the phenomenon of the heretical god Sprout. They knew that Lin Ming was a battle spirit genius. Moreover, he had used that as his foundation to perfectly open the gate of opening, gaining a perception that transcended common understanding. But no one imagined that Lin Ming would be able to push his battle spirit into the gold level at just the 6th stage of life destruction. There was a fundamental difference between a gold battle spirit and a silver battle spirit. A silver battle spirit could be used to strengthen a martial artist's attacks, but it wasn't a decisive and direct factor in a martial artist's combat strength. Its greatest function in a fight between martial artists of similar boundaries was to strengthen weapons, making them sharper and more durable. If two martial artists fought and one of them had their weapon cut off, how could the battle continue? However, if both sides had a high-grade saint artifact, then the effect of a battle spirit would be greatly weakened. This was because an ordinary life destruction or divine sea martial artist didn't have the ability to destroy a high-grade saint artifact in a collision of weapons. A silver battle spirit could be said to only be improving on perfection. But a gold battle spirit was different. Once one achieved a gold battle spirit, the battle spirit would be so powerful that it could form a projection of their world of will and affect the real world. From a silver battle spirit to a golden battle spirit, there was a great moat that separated them. And to cross over this moat, one needed to accumulate a massive amount of energy and experience. But Lin Ming had managed to form his gold battle spirit at the 6th stage of life destruction. How could this not cause the other young disciples who labeled themselves as geniuses to feel powerless and frustrated? In the 6th level of the Hells of Flame, a sea of fire filled the world. Lin Ming was completely unaware of everything happening in Totem Tower's square as he focused his concentration on fusing the concepts. Heretical god Sprout. 3 flame leaves. 3 thunder leaves. Of the 3 flame leaves, one was shaped like a heart, one was shaped like a stone tablet, and the last was shaped like a blue lotus. Of the 3 thunder leaves, one was shaped like a sword, one was shaped like a golden tripod with a purple lion relief carved into it, and the last was shaped like a sovereign heavy sword. The 6 leaves each represented a different law. At this time, all of these leaves emitted a luminous light, continuously swallowing up all the surging fire origin within Lin Ming's body. At this moment, the fire origin energy that was able to destroy all life was nothing but fertile land to the heretical god Sprout. The fire origin energy of the Hells of Flame's 6th level was extremely fierce. But, underneath the dual suppression of the gold battle spirit's world of will projection and the heretical god Sprout, this formed a tentative balance within Lin Ming's body. And the moment that this balance was reached, there was a change within the 3 levels of concepts in Lin Ming's body. In this blazing hot heat, there were all sorts of wondrous changes. If one used their senses to investigate Lin Ming's body, then they would discover that there were runes appearing on Lin Ming's skeleton. These runes began to shine. They symbolized the first 3 levels of concepts of the fire laws. Originally, Lin Ming's laws were etched onto the heretical god Sprout, where they condensed into little totem runes. But now, Lin Ming had perceived the laws and the heretical god Sprout took a supporting role. Thus, the law runes naturally inscribed themselves onto his body instead, where they formed mysterious marks on his bones. These runes were carved onto Lin Ming's bones and flesh, but now it seemed as if they were melting together, fusing as one. The runes on his bones were of 3 different colors. The rune that symbolizing the concept of burning heat was a vivid red, the rune that symbolized the concept of annihilation was black-red, and the rune that symbolized the concept of creation was blue-green. And now, these 3 runes were gathering on top of Lin Ming's bones, fusing together as one. This was different from when Lin Ming created his martial skills in Thunder Fire Annihilation and Penetrating Rainbow. They were only a combination of the concepts of thunder and fire. But what was happening within his body, on his bones, was a true law fusion. Lin Ming, he succeeded? Monarch Sweetie Fox sucked in a breath of cold air. From perceiving the fire laws, to impacting the 6th level of the Hells of Flame, and now where he began the preliminary fusion of 3 different levels of concepts, everything that happened to Lin Ming today was simply a legend. Because of Lin Ming's abnormally fierce perception, the heretical god Sprout's ability to control the power of fire, and also the effect that the primordial martial intent had on the chaos laws that allowed Lin Ming to perceive the chaos stones and see the evolution of matter and energy, and also the forming of the universe, all of these powerful advantages had resulted in this present miracle. Of course, this was inseparable from Lin Ming's solid foundation. If it weren't for his impossibly deep true essence and his meridians that were tough to a ridiculous level that allowed him to withstand the violent and tyrannical power of fire, everything else would have been useless. After less than half an incense stick of time, the 3 different kinds of runes that were etched into Lin Ming's body melted and reformed, slowly fusing into one. The 3 different levels of concepts had finally completed their preliminary fusion. Lin Ming knew that this was only the start. The laws of the universe were infinitely mysterious. In the future, as his strength increased, his comprehension of the source of matter and the source of the universe would become increasingly deep, and this fusion would become increasingly thorough. Even so, among all the disciples of the 3 branch palaces present, including even the divine transformation realm disciples, in terms of just the first 3 concepts of the fire laws, Lin Ming's comprehension far surpassed all of theirs. In the 18 Hells of Flame, the crazy and violent fire origin energy astral winds gushed into Lin Ming's body. They were first weakened by the dual concepts of burning heat and annihilation, then transformed into pure energy by the concept of creation before being easily absorbed. With the strength of the 3 fused concepts, the fiery astral winds were easily melted away. Lin Ming continued shooting down the 18 Hells of Flame with a near unstoppable momentum. Boom! In that moment, an intense explosion blew up around Lin Ming. The thick fire origin energy around him was savagely thrown away by the shockwave. Lin Ming's body shot down like a meteor, continuing to rush towards the Hells of Flame's 7th level. The speed of sound. 2 times the speed of sound. 3 times the speed of sound. All the way until 10 times the speed of sound. Lin Ming's speed once again increased to 10 times the speed of sound. Bang bang bang! Because Lin Ming's speed was too quick and the dense fiery astral winds were crudely and rapidly separated by him, this caused rolling thunderclaps to fill the air, reverberating within the interior of Fire Spirit Star. Everyone standing on the ground could feel the earth beneath them tremble, as if an earthquake was happening. 6th level 2,000 miles, 6th level 3,000 miles, 6th level 4,000 miles. The depth rapidly increased. The 3 branch palace's disciples, as well as the several elders present, were completely dumbfounded, some of them panic-stricken. They didn't know what sort of change had happened in Lin Ming's body just now. All they saw was Lin Ming coming to a near standstill in the purgatory like flames of the 6th level. Then, his speed shot up and he began rushing towards the center of Fire Spirit Star with unstoppable momentum. Fire Spirit Star was a massive planet that gathered an infinite amount of wild and raging fire origin energy from all over. Although it was a planet, the truth was that the temperature and intensity within the core was no less than that of a small sun. But now Lin Ming was passing through the 6th level with monstrous speed, as if he were flying through the skies of a windswept prairie. This defies the heavens. This goes against heaven's will. Didn't Lin Ming reach his limit? Why did he suddenly break out with such speed? Was he hiding his strength just now? Many disciples didn't know just what happened to Lin Ming. That's impossible. Lin Ming should have completed a breakthrough just now. He is truly a monstrous genius. In the trial of the 18 hells of flame, everyone is giving their all to go as deep as they can go. They already thank the heavens and earth if they can display their best result. But now Lin Ming actually used this time to make a breakthrough in such a dangerous situation. Monster. He is a monster. The one who spoke was White Daohong. Towards this junior apprentice brother of his, White Daohong had to admit complete defeat. After a few more years he would have to leave Phoenix Hall and become a hall protector. This would be his last ancient phoenix smelting trial. Even so, he had no regret. He never imagined that during his last smelting trial he would be able to personally witness something that would be forever recorded in the annals of the ancient Phoenix clan's history. Is he going to break through to the 7th level in a single attempt? Lu Xiaoyun sucked in a cold breath as she mumbled to herself. And behind Lu Xiaoyun was Yen Littlemoon. Yen Littlemoon was pale and her lips were gently trembling. If there was someone present that had the strongest changes in emotions due to the miracles being created by Lin Ming, that would be Yen Littlemoon. Today would be a day that would be eternally engraved into Yen Littlemoon's mind. She would never be able to forget it. Chapter 10-19 Hells of Flames, 7th Level, The Domain of God. Chapter 10-19 Hells of Flames, 7th Level, The Domain of God. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With irresistible momentum, Lin Ming broke through to the 6th level 5,000 miles distance. The ancient Phoenix clan used every 5,000 miles as a separate grade. The 6th level 5,000 miles, even in the entire ancient Phoenix clan with the 72 branch palaces, 3 great families, and headquarters added in, was a target that was only met by a few individuals every several thousand years. It was an extremely rare occurrence. And that was only at the end of the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. To reach this goal halfway through the ancient Phoenix smelting trial, that was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But now Lin Ming had broken through the 6th level 5,000-mile distance without slowing down at all. He continued barreling towards the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. As everyone saw this, they were shocked numb. Using a 6th-stage life destruction cultivation to rush into the Hells of Flame's 7th level, just what sort of wondrous feat was that? The impossible standard that had been laid down by the ancient Phoenix clan was now actually soon to be met by Lin Ming. After successfully reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, no one dared to doubt Lin Ming any longer. It was likely that Lin Ming would continue onwards to complete the 1,000 slaughter within the illusionary god combat array. It had to be known that true combat was Lin Ming's strong point, and his comprehension of laws was his weak point. If his weak point was still enough to reach the 7th level, then what about his strong point? Perhaps this argument was no longer accurate. It could be said that Lin Ming no longer had a weakness. If one had to insist, then maybe Lin Ming's weak point could only be his cultivation speed. Lin Ming was 29 years old with a 6th stage life destruction cultivation. Compared to other top geniuses of a similar level throughout history, he was much older. However, this wasn't an absolute. A genius cultivation wasn't necessarily better the faster it progressed. During the process of cultivation, if one desperately impacted towards the next realm, they could certainly quickly rise in cultivation realms. But their combat prowess might not be too amazing and their foundation could be unsteady. During the cultivation process, if one was enlightened on all sorts of laws and perceived many concepts, such as Lin Ming, and also dual cultivated in body and energy, then it would be difficult to rise in cultivation realms rapidly. But this wasn't a problem. For someone like Lin Ming, once he stepped into Ninefall, the origin energy cloud he summoned would be titanic, and the baptism of laws he would have to withstand would also be much greater. After undergoing this baptism of laws and slowly verifying his comprehension, his future achievements would be unimaginable. Can Lin Ming really succeed in obtaining the drop of Phoenix blood essence? Sun Cyperstar gripped his fist. He could feel his palms slick with sweat. From the depths of his heart, he hoped that Lin Ming could succeed in his endeavors and leave an endlessly glorious reputation within the tomes of history. At this time, he had a sudden thought. He turned towards Charming Phoenix Palace's direction and saw that Chu Red Cloud's face was wan as she floated in the air, her fingers gently shivering. At the moment that Lin Ming had broken through the 6th level 5,000-mile distance at 10 times the speed of sound, all of her pride, all of her machinations, and all of her cunning had been mercilessly smashed apart. In the presence of absolute strength, everything she did had become a joke. It could even be said that the bet between her and Sun Cyperstar had already become a joke. The betting stakes were only a spirit artifact level heaven eclipsing cauldron, an arctic ice immortal stamen, and a drop of phoenix heart blood. Those treasures were undoubtedly precious, and the heaven eclipsing cauldron was an object that even a divine lord powerhouse would struggle for. But compared to a drop of phoenix blood essence, all of it was nothing more than sand and wind. When Lin Ming first involved the phoenix blood essence in this smelting trial, the bet for the heaven-eclipsing cauldron had already lost all meaning. This was a grand milestone that would be etched into the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. It was destined to be a story that would be spread down for all of eternity, turned into a myth by the clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. How could a mere heaven-eclipsing cauldron possibly compare? 6th level 8,000 miles. The temperature here was already 360 times the temperature of magma, and even the surrounding space was scorched so hot that it began twisting. The fiery astral winds were far more powerful, crazily howling as they flowed all over. Even if a 10,000-foot-high mountain of divine iron were placed here, it would still be turned into gas by the air currents. Luckily, Lin Ming's 3 levels of concepts had completed their initial fusion state. Moreover, no matter which one of these 3 concepts was taken out, his understanding of them far surpassed that of all other disciples present. But now, in this environment, Lin Ming still had no choice but to slow down. From 10 times the speed of sound, he plummeted to 5 times the speed of sound. Then, he gradually slowed to 3 times the speed of sound. As his speed reduced, the pressure he had to bear was much lower and he would also consume less energy. In truth, after reaching this depth, no matter how extraordinary Lin Ming's restorative ability was, it was impossible for him to continue with such a terrifying consumption rate of energy. He was able to maintain 80% of his strength, and the only reason for this was that he was using the concept of creation to transform the violent fire origin energy into a gentler form that he could use for himself. 6th level 9,000 miles. Lin Ming's speed fell below the speed of sound. As he no longer passed through the sonic barrier, his consumption of true essence was reduced yet again. Wishing to break into the hells of flame's 7th level was more difficult than ascending to the heavens. But now, all the miracles that occurred on Lin Ming's body had allowed him to reach this step. Even so, he was still reaching the end of the line. All of the martial artists in the square held their breath, their eyes glued onto the light screen in the sky. They were all waiting for this historical moment to occur. A 6th-stage life destruction, 29-year-old rookie disciple on his first smelting trial, would actually break through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. At this step, all of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples, including even Hui Yenguang, were cheering Lin Ming on. Although many of Phoenix Cry Palace's disciples had envied Lin Ming, now that his talent far surpassed all of theirs, they finally understood that it was impossible for any of them to chase after him, and all of that envy had slowly faded away. On the contrary, Lin Ming's growth would instead bring glory and prosperity to Phoenix Cry Palace. In the future, when everyone talked about Lin Ming, these disciples could proudly brag that they came from Phoenix Cry Palace, the same branch palace that Lin Ming came from. Also, in the future when Lin Ming became a vital figure at headquarters, he would be able to bring good fortune to Phoenix Cry Palace. For the 72 palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, it was impossible to be fair and even with all of them. There would always be some palaces that received far more resources than others, and there would always be some palaces that were stretched for resources. In such a situation, no one in Phoenix Cry Palace would dare to offend Lin Ming anymore. Even someone like Sage Zhiyang, who almost controlled the entire Phoenix Cry Palace, would not think of moving against Lin Ming. This was because Lin Ming was now destined to become a paramount character of headquarters, someone that was the focus of attention. 9,600 miles. Lin Ming's speed dropped to half the speed of sound. 9,800 miles. Lin Ming's muscles bulged all over, blue veins popping up from his skin. 9,900 miles. Cracks began to form in Lin Ming's protective true essence once again. However, this didn't matter. Even if some fire origin energy astral winds managed to break through his defenses, they would still be suppressed by the heretical god Sprout and then absorbed by Lin Ming. With his tough meridians he was capable of withstanding such an impact. 50 miles, 40 miles, 30 miles, 10 miles, 1 mile. Bang! With a light sound, it seemed as if the entire 180,000-mile-long 18 hells of flame quietly trembled at that moment. Lin Ming broke through the space barrier that separated the 6th and 7th levels, officially stepping into the space of the 7th level. The 7th level of the hells of flame, the domain of God. He did it! Too fierce. I never imagined that I would be able to witness history occurring with my own eyes. Although I might never reach this boundary in my entire life, for better or worse, no matter what, Lin Ming is still a disciple who came from our Phoenix Cry Palace. I can feel proud just stating this fact in the future. That's right. Maybe headquarters will place a bit more focus on our Phoenix Cry Palace now? The Phoenix Cry Palace disciples spoke amongst themselves with fervid excitement. At this time, if Lin Ming were among them, he would have been surrounded and grabbed by them, tossed up into the air. This was Lin Ming's glory. This was also the glory of Phoenix Cry Palace. He really reached the 7th level. It seems like the drop of Phoenix blood essence will really be obtained by Lin Ming. This child, as long as he doesn't perish in the future, he will surely become an incomparably wonderful character. Duke Golden Sword said with zest. That's right. Moreover, with Lin Ming's background, it is already a miracle that he was able to reach this step. He has a great destiny, strong mentality, and unshakable will. He can only be called extraordinary. It isn't easy for such a person to perish. I believe that our ancient Phoenix clan is destined to produce another extreme character. Even the current Lord Patriarch could not compare to Lin Ming when he was at the life destruction realm. Monarch Sweetie Fox gave her own evaluation. The Patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan, that was a divine realm Holy Lord. Placed in the divine realm, a Holy Lord was a top character that could dominate their own stretch of the world. However, this didn't mean that Lin Ming would inevitably become a Holy Lord in the future. After all, there were countless variables and uncertainties on the road of martial arts. The current patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan indeed couldn't compare with Lin Ming when he was at the life destruction realm. But the patriarch had experienced immense lucky chances during the Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, and Divine Lord realms. These also had to be placed into consideration. If Lin Ming wished to become a Holy Lord, he would need to continue the momentum that he currently had at life destruction. This was the reason why the ancient Phoenix clan wasn't willing to invest a drop of Phoenix blood essence in a life destruction realm martial artist. There were simply too many unknown factors that could affect a genius' future. Even if a genius died, they might be lost within the rising talents in the future. A genius needed destiny and lucky chances to continue walking down the road of martial arts. And at this time, Lin Ming's smelting trial still hadn't ended. This was the first time that he had entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. To a rookie disciple, this mysterious space was called the Domain of God. To a life destruction realm martial artist, this was an absolute forbidden zone. The 7th level of the Hells of Flame no longer had fire origin energy astral winds. Rather, they were replaced by an aurora of glowing red light. This glowing light was elusive like a dream. It filled the world, incomparably vivid, similar to a paradise of immortals. But if a martial artist who didn't comprehend the fire laws was covered by this glowing light, then their entire being would evaporate without even ashes left over. At this time, it was already Lin Ming's limit to break into the 7th level. And now that he suddenly had to bear the impact of this glowing red light, his protective true essence began to rapidly rupture. Beams of glowing light shot into Lin Ming's body, burning through his meridians. Lin Ming focused all of his will into the heretical god sprout, resisting the impact of the multi-hued light. But he found himself verging on the edge of collapse. His body burned. His skin was scorched black, cracking, and his flesh was cooked, emitting sizzling sounds. Lin Ming's current condition was extremely poor. He had less than 60% of his true essence remaining. Moreover, he was consuming it at a ridiculous rate. But Lin Ming still held on. He grit his teeth and persisted. The role of the 18 Hells of Flame was originally not to check the level of a disciple and how far they could go. Rather, it was a smelting trial that pushed one's potential to the limit. In the smelting trial of the 18 Hells of Flame, when one arrived at their limits, the longer they stayed in that dangerous zone, the greater their harvests would be. When Lin Ming first started the initial fusion of the 3 levels of fire concepts, he had used the pressure of this environment as the turning point of his comprehension of laws. As they said, one had to strike the iron while it was hot. To use the 18 Hells of Flame at this time to temper his own laws was the best method to do so. If he gave up now, then his benefits would be significantly lessened and he would have to take many more detours. Lin Ming grit his teeth and actually pulled the glowing red light into his bones and flesh, allowing that glowing light to burn the law runes on his bones. Zzz. As his flesh burned, the pure jade-white bones were also scorched black, and they even began to wither and crack. To draw fire into one's body and set their own bones on fire, just what sort of pain was that? Even so, Lin Ming clenched his teeth and withstood it all. Chapter 10 27th Stage Life Destruction. Chapter 10 27th Stage Life Destruction. Blood flooded out from Lin Ming's cracked body. His skin was roasted black, and it fell off his body like old bark. This was a pain worthy of tearing one's own skin off. At the same time that his flesh and bones were being burnt, his skin was also peeling away. The severe agony of this pain was difficult to imagine. If a martial artist's will wasn't firm, then this pain would be enough to wipe out their spiritual sea. If a mortal were in such a situation, then their mind would break, and they would turn mad in just a few breaths of time. Even a martial artist, when their body was placed in a burning heat that was hundreds of times the temperature of magma, would find it hard to bear. However, this was an extremely important aspect of training within the 18 hells of flame. The fiery astral winds would press down upon the limits of a martial artist's strength. In such a violent and torturous state, perceiving the fire laws through this method would deepen one's comprehension towards the laws. The longer Lin Ming was able to last in this state, the greater the benefits would be. In the fire spirit mirror, Monarch Sweetie Fox watched with her own eyes as the law runes on Lin Ming's bones were melted away by the scorching heat and sunk into his very marrow, truly fusing with his body. Comprehension of laws came in several stages. The first stage was to memorize the laws with the mind. It was easy to forget or misplace memories, and when recalling these memories, there was also a slight delay. In the midst of a heated battle, responding even just a little bit slower would often have fatal consequences. As for the second stage, that was memorizing laws with the body. If one remembered the laws with the body, they would never forget them in their entire life. Also, it would become a conditioned reflex, completely natural to use. And the third stage was Lin Ming's current stage. That was to use one's bones and marrow to store the memories. To deeply inscribe the laws into one's bones and burn them into the marrow until those laws became a part of the body. From that point on, the body was laws and laws were the body. Everything was the same. For such a person, their body was a totem stone. By killing someone like that, others could pick up their bones and perceive the laws from them. Every single part of their body would be a priceless treasure. After reaching such a stage, one could freely drive the laws, and even one's bodily movements would arouse the corresponding laws. This was because the body itself had become a form of the laws. Every action one took would contain the truth of the laws, thus it was easy to foment the laws of the world. With the light splashing sound of falling water, the fire origin energy around Lin Ming began to condense into various spiritual life forms. There were fire insects, fire birds, fire beasts, and even humans and fae, all made of fire energy. All of these life forms bowed towards Lin Ming, worshipping him. And underneath his feet, a blue lotus bloomed in radiant splendor before slowly withering. Each lotus was able to bloom for several dozen breaths of time. Slowly, more and more lotuses bloomed until the space underneath Lin Ming's feet was covered with them like a lush spring. Lotus blooming step by step. This was the phenomenon of the fire laws. Yen Little Moon had comprehended it, and now Lin Ming had too. No one thought this was strange. Lin Ming had broken through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame in a single attempt. If he wasn't able to comprehend the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon, then that would be strange instead. But with Lin Ming's current achievements, he no longer needed the lotus blooming step-by-step phenomenon to prove himself. Time passed slowly. Soon half an hour passed. Although the visions of fire appeared beside Lin Ming in an endless stream of visual beauty, Monarch Sweetie Fox and a few others knew that Lin Ming was actually withstanding an excruciating pain. To use the physical body to withstand this burning hot fire that was several hundred times the temperature of magma and still withstand such a pain for half an hour, it made one's scalp tingle just thinking about it. It's just like a phoenix undergoing nirvana, isn't it? Lin Ming is being reborn, transforming his body in the process. This test was itself a great lucky chance and smelting trial for him. Through this smelting trial, Lin Ming's boundaries of laws have reached an unbelievable degree in a single go. From now on, no one will dare say that Lin Ming is only outstanding in combat and that his comprehension of laws is lacking. Perhaps from this point on, Lin Ming's comprehension of laws will instead become one of his greatest strengths. At this point, I fear that Lin Ming may have no weakness. Monarch Sweetie Fox said with a solemn expression. Of the current Lin Ming. In terms of the energy within him, his true essence was astoundingly deep and his foundation was extremely solid. In terms of comprehension of laws, he had fused 3 levels of concepts and had even thoroughly melted the laws into his marrow. In terms of cultivation methods and martial skills, he possessed 2 transcendent divine mights and had already started on the road of creating his own martial skills. In terms of speed and movement techniques, he understood the Thunder Law's concept of extreme speed. At the same time, he had the Gate of Wonder to support him. In terms of defensive power, he was a dual body and energy cultivator, and his physical body had been tempered repeatedly over the years. In terms of willpower, he possessed a gold battle spirit that carried with it the Grand Mist attribute. Lin Ming's strength had almost reached perfection. This is... Duke Golden Sword's eyes shined as he cried out in surprise. He discovered to his fascination that after the glowing red clouds of light energy from the 7th level rushed into Lin Ming's body, they had repeatedly pushed Lin Ming's body past the limits that it could bear. His mortal body was now on the verge of disintegrating. This was because the glowing red light of the 7th level had quickened the energy within Lin Ming's own body, stirring it up and completely breaking down his flesh and bones. This was the sign that Lin Ming was crossing to the next stage of life destruction. In truth, when Lin Ming had closed up in Totem Tower for an entire year, he had reached the critical point of being able to break through to the 7th stage of life destruction many times. But, because the timing wasn't too good, it had been forcibly suppressed by Lin Ming. And now, the glowing red light of the 7th level had spurred the energy within his body far past its limits. He could no longer suppress it. If it could not be suppressed, then it must explode. Lin Ming is actually going to cross life destruction at this time? Indeed. The power within his body has already been accumulated to its limit. Let's allow Lin Ming to cross life destruction first. After Lin Ming entered the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, he had already reached the part of the standard required to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence. At the same time, Lin Ming had truly reached his limits, and it was impossible for him to penetrate any further down. He no longer needed to continue rushing downwards. At this time, crossing the 7th stage of life destruction was the most important matter. I ask that Senior Ruby Sovereign lends a hand and return Lin Ming to us. Blackwood, Fire Spirit Star's guardian, suddenly spoke out. He could not allow such a talented genius like Lin Ming to experience any problems crossing life destruction while he was at Fire Spirit Star. Otherwise, he would not be able to bear such a failure. Lin Ming had a high chance of becoming a figure like the ancient Phoenix Clan patriarch in the future. No need. He will cross life destruction in the Hells of Flame's 7th level, and then I shall return him. You punk Golden Sword, pretty lady Sweetie Fox, didn't you each promise Lin Ming some rewards earlier? Take them all out. While Lin Ming crosses life destruction, this is the best time for him to fuse the Phoenix bloodline within him. Also you, stripling Blackwood, since Lin Ming was able to rush as far as the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, he should have obtained many rewards. From the 3rd level downwards, he should have received a reward for every 5,000 miles. I will call the shots for Lin Ming. I have no need for any saint artifacts or fire elementals or pills. I want everything changed into Phoenix blood of equivalent value. Don't be such a Scrooge about it. Take it all out. Ha ha ha. Very well. Since Senior Ruby Sovereign says such, then I naturally cannot be cheap about it. Duke Golden Sword heartily laughed out loud. I had said that as long as Lin Ming could slaughter 600 people in the illusionary god combat array, I would bestow him an armor nearing a transcendent saint artifact. But now it seems that such an item wouldn't be of much use to him. I will put forth 5 drops of Phoenix Heart blood instead. As the captain of the Disciplinary Enforcement Division, approving the use of 5 drops of Phoenix Heart blood was naturally no problem for him. Monarch Sweetyfox, you too. You are the steward of the ancient Phoenix clan, so don't be such a miser. Duke Golden Sword smiled as he looked towards Monarch Sweetyfox. Monarch Sweetyfox had said that if Lin Ming could slaughter 600 people within the illusionary god combat array, she would reward him with 3 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. But now it seemed taking something of that amount out wouldn't be enough. Ho ho ho! Monarch Sweetyfox brightly laughed. I, Sweetyfox, represent the Office of Internal Affairs and am responsible for dividing the resources of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although I do not have the authority to approve high-grade resources, I do have the power to give out ordinary resources. Golden Sword, since you've put out 5 drops of Phoenix Heart blood, I naturally cannot be a cheapskate. I will put forth 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow blood. This is something that I also must follow regulations for if I pass it out, but today's circumstances are a bit peculiar. If I do some extra work in the future, then this shouldn't be a problem. A drop of Phoenix Marrow blood was almost equal to 10 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. If used on a martial artist with an extremely high-quality Phoenix bloodline, a drop of Phoenix Marrow blood would have an even better effect than 10 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. Since Monarch Sweetyfox had put forth 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow blood, that was the same as 20 drops of Phoenix Heart blood. If converted into Phoenix Plume blood, that would be equal to 1,000 drops. When Huoyenguang had taken out 20 drops of Phoenix Plume blood in his gambling fight with Lin Ming, that was enough to stir up a massive commotion in the entire Phoenix Cry Palace. From this alone one could see the value of the 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow blood that Monarch Sweetyfox put forth. This was a wealth that could more than bankrupt an ordinary Divine Lord powerhouse. On this point, one could infer the difference from the contents of the bet between Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar. It was simply impossible to compare the wealth of an elder from one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 72 branch palaces to an envoy from the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. This was the same difference between a countryside landlord and a noble from the capital. Following that, there was also Blackwood. As the guardian of Fire Spirit Star, Blackwood was directly in charge of all the rewards that headquarters had left at Fire Spirit Star. Blackwood didn't speak. He only flung his hand and tossed out 3 jade bottles. He didn't explain what was inside. According to the rules of the ancient Phoenix clan, starting from the 3rd level, one could obtain better rewards every 5,000 miles they went down in the 18 hells of flame. At the 6th level and the 7th level, the rewards were so valuable they could drive saints to madness. The value of those rewards absolutely surpassed that of the 2 drops of Phoenix Marrow blood that Monarch Sweetyfox had put forth. Hey, Blackwood, what did you just hand over? Duke Golden Sword asked as he excitedly licked his lips. 1,200 drops of ordinary ancient Phoenix blood, 600 drops of Phoenix Plume blood, 10 drops of Phoenix Heart blood, a drop of Phoenix Marrow blood, and a drop of Phoenix Coronet blood. The Phoenix Marrow blood and the Phoenix Coronet blood comprise nearly the complete wealth of rewards that headquarters left for me. I never imagined that such a situation would appear in this smelting trial. I never thought that I would have to bring them out. Blackwood casually spoke, but Duke Golden Sword was silently bewildered. Phoenix Coronet blood was only inferior to Phoenix blood essence, and it was much higher in value than Phoenix Marrow blood. A drop of Phoenix Coronet blood was equal to 2 or 3 drops of Phoenix Marrow blood. Not just that, but the rewards Blackwood took out were of all ranks. There were low-level rewards and high-level rewards. It wasn't just high-quality phoenix blood like the phoenix marrow blood and phoenix coronet blood, but also lower-level phoenix blood like phoenix plume blood and even ordinary ancient phoenix blood. Those low-level bloods might have seemed worthless, but the truth was just the opposite. Lin Ming's phoenix bloodline was extremely faint. If he could use the phoenix plume blood to raise the quality of his bloodline, and then transform it again with the far more precious phoenix marrow blood and phoenix coronet blood, the effects would be far better. To a genius of the ancient Phoenix clan, phoenix marrow blood and phoenix coronet blood were used as the finishing touch. But in order to have a finishing touch, one had to have a base first. Without a base there would be nothing to add a finishing touch to. First, Lin Ming had to add the lower-rank phoenix blood into his body, forcibly enhancing his phoenix bloodline. Otherwise, everything else would be wasted. Chapter 10:21 A 10,000 Flames Burning Sun. Chapter 10:21 A 10,000 Flames Burning Sunday. The different types of phoenix blood that the three masters put forth floated in the air. The blood would be used when Lin Ming was crossing life destruction and his body was completely disintegrated, where they would be able to completely fuse into his bloodline. Transforming the bloodline also had to proceed in an ordered manner. Through this fusion, it would create a better foundation for Lin Ming's bloodline to withstand absorbing the phoenix blood essence and the baptism that followed it in the future. At this time, on Phoenix Cry Palace's side, Sun Cypresstar suddenly remembered something as he watched all of this. He glanced over at Chu Red Cloud and smiled very widely as he said, "Fairy Chu, I remember that you made a bet and also owe me a drop of phoenix heart blood. That drop of phoenix heart blood was originally for Lin Ming, and since Lin Ming is crossing life destruction right now, it is the best moment to make up for his faint bloodline. You might as well take that drop of phoenix heart blood out right now." Sun Cypresstar's words grated on Chu Red Cloud's ears like nails on chalk. Chu Red Cloud's body shook and her complexion became extremely ugly. The truth was that there was still a year before her bet with Sun Cypresstar came to a close, and it was far too early. Even so, even if Chu Red Cloud was absolutely unwilling to acknowledge it, she also realized that it was likely impossible for Yen Little Moon to ever catch up to Lin Ming. She had completely lost the bet. Not only had she lost the Arctic Ice Immortal Stamen and a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood, but she lost her honor. "Sun Cypresstar, our bet still isn't over yet, so what are you in such a hurry for?" "Hee, I know that, but isn't the result already obvious?" Sun Cypresstar was not some kind-hearted man. After being bullied by Chu Red Cloud without the ability to retaliate, a fire had long been smoldering in his heart. Now that Chu Red Cloud had suffered a bout of misfortune, why wouldn't he take this chance to stomp on her a bit? "If you think that Yen Little Moon can still catch up to Lin Ming after a year, then I'll wait. Even so, how about you take out that drop of Phoenix Heart Blood right now, and a year later, if Yen Little Moon can catch up to Lin Ming, I'll compensate you with 10 drops instead? That is if you believe in yourself so much." Chu Red Cloud's face turned bright red. In front of so many people, she couldn't find the words to refuse Sun Cypresstar. Otherwise she would develop a reputation that she was a person who couldn't pay her debts. She suppressed the humiliation in her head and said in a grim voice, "I do not have any Phoenix Heart Blood with me right now." Chu Red Cloud couldn't pull out a drop of Phoenix Heart Blood at the moment. She was different from Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword. They had brought their Phoenix Heart Blood with them as a reward all along, but if Chu Red Cloud had any Phoenix Heart Blood she would have used it already, so how could she just casually keep some with her? "It doesn't matter, you can borrow it from Yen Little Moon. If I remember correctly, when Yen Little Moon broke through the 5th level 5,000-mile distance of the Hells of Flame, she also obtained some Phoenix Heart Blood as a reward," Sun Cypresstar said, not caring if he sounded unreasonable. Chu Red Cloud had never been so mortified before. She actually had to ask a junior to borrow the rewards she received in order to pay a bet she lost. This was simply her life's greatest shame. "Auntie, let it go, we've really lost this time." Yen Little Moon bit her lips as she spoke in a soft voice. She touched her spatial ring and threw out a jade bottle. This was the Phoenix Heart Blood. Sun Cypress Star smiled as he received the jade box. With a flick of his fingers, he threw the drop of Phoenix Heart Blood in the air. As Lin Ming was crossing life destruction this time, there were around 70 to 80 drops of Phoenix Heart Blood worth of Phoenix Bloodline in the air. But every drop of Phoenix Heart Blood was extremely precious. Every single drop would be able to give Lin Ming that much greater of an advantage. "Senior Ruby Sovereign, you may begin," Blackwood said. "Haha, good. What a luxurious bloodline power. Even a peak talent from a distinguished family of the ancient Phoenix clan might not have so much Phoenix bloodline at their disposal. This is enough to lay down a solid foundation for Lin Ming. I believe that Lin Ming will also remember your kindness from today." The Ruby Sovereign laughed, and a beam of red light suddenly shot out from the depths of the 18 hells of flame. It wrapped around the Phoenix blood and dragged it all downwards. There was 60,000 miles separating the surface from the 7th level that Lin Ming was located at. But with the supernatural powers of the Ruby Sovereign shifting space itself, the Phoenix blood arrived in a mere blink of the eye. "We're starting!" As the Ruby Sovereign spoke, a massive distortion occurred in the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. An immense amount of fire origin energy condensed, gathering and forming into the image of a fierce-looking man. This man had a face as wild as a lion. He was the artifact spirit of the 18 Hells of Flame, the Ruby Sovereign. The Ruby Sovereign had already existed for countless tens of thousands of years, and no one knew just how high his cultivation was. But, just from the fact that the Ruby Sovereign was able to split his divine sense into tens of thousands of strands to look after and secure the safety of every trial challenger in the Hells of Flame, one could approximate his strength. He was simply an unfathomably powerful old monster. As the Ruby Sovereign appeared, all of the fire origin energy of the 7th level turned docile, as if it were soldiers greeting the general. No matter how high Lin Ming's comprehension of the fire laws was, when it came to controlling the fire origin energy within the Hells of Flame, he couldn't even compare to a single % of the Ruby Sovereign. This was because the Ruby Sovereign was the true master of the Hells of Flame. The Ruby Sovereign pushed his hands out. Between his hands, a massive amount of the power of fire rushed out. When Lin Ming crossed the 6th stage of life destruction, he had done so with Fairy Feng's help and the aid of the Nirvanic Sacred Flame. But now, the power of fire within the Ruby Sovereign's hands was completely different. It wasn't just a single fire elemental, but the strength of thousands of flames gathered together, all-encompassing. The 18 Hells of Flame was a fire attribute spirit artifact. Every level had a fire elemental, or even multiple fire elementals on guard. Moreover, these fire elementals weren't of an ordinary grade. The first 6 levels of the 18 Hells of Flame each had a single fire elemental, the next 6 levels had 2 fire elementals, and the last 6 levels had 3 fire elementals, for a total of 36 fire elementals. Besides fire elementals, the 18 Hells of Flames had a massive number of flame essences. Every level had hundreds of flame essences of different grades. With all of them added together, there was a total of 9,999 flame essences. These flame essences and fire elementals were all born from Fire Spirit Star after billions of years of history. With a planet that was a giant conflagration of fire origin energy, after such a long time, the amount of flame essences and fire elementals born could be imagined. And most of these flame essences and fire elementals were gathered within the 18 Hells of Flame. The 18 Hells of Flame took myriad flame essences as soldiers, the 36 fire elementals as generals, and the Ruby Sovereign as an extremely magnificent spirit artifact. And now, around the ruby sovereign, flames of all colors shot out from every level of the hells of flame. Every single wisp of the power of fire was pulled out from the numerous flame essences and fire elementals by the ruby sovereign. 99 flame essences and 36 fire elementals. The power of fire was extracted from each one. When the power of these flames gathered together, fusing as one, it formed a massive sun that floated between the ruby sovereign's hands. 10,000 flames burning sun. The ruby sovereign directly poured this power of fire into Lin Ming's body. Bang! No matter how tenacious Lin Ming's body was, how tough his meridians were, or how much power of fire the heretical god Sprout could absorb, it still couldn't withstand such an instantaneous impact. Lin Ming's physical body began to disintegrate. His skin, his flesh, his meridians, blood vessels, organs, muscles, bones, marrow, brain, all of it completely exploded. It turned into the purest and tiniest particles of flesh and blood that floated in the surrounding space. The process of crossing life destruction was extremely risky. It didn't allow for the slightest disturbance. Crossing life destruction in the dangerous hells of flame was originally an impossible matter. However, with the Ruby Sovereign supporting him, this impossibility had become possible. Not just that, but the Ruby Sovereign had gathered the power of fire from all over to help temper Lin Ming's body. At the moment Lin Ming's body disintegrated, his spiritual sea was also torn apart. The feeling was like a million-gene steel ball smashing into his head. Along with a fierce headache, Lin Ming could also clearly feel his own soul being decomposed by energy. The 9 stages of life destruction were to cultivate a martial artist's essence, energy, and divine. The first 3 stages tempered essence, the second 3 stages tempered energy, and the last 3 stages, the so-called divine, tempered the divine soul. The 7th stage of life destruction was the start of tempering the soul. No matter what sort of activity it was, anything that involved the soul was extremely risky. This is the 7th stage of life destruction, shatter and reform the soul. Although Lin Ming could feel his own soul disintegrating, his thoughts were still incomparably clear. At this moment, the faint voice of the Ruby Sovereign floated into his ears. This voice seemed to come from some distant and imaginary world, hazy and vague. Lin Ming, defend your mind. With your will as the foundation, shatter your soul. The more thoroughly your soul is shattered, the greater the baptism you will have to withstand and the greater the benefits you will receive in breaking through realms in the future. But remember that you cannot lose yourself. There is a great risk in shattering and reforming the soul. If your soul is ruptured too greatly, then your thoughts will fall into confusion and you may even lose your spirit mark, forever being lost in the maze of your mind, never to return. You have a gold battle spirit. This is your greatest capital. As for what degree you can shatter your soul to, all of that is up to you. When a martial artist attempted to cross the last 3 stages of life destruction, the destruction of the divine, their body, dantian, and soul would completely disintegrate. But there would be one thing that would not be destroyed, that was one's will. The will was the most tenacious aspect of a martial artist. After a divine transformation realm powerhouse died, their body would fully decay after thousands of years. But their will would pass through hundreds of thousands of years without scattering. At the last 3 stages of life destruction, the soul would decompose but the will would not. When the soul shattered and swam through the endless void, the will was the lighthouse, the beacon that called to the soul. As long as one's will didn't disintegrate, the soul could be reformed. Lin Ming focused his mind. With a humming sound, the gold battle spirit hiding in his shattered spiritual sea came flying out. The dark golden light illuminated the surrounding space in the hells of flame. The world of will projected into reality, covering Lin Ming's soul fragments. In this space, Lin Ming shattered his soul again and again without reservation. When Lin Ming was being enlightened on the forming of life within the chaos space, He came to understand that the soul and physical body were different. The mortal body was formed by yin and yang energies. It was a material existence composed of the tiniest yin and yang particles. But the soul was a type of energy. It was a field of energy similar to a force field. When this force field was concentrated within a single area, that formed the soul. And now, Lin Ming was using his will to lock in this field of energy, decomposing it into the most fundamental soul waves. Then, he tempered it with energy and laws, completing his own seventh stage of life destruction. Chapter 10:22 Sevenfold Phenomenon. Chapter 10:22 Sevenfold Phenomenon. As Lin Ming crossed life destruction, the entire process was shown in the fire spirit mirror above Totem Tower's square. It was only because of the world of will projection as well as the dazzling brilliance from the 10,000 flames burning sun that the disciples weren't able to see what was happening within Lin Ming's body. However, top masters like Blackwood, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and Duke Golden Sword were able to generally sense what was happening. Within the world of will projection, with Lin Ming's gold battle spirit as the center, countless soul fragments continuously disintegrated. They turned from the size of an eggshell to the size of a grain of rice, once more arriving at the size of a dust particle before further reducing in size yet again. Monarch Sweetie Fox sensed everything that was happening and sighed. In terms of battle spirits, Lin Ming could be said to far surpass the geniuses of the divine realm. In this alone, he truly has a massive superiority. He opened the gate of opening, and the way he is crossing the seventh stage of life destruction now is not what an ordinary genius can compare with. As a measurement, a battle spirit was an important indicator of a martial artist's talent. It naturally had a correspondingly great significance. I fear that Lin Ming is able to completely reduce his soul to the small fragments possible. Him crossing life destruction once is the same as an ordinary genius crossing life destruction twice. Once he finishes his last 3 stages of life destruction, I wonder just what degree Lin Ming's soul force will reach. Soul force. It withstood all laws and was also the basis of martial intent. It was the foundation for the control of true essence. If one's soul wasn't strong enough, then a martial artist's potential would die out. This was the reason why an eightfold powerhouse found it extremely difficult to reach the Divine Lord realm. Normally speaking, a martial artist's martial talent, perception, martial intents, soul force, willpower, and destiny were all considered a comprehensive manifestation of their talent. Within these categories, martial talent was in truth the least important. If one's martial talent was lacking, it could be made up for. There were all sorts of precious spirit pills and god-beast bloodlines that could make up for a deficiency in martial talent. However, in the lower realms, these sorts of pills were extremely scarce, and god-beast bloodlines had nearly vanished. In addition, when a martial artist first started cultivating, their martial talent would be the most obvious. This was why they placed such excessive emphasis on it. But for the other aspects, each was incomparably difficult, and they were extremely difficult to increase. If one wanted to truly increase perception, only the 8 inner hidden gates gate of opening had such an effect. As for heavenly materials that increased perception, they were simply treasures from legends. If one wanted to increase willpower, they would have to use treasures like the twin-life thunder crystal that had almost vanished from existence. As for destiny, even a divine realm holy lord, world king, or those extreme supreme elders weren't able to clearly understand what it was. As for enhancing their destiny, that was simply a joke. In a sense, destiny was the key aspect of a martial artist's talent. Even a martial artist's origins could be considered a kind of destiny. As Monarch Sweetie Fox and the others were talking, within the 7th level, Lin Ming had already reduced his soul fragments into particles 10,000 times smaller than a mote of dust. After the soul force completely lost its last confines, it began to spread out in the most fundamental soul waves. The soul was a particle but also a wave. As for what the origin of a soul was, Lin Ming hadn't yet figured that out. Even so, this didn't prevent him from completely shattering his soul and tempering it. Countless soul waves reverberated within the world of will projection. As they struck the barrier of the projection, they naturally reflected back inwards and underwent a baptism of laws. This boy, he actually managed to reach such a degree. Duke Golden Sword exclaimed as he saw this, amazed. Monarch Sweetie Fox sincerely praised Lin Ming from the depths of her heart. Not only does Lin Ming have a gold battle spirit, but his battle spirit also isn't normal. It has a special type of attribute to it. If he couldn't reach this step, then there probably aren't many others who would be able to succeed. His talent really arouses envy in all who see him. Every step Lin Ming takes reaches perfection. If this continues, I can't imagine just what boundary he will reach in the future. Time slowly passed. When a martial artist crossed life destruction, they would usually need several days of time. Even if Lin Ming had the help of the Ruby Sovereign, who was pouring the accumulated energy of the 18 hells of flame into him, this still wasn't a process that could be finished in 1 or 2 days. But since Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword hadn't indicated that they would leave, none of the disciples from the 3 branch palaces were able to leave either. Even so, no one wanted to leave to begin with. To witness such a glorious event was itself an extremely rare experience. There were even those that were able to obtain insight from Lin Ming's process of crossing the 7th stage of life destruction. 20 hours passed. The Ruby Sovereign closed his eyes, continuously standing guard beside Lin Ming. As for Lin Ming's soul, it had finally completely disintegrated. The last soul fragment had turned into soul waves. At this moment, the Ruby Sovereign's eyes shot up. It was time to fuse the power of the Phoenix bloodline. As Lin Ming was crossing the 7th stage of life destruction, he had 1,200 drops of ordinary ancient Phoenix blood, 600 drops of Phoenix plume blood, 16 drops of Phoenix heart blood, 3 drops of Phoenix marrow blood, and 1 drop of Phoenix coronet blood as support. In addition, with the Ruby Sovereign personally assisting, the artifact's spirit had pulled out the power of 9,999 different flame essences and 36 fire elementals. The Ruby Sovereign even added in a tiny amount of his source strength. This was the equivalent of using 10,036 different variations of flames to decompose Lin Ming's mortal body and temper his soul. This was a treatment that not even the extreme talents of the 3 great family clans would have. These were resources won by talent and by strength. Although the ancient Phoenix clan had numerous factions that struggled against each other, they still wouldn't bury their geniuses. Especially a super genius like Lin Ming, who had the potential to become the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch in the future. If such a genius were to be buried, then the ancient Phoenix clan would have long begun their descent into decline and destruction. Power of bloodline fuse. The Ruby Sovereign waved his hand and all the Phoenix blood passed through and was heated by 10,036 different flames. All of the impurities were scorched away as the Phoenix blood turned into a fog that fused into Lin Ming's body, becoming one with his bloodline. Bang bang bang! Origin energy surged. Even the 18 hells of flame seemed to faintly tremble. Faintly, within Lin Ming's will-world projection, a golden phoenix could be seen bathing in flames, undergoing rebirth through nirvana. But this phoenix was not the usual golden red phoenix or the brilliant gold phoenix, but a rare dark and burnished gold. This was a dark gold phoenix. This was because Lin Ming's bloodline strength already had the elementary form of grand mist energy fused into it. Although the light was blinding, everyone who watched the fire spirit mirror was able to clearly see this dark gold phoenix. As the young disciples felt the formidable aura coming from the phoenix's figure, they all had a feeling of awe and reverence emerge from the depths of their souls, making them want to bow down in worship. This was the same awe that ancient primitive tribal humans felt towards their divine tribal totems. This bloodline power is incredible. The present martial artists were unsure of what was happening. Lin Ming's current bloodline strength already surpassed that of many of those present. But it was still countless miles away from being able to compare with Yen Littleman's perfect ancient phoenix bloodline. Even so, they had no idea why, but in front of the power of this bloodline, all of them felt a pressure that originated from the same bloodline. In the direction of charming Phoenix Palace, Yen Littleman's vision was blurry as she looked at the dark gold phoenix reflected in the fire spirit mirror. Her eyes stung and her hands were cold. Laws and bloodline strength were originally Lin Ming's weak point. But now, they were no longer his weaknesses. Yen Little Moon took a deep, shuddering breath, her eyelashes trembling. She bitterly sighed with hardship in her heart. In just a single year, what he meditated on was the chaos stones, and yet his comprehension of laws has already surpassed mine. As for bloodline strength, while he currently cannot compare with me, perhaps several days from now he might obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. After fusing with that, he still won't have a perfect ancient Phoenix bloodline, but the power of his bloodline will carry with it a faint aura of a true god beast. Even I won't have such an aura. The only way I would is if I too could obtain a drop of Phoenix blood essence. At that time, who could still stop Lin Ming? The advantages he has, I might not have. But the advantages I have, he does not lack any of them. Yen Little Moon looked at the dark gold phoenix fluttering its wings in the 7th level of the Hells of Flame, and myriad emotions swelled up in her heart. Everything that happened on this day seemed like a fantastical illusion. Today, she had suffered a tremendous setback, but at the same time she had also learned an important lesson. Unconsciously, another 20 hours passed. Fire Spirit Star's sun fell and rose again. As for Lin Ming, his breakthrough into the 7th stage of life destruction was drawing to an end. His particles of flesh and blood had been heated and burned by the power of 10,036 different kinds of flames, and had already completely fused with the ancient Phoenix bloodline. The soul waves that bounced within the world of will projection also completed their final round of tempering. As everyone thought that Lin Ming was about to reform his body, in the skies above, there was suddenly a bass rumbling sound. What is that? Everyone looked up at the skies and discovered something amazing. The heaven and earth origin energy above Fire Spirit Star was suddenly stirred up, becoming restless as if there was some heavenly treasure being born. Who? The heaven and earth origin energy formed a massive vortex, all of it surging around and curling up together. And the center of that vortex was the 18 Hells of Flame. What is this? The young disciples all widened their eyes in shock. Even Duke Golden Sword, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and the normally emotionless and deadpan Blackwood were stricken. What occurred now was even more startling than Lin Ming breaking through to the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. This could it be? Impossible! Duke Golden Sword, Monarch Sweetie Fox, and Blackwood simultaneously became aware of a possibility, but none of them dared to believe their own thoughts. This disbelief continued until the heaven and earth origin energy above the 18 Hells of Flame formed a vortex with a layer of clouds above it. The center of this cloud layer slowly fell down like a giant funnel, linking directly to the center of the 18 Hells of Flame's entrance. As this happened, all of them realized that their previous thoughts were correct. Even so, with the truth placed right in front of them, they still found it hard to believe. Origin Energy Cloud. It's an origin energy cloud condensed from the laws of the world. Monarch Sweetie Fox cried out with a hoarse voice. How could this be possible? Lin Ming is only at the 7th stage of life destruction, and yet, he managed to form an origin energy cloud? This is simply... I can't even... This is unimaginable. origin energy clouds were a phenomenon that would appear only when a martial artist was crossing the ninth stage of life destruction. When a martial artist broke through the nine-fall boundary, their essence, energy, and divine would reach perfection, and this event would cause heaven and earth origin energy to gather and condense, forming origin energy clouds. These origin energy clouds were filled with countless fragments of the world's laws, all of them containing endless mysteries. Origin energy clouds were also divided into rank. The lowest rank was a 3-mile-wide origin energy cloud. This was called a single-layered heavens ninefall. When Huoyangguang crossed ninefall, he had done so with a 4-layered heavens, 12-mile-wide origin energy cloud. This was already enough to alarm and impress the disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace. But now, none of them could ever imagine that when Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, there would actually be origin energy clouds gathering in the skies. Chapter 10:23 A Perfect Sevenfall. Chapter 10:23 A Perfect Sevenfall. Within the long history of the ancient Phoenix clan, there had indeed been geniuses that were able to form an origin energy cloud before they reached ninefall. But that only happened at eightfall. For someone to condense an origin energy cloud at sevenfall, that was almost impossible to imagine. After Monarch Sweetie Fox and Duke Golden Sword realized what happened, the other young disciples all began to catch on. It had to be known that most of the disciples present hadn't been able to achieve the 9th stage of life destruction. They had only reached the 8th stage of life destruction before stepping into the Divine Sea realm. To reach ninefall and form the lowest level of origin energy clouds was a dream that many of these disciples wished for, much less forming an origin energy cloud at sevenfall. This meant that in the future when Lin Ming stepped into the 8th and 9th stages of life destruction, the origin energy clouds he formed would be far greater, and the baptism of laws he would bathe in would be that much more intense. To an ordinary disciple, being able to undertake a baptism of laws was an unbelievable luxury, much less being able to do so 3 times. That was a feat that others simply couldn't compete with. As the surging origin energy clouds reflected in Yen Littleman's bright pupils, she sighed again and again. She had a faint premonition in her heart that Lin Ming was destined to shine in radiant glory within the ancient Phoenix clan. He would take that as his foundation and move towards the greater stage of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. The turbulent origin energy cloud in the sky continued for a quarter hour. It finally gathered in a radius of 3 miles. This was also called a single-layered heavens. The origin energy cloud of a single-layered heavens wasn't considered much at all. However, Lin Ming was only at the 7th stage of life destruction. This 3-mile radius origin energy cloud actually represented the beginning of everything. As they said, the Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all of creation. 3 was the beginning of all things and also the foundation of the world. This numeral in itself contained the great truths of the universe. A 3-mile origin energy cloud, Monarch Sweetie Fox gulped. As she looked up at the skies, she was actually glad that Lin Ming hadn't been able to reach 4 or 5 layered heavens in a single go, otherwise she really wouldn't know what expression to make. However, she soon discovered that the origin energy cloud Lin Ming formed was not ordinary at all. Rather, a thin layer of fog fluttered around the origin energy cloud. This fog seemed common and ordinary, but it actually gave off a boundless and ancient feeling. Just by looking at it, one could feel the breath of the great Tao blowing down at them. What is that? Monarch Sweetie Fox was startled. Even with her understandings of the laws, she still found it difficult to see through that thin layer of fog. As she continued gazing at it, she found that the breath of the great Tao laws had simply vanished, as if it had never been there to begin with. This fog was the elementary form of grand mist energy. When Lin Ming had perceived the chaos stones, he had incorporated the grand mist laws within him. Thus, the origin energy cloud he formed naturally carried with it the aura of the Grand Mist laws. The Grand Mist laws were derived from the changes that happened when the universe first formed. Because that time was too far away, Grand Mist energy had all but disappeared from the world. It could only be found in some black holes as well as some extremely mystical stars. Even if one found Grand Mist energy, that Grand Mist energy would have already lost its vibrancy, and thus it would have also lost the aura of its laws. Lin Ming's flesh and blood particles, the fragments of his soul, all of it shot upwards through the massive energy funnel and into the origin energy cloud. Here, the heaven and earth origin energy had already condensed into countless post-celestial Tao diagrams. These post-celestial Tao diagrams were incomparably mysterious and exquisite. They condensed, shattered, reformed, and then cracked apart once again in a never-ending cycle. Lin Ming's flesh and blood particles wrapped around these post-celestial Tao diagrams. His entire body was subtly sifted through by the laws. The advantages he obtained from this were immeasurable. When a martial artist crossed life destruction and had to withstand a baptism of laws from within the origin energy cloud, that was the same as directly thrusting the heavenly Tao into their body. One was a memory of the brain, and the other was having the heavenly Tao plunge into the body. The differences between these two methods could be imagined. This baptism continued for 2 hours. Lin Ming's physical body finally began to slowly reform. First was the black hole revolving core. Then, with the revolving core as the foundation, countless particles gathered, forming the skeleton, organs, bones, and finally the muscles and skin. The spiritual sea also began to slowly condense. Those soul waves that were reverberating within the origin energy cloud began to gather within Lin Ming's mortal body, forming a complete soul. As Lin Ming's body formed, many of the post-celestial Tao diagrams formed by the laws buried themselves into Lin Ming's body, becoming a part of him. If someone were to cut apart Lin Ming's body now, they would be able to find fragments of laws and post-celestial Tao diagrams formed from laws within him. Not just that, but there were also the law runes that had deeply engraved themselves into the very marrow of his bones. This was also a manifestation of the post-celestial great Tao. The process of his body reforming continued for several hours. Because a massive amount of the Phoenix bloodline had been integrated into him, Lin Ming's physical body had become far more tenacious and clear like crystal, like the purest jade that contained not a single impurity. His compatibility with the fire laws had also been raised to a nearly unimaginable degree. His hair was tinged with red. Every single strand of hair was like a thread of silk, glossy and lustrous, yet incomparably tough. Even a saber wouldn't be able to cut a strand of hair apart. If someone was able to obtain a single strand of Lin Ming's hair, they could absolutely refine it into a top-quality rope-class treasure. If this treasure were placed in the world of mortals, it would cause even divine sea powerhouses to struggle for it. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes. A brief, brilliant flame flashed in his clear pupils. With a thought, the fire origin energy around him transformed into a red silk robe that wrapped round his body. In the next moment, the entire 3-mile origin energy cloud also completely gathered towards the center and submerged into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming had used around 2 whole days to complete this 7th stage of life destruction. As the red-robed Lin Ming slowly fell down from the sky, the incomparably wild and violent fiery astral winds that blew towards him suddenly became inexplicably quiet and gentle around him, as if Lin Ming had become their master. Dressed in red, his clothes floating in the wind and his long hair wildly waving around, Lin Ming's 2 pupils shined like twin moons in the night sky. As he stepped onto the wind, every step he took formed a blue lotus of heaven and earth origin energy underneath his feet. These blue lotuses blazed like flames, lingering for a long period of time, clearly far more wondrous and profound than the blue lotuses Yen Little Moon had formed. As he walked onto these blossoming flowers, it was like he was stepping on the road to heaven. In this moment, Lin Ming seemed as if he had come from the heavens, an immortal ruler descended to the world. As the martial artists present saw Lin Ming, all of them were shocked from the depths of their hearts. It was as if Lin Ming himself was a condensation of the heavenly Tao. Every step he took brought with it the aura of the laws. With a single order, with the slightest movement, the laws moved at his command. Perfect seventh stage life destruction, Monarch Sweetie Fox gazed at Lin Ming with some envy in her eyes. Because of his gold battle spirit, he was able to break down his soul into the tiniest soul waves, thoroughly tempering himself. In addition to that, he was also baptized by the laws of the world. If he rushes into the 18 hells of flame again, he might not be able to make it to the 8th level, but he can at least approach the 7th level 5,000-mile distance. The 18 hells of flame mainly tested a martial artist's understandings of the laws. Cultivation had a much smaller influence. In truth, regardless of whether Lin Ming was at the 6th or 7th stage of life destruction when he entered the hells of flame, the difference wouldn't be much. The reason was that at this depth, the fiery astral winds were too violent and dangerous. Even a divine transformation realm powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand it if they didn't use the power of laws. Compared to a divine transformation powerhouse, the difference between the 6th and 7th stage of life destruction was just too minor. But when Lin Ming had crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, he had withstood a baptism of the world's laws. His understanding of the laws was already destined to become far more profound, and the distance he could reach would also be much deeper. Duke Golden Sword's voice was thick with feeling as he said, "When Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, the impact this will have on his results in the 18 hells of flame won't be that great. But the influence it will have in the illusionary god combat array will be remarkable. The illusionary god combat array only tests one's talent in true combat ability. Whether the enemies are weak or strong, that will depend on Lin Ming's age. When Lin Ming crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, his age didn't change, thus his enemy's strength will not have increased. But Lin Ming's strength actually rose by a large margin. I fear even the set standard of the 1,000 slaughter cannot hold him back." Duke Golden Sword originally held a great appreciation towards Lin Ming. But now, his appreciation seemed far too insufficient. Lin Ming's talent was over 100 times what he had dared to imagine. He feared that within 1,000 years, rather than him appreciating Lin Ming, he would be hoping that Lin Ming appreciated him instead. In any case, Lin Ming's fire spirit star smelting trial will shock the entire ancient Phoenix clan. All of the great noble families will extend an olive branch to him. Lin Ming will step to the height of his fame, wielding great power. At that time, which family Lin Ming chooses to side with will become a vital matter that the entire ancient Phoenix clan will be focusing on. That's right. Another tumultuous storm will come to the ancient Phoenix clan. The Shao family has Shao Chuji and the Huang family has Huang Yefeng. Only the Hua family's current generation is a bit weak. I think that the Hua family will do everything in their power, no matter how unsavory, in order to win over Lin Ming. They may even think of raising Lin Ming to be their next candidate for the throne of the Patriarch, so that they can compete with the Huang family and Shao family. In order to raise a Divine Realm Holy Lord level extreme talent, a tremendous amount of resources was necessary. There were even many resources that there was only a single portion of. If someone used it, no one else would be able to. Thus, even in the 3 great noble families that had such a deep background, they could only focus their strength and raise one genius at a time. The Shao family and Huang family already possessed an extreme genius in their ranks, so it was impossible for them to do everything in their power to raise Lin Ming. Moreover, even if they decided to raise Lin Ming, they still wouldn't push him into struggling for the position of Patriarch. First, they would place the greatest consideration on their own direct descendant disciples. This meant that the Hua family would have an even greater superiority in winning over Lin Ming. Monarch Sweetie Fox said, "I fear that the Hua family will have to hemorrhage a great deal of wealth this time. Lin Ming's existence is too important to them. In order to win over Lin Ming, they will put forth endless benefits. Even if they will bear a great deal of resistance in pushing Lin Ming to become the next patriarch, and even if they fail in the end, if they manage to gain a vice-patriarch with the strength of a Holy Lord-level master, that will also be greatly significant to the Hua family." Although the ancient Phoenix clan only had a single patriarch at any given time, there were actually multiple Holy Lord-level powerhouses. For instance, the highest elders that had withdrawn from their position of patriarch or vice-patriarch. There were even some divinely gifted extreme geniuses that had become vice-patriarchs after failing for some reason in their struggle for the throne of the patriarch. Even so, their combat strength wasn't necessarily any worse than the current patriarchs. Send this news out. I think that the Hua family needs it the most. I believe that before the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial ends, they will already have sent out a messenger to contact Lin Ming. Golden Sword, aren't you also someone of the Hua family? Your father-in-law should be very happy to hear this news. Monarch Sweetie Fox teased as she suddenly remembered something. Duke Golden Sword glared back at Monarch Sweetie Fox. He grouchily said, "I am of the Golden family. I only married a daughter of the Hua family. Only someone like you would use such a matter to pick on me." Although Golden Sword seemed angry, he actually didn't mind that much. He understood how important it was to seek the shelter of a distinguished family. If he hadn't married a talented young woman of the Hua clan, he would never have managed to reach this step. Chapter 10:24 A Sacred Flame Testament. Chapter 10:24 Sacred Flame Testament. News of Lin Ming rushing into the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and simultaneously forming an origin energy cloud at the 7th stage of life destruction spread out like a surging tide over the entire ancient Phoenix clan. Without a doubt, this was the grandest event in the ancient Phoenix clan for the last tens of thousands of years. In Phoenix Cry Palace, when Fairy Feng obtained this news, she was pleasantly surprised. Although she had held high faith in Lin Ming, she never imagined that he would bring her such great and wondrous surprises. However, those that had the greatest reaction to Lin Ming were the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters as well as the great families. At this time, at the Divine Realm's Crimson Light world, within a sealed space, there was a large planet that had been shifted into it by some great supernatural power. This was the home base of the Hua family, one of the 3 great distinguished families of the ancient Phoenix clan. The Hua family, a single family by itself, was able to occupy the entire planet. When all the direct descendants of the Hua family, as well as the branch descendants, were added together, they were no fewer in number than the entire population of Phoenix Cry Palace. It was a figure that used 1 million as the base unit. With so many people, not every junior of the 3 great families had a rich bloodline. Only the true top genius disciples among them would be allowed to remain at the family headquarters and be given focus in training. Most other juniors were sent to other faction palaces as their own personal smelting trial. They would stand with the juniors of the ordinary families, and all of them would begin at the same starting line. They would rise based on their own talent. Perhaps they would be able to wield great power and become a pivotal figure at their branch palace, adding influence to the family. Or perhaps they would vanish in the sands of time, slowly forgotten by their family. At this time, within the central core palace of the Hua family, over a dozen elders were sitting around a circular table. A flame-colored jade slip was mounted at the center of the round table. This was the message sent by Duke Golden Sword. In this jade slip, there were also some sealed images of Lin Ming's crossing of the 7th stage of life destruction. The phenomenon of the origin energy cloud left everyone flustered. And circling around this jade slip, the elders present had divided into two camps, fiercely arguing with each other. The key question was just what they were quarreling about. They were arguing over whether or not they should take in Lin Ming as the top core disciple of their Hua family, and perhaps even faithfully push him into the position to be the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan to compete with the Huang family and the Shao family. On one side was the conservative faction of the Hua family. They advocated for purity of bloodline, and believed that no matter what, Lin Ming was still an outsider that wasn't worth the focused training of the Hua family. They believed they should focus all resources on the juniors of the Hua family. And on the other side was everyone that was laughing at the Hua family's conservative faction. They believed that after spending 10,000 years diligently training the so-called genius disciples, all of them had turned out to be useless idiots that couldn't stand up to anyone. They had wasted so many resources, and yet no one they produced had even come close to comparing with Huang Yefeng or Shao Chuji. This sort of dispute had frequently repeated itself for the last several hundreds of years. But this time the argument was particularly nasty. But no matter how desperately any side argued, the final judgment lay in the hands of the Hua family's patriarch. Patriarch, in these past years, although our Hua family has been called part of the ancient Phoenix clan's three great families along with the Shao family and the Huang family, the truth is that our family is slowly diminishing. In fact, we have already been long cast away by the other two. In the 72 branch palaces, most of the vital positions have been wrested away by the other two families. And as for the future position of the ancient Phoenix clan patriarch, it seems likely that Huang Yefeng or Shao Chuji will take the throne. Regardless of which one of them takes the position of patriarch, the other will still be the top vice-patriarch. This is a major attack on our family. We must raise a talented disciple at all costs to compete with those two. If they do not come from our family, then the wishes and desires of their heart will be different. Can you guarantee that this Lin Ming isn't some greedy and treacherous wolf? If we spend so much strength training him, and yet he doesn't help our Hua family, then wouldn't we just lose everything? That's still better than sitting here and waiting to rot away. Looking at the greater picture, even if Lin Ming isn't a junior of our Hua family, I am still willing to train him to become the next patriarch of the ancient Phoenix clan. That result is still far better than to have the position fall into the hands of the other two. The elders of both sides became increasingly intense in their arguing. The meeting continued for several hours. But at this moment, the patriarch of the Hua family, a red-robed old man sitting in the seat of honor, suddenly spoke up. Enough. No more arguing. Inform High Dragon. Have him bring along a drop of Phoenix blood essence and follow me. I shall personally go to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star. And you too, White Jade, you're coming along. Bring with you the Sacred Flame Testament. I want to see with my own eyes just what sort of heroic young elite this Lin Ming is. What? As the elders heard the red-robed old man speak, all of them were stunned. The Hua family patriarch actually planned on going to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star to personally observe this Lin Ming? Moreover, he also wanted to take with him a drop of Phoenix blood essence and the Sacred Flame Testament. The High Dragon that the red-robed old man spoke of was Hua High Dragon, the internal affairs envoy of the ancient Phoenix clan and also Monarch Sweetie Fox's immediate boss. He was part of the Hua family, and regardless of strength or status, he far surpassed any ordinary palace master of the 72 palaces. However, even Hua High Dragon couldn't take a drop of Phoenix blood essence whenever he wanted. Because this involved so many interests and oppositions, he had to go through and obtain the approval of the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters as well as the three great families in order to do so. However, because the standard that headquarters had set down seemed on the verge of being met, it was well within reason for Hua High Dragon to bring with him a drop of Phoenix blood essence. As for the sacred flame testament, that was a set of totem stones. Moreover, it was the most precious set of totem stones in the entire ancient Phoenix clan. If someone called these totem stones number 2, no one would dare to classify anything else as number 1. There was a total of 9 carvings in this set of totem stones. However, these totem stones did not originate from the clansmen of the ancient Phoenix clan. Rather, they had been found by the first patriarch of the Hua family. That patriarch had been exploring a mystic realm when he accidentally stumbled upon this set of totem stones. And this patriarch was also one of the most mythical characters of the ancient Phoenix clan. He had a great number of lucky chances in his life, and nearly became a world king. This set of totem stones was one of his lucky chances. This set of totem stones altogether was named the Sacred Flame Testament. As for who had carved them, no one knew anything except that it was absolutely some ancient supreme elder. It was even possible that they were left behind by an Empyrean-level character. The Sacred Flame Testament was the most precious treasure of the Hua family, and also the foundation of the Hua family's glory and strength. For all these tens of thousands of years, the Hua family had relied on the Sacred Flame Testament and the blessings of the first patriarch to slowly develop, eventually becoming one of the ancient Phoenix clan's 3 great families. Patriarch wishes to bring the Sacred Flame Testament to Atlas World's Fire Spirit Star? Several elders of the conservative faction gulped in unison. The Hua family patriarch also had another position at the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters. That was highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. The patriarchs of the 3 great families were all highest elders of the ancient Phoenix clan. Their status was not what a normal palace master could ever hope to compare with. And now he wanted to go and personally observe a life-destruction realm junior disciple as he underwent the ancient Phoenix smelting trial. Moreover, if the Sacred Flame Testament was brought to Fire Spirit Star, then it was certainly so that Lin Ming could meditate on it. The Sacred Flame Testament was the same as other totem stones. There were law fragments that slowly accumulated inside, and once they were perceived, these law fragments would be drained out. Not even the elders of the Hua clan had many chances to perceive them, and yet Lin Ming was going to be given a chance to do so. Without a doubt, the patriarch had already decided that he would win over Lin Ming. 2 days later, Atlas World, Fire Spirit Star. In these 2 days, Lin Ming had been in seclusion as he slowly combed over the laws within his body. He had just broken through to the 7th stage of life destruction and had also withstood the baptism of the laws within the origin energy cloud. He had accumulated a great deal of insights in the meantime and had to take this prime time to enlighten himself on the laws. Closing up and meditating at this moment was the best method for Lin Ming to increase his strength. During these last 2 days, Lin Ming felt as if his spirit was freely roaming through the highest heavens. His strength as well as his comprehension of laws greatly increased every day. On the 3rd day, Lin Ming suddenly opened his eyes. In that moment, all of the light around him vanished, and within his body, the runes on his bones began to light up one at a time, blooming with a luminous light. It was time for him to take the Phoenix blood essence. Lin Ming thought to himself. On this day, he had accumulated enough energy. His body was overflowing with strength. What he wished for was a happy and wild battle. Lin Ming left seclusion. Some disciples immediately cried out. In these 2 days, the many disciples of Fire Spirit Star didn't train at all. At most they would rush through the 18 hells of flame. But none of them entered Totem Tower. They were waiting for the grand occasion that was coming. They all wanted to see Lin Ming complete the 1,000 slaughter of the illusionary god combat array and finally obtain the drop of Phoenix blood essence. It's about to begin. Yen Little Moon stepped out from a floating cave abode. She looked at Lin Ming floating in the sky, a complex emotion coloring her face. She didn't want to see Lin Ming shine in brilliance yet again, but with her complex mood and her strange thoughts, she silently flew over to the illusionary god combat array. and behind Yen Littlemoon, the female disciples of charming Phoenix Palace all flew out one by one. Today was destined to be carved in the history of the ancient Phoenix clan. With so much hope and expectation, they definitely wouldn't miss such a scene. Lin Ming, truly miraculous, on Phoenix Cry Palace's side, white Daohong floated high in the sky. Behind him were the other Divine Transformation Realm disciples of Phoenix Hall, the Divine Sea Realm disciples, and then the Rookie disciples. Zhou Fei, the rookie disciple that had taken the number 1 spot in the qualification tournament, was naturally also in this group. After he witnessed Lin Ming break into the 7th level of the Hells of Flame and then summon a 3-mile origin energy cloud as he crossed the 7th stage of life destruction, he had already long discarded any thoughts of competing with Lin Ming. As he thought back to how he planned on surpassing Lin Ming, Zhou Fei only felt his cheeks blush red. Luckily, he hadn't been audacious enough to say that to Lin Ming's face, otherwise he truly would become the laughing-stock of all. The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace, Charming Phoenix Palace, and Praying Phoenix Palace all left their respective spirit boats, cave dwellings, residences, or even returned from the 18 Hells of Flame if they were training there. They all returned to watch Lin Ming begin his final impact on the last standard for obtaining the drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. And in front of Totem Towers Square, Blackwood, Duke Golden Sword, and Monarch Sweetie Fox were all flying in the air. They saw Lin Ming approach, bursting with energy and potential. Monarch Sweetie Fox lovably smiled and said, "Lin Ming, you seem as if you are prepared?" "Yes." "Good. Then I will first tell you something. To complete the 1,000 slaughter in the Illusionary God Combat Array is much more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the 18 Hells of Flame. The last person to complete the 1,000 slaughter did so 40,000 years ago. According to the standards set by headquarters, all you need to do is complete the 1,000 slaughter before the ancient Phoenix smelting trial ends. Are you sure that you wish to attempt this now?" "Yes, Lady Envoy." "Good. Blackwood, activate the array." Monarch Sweetie Fox said. Beside her, Blackwood swept out his hand and a rumbling sound echoed through Totem Towers Square. The great portal gate of the Illusionary God Combat Array emerged once again. Chapter 1025 Rushing the Illusionary God Combat Array. Chapter 1025 Rushing the Illusionary God Combat Array. Fire Spirit Star's Illusionary God Combat Array already had a history of 1,000,000 years. After the Supreme Elder of the past laid down this array formation, it had recorded the countless heroic young elites that had passed through it. Then, a simulacrum of these heroic young elites was reproduced through the array formation and energy, forming a killing array. When a trial challenger rushed through the Illusionary God Combat Array, they would have to face the onslaught of these numerous geniuses. Lin Ming silently extracted the Phoenix Blood Spear and slowly flew into the Illusionary God Combat Array. It had already been over a full year since he had last had a hearty and fulfilling battle. Now, his body was bursting with energy, impatient to erupt. I wonder how many people Lin Ming can slay. What happens if he surpasses the 1,000 slaughter? Several young girls from charming Phoenix Palace whispered to themselves, lost in a daze as they stared at Lin Ming's fading back, dreaming of him. In fact, Lin Ming was indeed a peerless young heroic elite. Not to mention the great marvels that occurred when he crossed the 7th stage of life destruction or his handsome appearance and ethereal temperament, but just based on his talent, future, and also the possibility that he would be able to absorb a drop of Phoenix blood essence and obtain the characteristics of a god-beast's blood essence in his veins, that alone was enough for countless young beauties to wish that they could marry him. After having reached this step, it was normal for young girls to be captivated by him. Who knows? No one has managed to complete the 1,000 slaughter in 40,000 years. To complete the illusionary god combat array's thousand slaughter is more difficult than reaching the 7th level of the Hells of Flame. Lin Ming is powerful, but wanting to accomplish this feat won't be easy. Just a few days ago he had barely managed to reach the 7th level of the Hells of Flame too. At this point, not many people doubted that Lin Ming would be able to obtain the drop of Phoenix Blood Essence. They were only guessing on how far Lin Ming could go in his first attempt within the illusionary god combat array. Who? Lin Ming suddenly shot forwards. His body turned into a ray of light that directly broke into the illusionary god combat array. When Lin Ming arrived within the illusionary god combat array, he discovered that he had entered a very broad expanse of space. Lin Ming was in a land of fire. Beating flames surrounded him on all sides, dancing in groups around him. Besides that, there was nothing here but a vast, dark and deathly silent plain, incomparably quiet. Several hundred feet in front of Lin Ming, a dark gray-clothed person slowly surfaced from the ground. This person was 8 feet tall and his features were fierce and demonic. He held a great curved knife in his hand. This isn't a human? Lin Ming looked at this gray-clothed man. He had a 5th stage life destruction cultivation, 2 stages lower than Lin Ming himself. This was equal to the most ordinary standard for being a genius in the divine realm. According to age, as a 29-year-old 7th stage life destruction martial artist, Lin Ming was considered a standard top talent of one of the 72 branch palaces. But, when placed within the entire ancient Phoenix clan, this wasn't too amazing at all. For instance, Yen Little Moon had a 7th stage life destruction cultivation and was 2 years younger than he was. In other words, once Lin Ming had slain around 500 or 600 people, he would begin to face groups of top 7th and 8th stage life destruction masters. When he neared 1,000 people, he might even face large squads of 9th stage life destruction elites. Moreover, these people would not be normal 9th stage life destruction masters. That would be the true start of the battle. The gray-clothed man raised his curved knife and rushed forwards. This curved knife was a high-grade saint artifact. As the gray-clothed man slashed it down, a knife light shot out like a 10,000-foot bolt of white lightning, splitting apart the atmosphere. Lin Ming turned his hand. His body turned into a haze of blue smoke as the Phoenix Blood Spear shot forth like a laser beam. Gotcha! The 10,000-foot knife light was torn apart by the Phoenix Blood Spear's spear light. The spear light continued forth unabated, piercing through that gray-clothed man's protective true essence and stabbing through his heart. Blood splashed all around. The gray-clothed man flew backwards. He smashed into the ground, and then his body began to slowly fade away. Lin Ming effortlessly killed his first opponent. This was also a matter of course. Up to this point, Lin Ming had never yet met a genius at his level whose combat strength had surpassed his own. Moreover, this gray-clothed man had only been at the 5th stage of life destruction. He was 2 stages of life destruction lower. Killing him was as easy as turning his hand. At this time, outside the illusionary god combat array, a star lit up on the arch of the gate. This star represented Lin Ming having slain the first opponent. Only 2 breaths of time had passed for Lin Ming to complete the first kill. No one was surprised by this. They waited for the other stars to start shining, especially the 9th star. That represented completion of the 1,000 slaughter. At this time, Monarch Sweetie Fox's thoughts moved. She looked up at the sky and mumbled to herself. Some people have arrived. This aura is high-grade spirit artifact? Just as her voice fell, a rumbling sound filled the sky like endless thunderclaps. The skies above Fire Spirit Star were torn asunder, and a massive scroll flew out from that shattered space. It slowly unfurled in the skies, forming countless beautiful and exquisite images. These scenes were clearly part of the scroll, and yet when they were projected into the skies of Fire Spirit Star they seemed completely lifelike. They formed a separate domain of space in the skies. That is the sacred flame samsara scroll. It is someone from the Hua family, and someone extremely important at that. Monarch Sweetie Fox was surprised. The sacred flame samsara scroll was one of the Hua family's high-grade spirit artifact magic treasures. Not just that, but it was an outstanding existence amongst all high-grade spirit artifacts. To be able to activate the sacred flame samsara scroll and drive it through the void, only a high-level figure of the Hua family would be able to do that. The news of this was just passed out, and yet the Hua family personally sent someone to fire Spirit Star in order to win over Lin Ming? That's a bit too much, isn't it? I wonder who came this time? Monarch Sweetie Fox glanced over at Duke Golden Sword. Duke Golden Sword shrugged. He had only sent the news. He didn't know who had come from the Hua family. The disciples of the three branch palaces, as well as their leading elders, all stopped talking about Lin Ming attempting the illusionary god combat array and looked up at the sacred flame samsara scroll in the sky. That is actually a high-grade spirit artifact? Sun Cyperstar said, startled. There was an enormous difference in value between every small grade of spirit artifact. His heaven-eclipsing cauldron was in truth only a top low-grade spirit artifact, and yet that was enough to cause Chu Red Cloud plot to make a bet with him. As for the samsara scroll floating in the sky, that was something that his heaven-eclipsing cauldron could not hope to compare with. Without a doubt, whoever had come was a great figure from either headquarters or the three great families. As the sacred flame samsara scroll unfurled, three red-robed elders slowly floated down, flanked by a pair of golden-armored warriors. As Monarch Sweetie Fox, Blackwood, and Duke Golden Sword saw these three elders, especially the one in front, all of their eyes widened to the point of nearly falling out. Their hearts nearly stopped beating in their chests. As for Sun Cyperstar and Chu Red Cloud, both of them had a perplexed expression as they didn't know who had arrived. But this confusion only lasted for a brief moment before they were frightened out of their wits. This was because Monarch Sweetie Fox, Blackwood, and Duke Golden Sword all deeply bowed to the red-robed elder at the front. Disciple Sweetie Fox respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Disciple Blackwood respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Disciple Golden Sword respectfully welcomes the highest elder. Highest elder? This red-robed old man was actually a highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, someone whose status could compare with the patriarchs? That was simply a godlike figure. Just what would he have come to fire Spirit Star for? Chapter 10:26 Kill Them All. Chapter 10:26 Kill Them All. As Monarch Sweetie Fox and the others called out the title of the highest elder, Chu Red Cloud, Sun Cyperstar, and the many disciples of the three branch palaces were all left dumbfounded. They didn't think that this red-robed old man was actually the highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan. The highest elders were titanic figures. Whether it was strength or status, they were equal with the patriarch. There were even some highest elders that had been the patriarch in the past, but then had abdicated the throne in order to go into seclusion and cultivate. Their strength was even higher than the current patriarchs. These characters were lofty and existed above others. Normally they would never come into contact with low-level disciples of the ancient Phoenix clan, nor would they visit the 72 branch palaces. If a palace master of one of the 72 branch palaces went to the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters to request an audience with the highest elder, they would also have to respectfully bow. As for low-level palace elders like Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar, they would simply never see any of the highest elders in their lifetimes. At most they would see someone at a lower level like the Internal Affairs Envoy or the Merit Elder. And in their opinion, these types of people were already extraordinary figures. Meeting them was similar to a countryside magistrate seeing an imperial emissary. As for the highest elder, that was the emperor. Now the highest elder had come to fire Spirit Star. There could only be one explanation for it, and that was that he had come here to observe Lin Ming's trial. As Chu Red Cloud and Sun Cyperstar thought of this, both of them gulped. Lin Ming had even managed to arouse the interest of such a grand character. "Lin Ming is inside?" the red-robed old man indifferently asked Duke Golden Sword as he floated high in the sky. "Yes." Duke Golden Sword swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This old man speaking to him was named Hua Violent Stone and was also his father-in-law's grandfather. In the face of a highest elder whose status was so great it could frighten others to death, even the normally impertinent Duke Golden Sword felt an immense pressure. Hua Violent Stone looked over to the single star shining on the arch of the illusionary god combat array. Of the 9 stars, only one had lit up. This signified that Lin Ming had slain his first opponent. "He just entered." "Yes, it's only been a dozen or so breaths of time." Hua Violent Stone nodded. Normally the illusionary god combat array trial took an extremely long period of time to complete. In a battle between two geniuses where their strength wasn't too far apart, a battle could last several quarter hours or even several hours, not to mention the time it would take to complete the 1,000 slaughter. Even though the beginning would be a bit faster, the further one progressed, the longer each battle would take. Normally, it would take around a few hours to slay 600 to 700 people. But to kill 800 people, that would take most of the day. As for 900 people, that might take a full day. 40,000 years ago, when someone completed the 1,000 slaughter, that had lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. The last section of the battles was particularly difficult. Withstanding such an endeavor was far easier said than done. A martial artist that completed the 1,000 slaughter would have to have terrifying endurance, and a recovery ability that would allow them to continue through a near-endless revolving war. They also had to possess strong nerves and a powerful will. Otherwise, in a high-intensity battle where one's mind was stressed from maintaining total concentration, even if one's body and true essence could withstand it, their mind might not. In a battle between masters, a single distraction could prove to be fatal. Hua Violent Stone thought for a moment and then fell onto the ground in front of Totem Tower. As for everyone else, they retreated in unison, giving ground to Hua Violent Stone. In front of a highest elder, all of these people were vigilant and also cautious in their discussion. At this time, the second star lit up. This star symbolized that 10 people had been slain. Currently, Lin Ming had only been in there for 20 breaths of time. The first 10 people within the illusionary god combat array came out one at a time. After killing one, it would take 1 or 2 breaths of time for the next opponent to appear. For Lin Ming to slaughter 10 opponents within 20 breaths of time, that proved that he had instantly killed his opponents as they showed up. This was also natural. The opponents at the beginning wouldn't surpass the 6th stage of life destruction. With Lin Ming's killing strength, it was no different from cutting vegetables. Then, the third star also lit up. Lin Ming had slain 50 opponents within the illusionary god combat array. Starting at the 51st opponent, Lin Ming would have to face 3 at a time. In this battle, 3 opponents would appear. Moreover, 2 of these 3 would have a 7th stage life destruction cultivation, the same as Lin Ming. These 3 people appeared and then joined forces to rush at Lin Ming. Each one was fully focused on attacking without giving a single thought to defense. Their moves were all designed for them to perish together with Lin Ming. Lin Ming's expression was calm. He waved the phoenix blood spear and endless spear lights covered his body. With a pring-pring-pring sound, the combined attack of the 3 was blocked by Lin Ming. Then, Lin Ming swept his spear out. A beautiful spear light drew a brilliant arc, a simple move capable of sweeping through an army. The spear point slashed the throats of the 3 opponents, instantly beheading all of them. They collapsed and vanished in a bloody light. Lin Ming's moves were extremely simple, but they could be described with a single word: fast, so fast that they reached the extremes of velocity. With such a high speed, the might that such a simple move could display was unimaginable. After slaying these 3 people, more and more opponents emerged. However, none of them were Lin Ming's match. 100 slaughtered. 200 slaughtered. 300 slaughtered. 400 slaughtered. After killing 400 people, the geniuses Lin Ming faced were all at the 7th stage of life destruction and above, with many at the 8th stage of life destruction. Lin Ming discovered that the number of opponents he had to face at the same time increased by 3 for every 100 people he killed. For instance, he faced 12 enemies simultaneously after killing 400 people, and now he faced 15 enemies simultaneously after killing 500 people. The cultivation of these opponents didn't sound too high. In the past, let alone life destruction powerhouses, Lin Ming had even slain numerous Divine Sea powerhouses. But those Divine Sea powerhouses he had killed couldn't compare with these people in front of him. If any one of these opponents were chosen, they would be equal to a 29-year-old Hui Yanguang or Zhou Fei. In the future they would become characters that crossed the 9th stage of life destruction. Moreover, these people all attacked as if they didn't care for their lives. Their coordination was impeccable and their various attack moves sealed away all avenues of retreat. However, in the face of absolute strength, all of that was useless. Spear light swept out and blood splashed out. The Phoenix Blood Spear was like a red dragon diving through a sea of blood. Wherever it visited, flesh and blood would rain down. Outside of the illusionary god combat array, another star lit up. Before, because fewer enemies had appeared, Lin Ming's kill count had increased slowly. But now that over 10 opponents appeared each time, the number of them he slaughtered rapidly grew. An hour later, Lin Ming had already slaughtered 600 people within the illusionary god combat array. This was the same distance that Yen Little Moon had reached. Once he passed the checkpoint of slaying 600 enemies, 18 of them appeared at a time. Moreover, these 18 people all had 8th stage life destruction cultivations, a single stage higher than Lin Ming. This meant that if they were real people, their cultivation speed would surpass Lin Ming's, reaching the same level as White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Correspondingly, their combat strength wasn't very different from a 29-year-old White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun. Now, Lin Ming had to face 18 of these enemies at a time. Trial Challenger, for you to rush this far, you have done well. But this is where your journey ends. Starting from slaughtering 600 opponents, the difficulty will soar to another level. Us 18 people will send you on your way out of here. The leader of the 18 people suddenly said out loud. Lin Ming was slightly surprised. He didn't think that these people would actually speak out like real living persons. It was clear that these 18 people were different from his previous opponents, and this difference was that they all had spiritual wisdom. They weren't too different from true living opponents. They weren't like the previous opponents, without the slightest bit of will, risking everything to bring down Lin Ming. Then bring it on. Lin Ming faintly began to stir with excitement. His opponents so far hadn't been able to place the least bit of pressure on him. But now, he felt a tiny bit of threat from these 18 enemies. He could finally be a bit serious about this, even if it was only a little bit. Kill! The black-clothed man in the lead roared out, and then all 18 of them attacked together, as if they were a single person. They moved in sync, launching a barrage of attacks at Lin Ming. And the weapons they used to attack were all top-grade saint artifacts. These weren't weapons formed from energy, but true top-grade saint artifacts. Within the illusionary god combat array, there were many top-grade saint artifacts stored. Their purpose was to stabilize the eye of the array formation. Now, these weapons were used by these virtual energy simulacrums to attack. The previous opponents Lin Ming faced had only used high-grade saint artifacts, and the majority of them were formed by energy, so their strength was limited. But now, all the weapons used were top-grade saint artifacts. The might of a top-grade Saint artifact was far from what a high-grade Saint artifact could ever hope to compare with. 18 top-grade Saint artifacts. Although there was still a great disparity between these top-grade Saint artifacts and the Phoenix Blood Spear that neared being a transcendent Saint artifact, when these 18 weapons were combined together, their power absolutely surpassed the Phoenix Blood Spears. In the moment when the 18 enemies attacked, Lin Ming felt a great pressure fall over him. This was the might and glory of a top-grade Saint artifact, as well as the influence of a domain. 18 layers of domains. Each of these enemies Lin Ming currently faced actually possessed a domain. The grade of these domains was no worse than the Blue Lotus domain. If any of these people were placed in the 72 branch palaces, they would be splendid and famous characters. 99% of the disciples that attended the Fire Spirit Star smelting trial this round would be unable to be a match for any of them. 18 different domains superimposed on each other. And then, the pressure of 18 top-grade Saint artifacts was added on top of that. Because these different domains could directly multiply each other's strength due to the competing influences, this was still not a pressure that the average person could withstand. If one's combat strength wasn't high enough, they wouldn't even be able to move their true essence in this combined domain field. In other words, if any of the other trial challengers from the 3 branch palaces were to be in his shoes, they would find it difficult to even stand, so how could they begin to fight back? Great! Lin Ming's eyes brightened. After killing 600 people and reaching this point, he finally felt pressure. Only such a vigorous battle could stir his excitement and rouse his heart. He simply hadn't been able to display his strength before this. Since breaking through to the 7th stage of life destruction, this would be his first chance to verify the insights he comprehended from within the 18 hells of flame. Bang! With an explosive sound, Lin Ming's figure instantly disappeared, avoiding the combined strike of the 18 people. And this strike ruptured the earth, able to cause mountains to collapse. Endless amounts of crushed stone flew into the air. Lin Ming raised the Phoenix Blood Spear as he floated in the air. He didn't have a serious expression on at all. Instead, he grinned with fervor. "You're not bad, but you're still far short of being able to defeat me. Haha. Don't worry, the fun part is still coming. Combined martial skills kill." The black-clothed man in the lead gave a loud shout. The 18 people combined forces to attack. The entire sky was filled with the light of top-grade Saint artifacts. Chapter 10:27 How hard could this be? Chapter 10:27 or How hard could this be? Outside of the illusionary god combat array, all of the disciples present had their gazes turned to the stars above the arch of the portal. As they saw the stars light up with astounding speed, all of them were thrilled. This speed. It's so fast. Lin Ming hadn't even been inside for an hour before so many stars had lit up. With such unstoppable momentum, how was this slaughtering geniuses? It was more like cutting down scattered soldiers. It really is fast. It's much faster than Yen Littleman's performance. It shouldn't be difficult for Lin Ming to complete the 1,000 slaughter. A bit more than 3/4 of an hour has passed. In less than an hour, Lin Ming has slaughtered 500 opponents. Now I fear that in another quarter hour he will finish killing 600 enemies. If that continues, then he should reach 800 enemies or even 900 enemies slain in 4 to 6 hours. Within 8 hours the 1,000 slaughter might even be in sight. It shouldn't be a problem for Lin Ming to obtain the Phoenix Blood Essence anymore. With such irresistible momentum, he might kill 1,100 enemies or even 1,200 enemies. No kidding, just look at how fast Lin Ming is going. Even I want to give it a try. Yeah, for this last year we've either been meditating over the concepts or been roasted in the hells of flame. I'm so bored that even my hair has grown long. I really want to go into the illusionary god combat array and have a grand battle. Although I might not be able to complete the 1,000 slaughter, it shouldn't be a problem to kill several hundred opponents. Thinking about it, I also excel in combat. Although I'm not some sort of master when it comes to perceiving the laws, my true combat skills are definitely worth some merit. Haha, me too. My head hurts when I have to perceive all this nonsense about laws. Combat is my true strong suit. My hands are really itching for some action. On Praying Phoenix Palace's side, several genius disciples were whipped up. As they saw Lin Ming kill in such a hot-blooded manner, they were also stirred up into a frenzy. Their voices became increasingly loud as they impatiently wished to test out their own strength. Young disciples, especially those geniuses, always held a proud and arrogant mindset. When they met a challenge that the public regarded as impossible, they would invariably want to attempt it. There would always be a voice in their mind asking them, if they were so strong in this area, just how poor could their performance be? Of course, they also knew the limits of their own ability. Completing the 1,000 slaughter was impossible, but maybe slaughtering 600 or so opponents was a possibility. They had never rushed through the illusionary god combat array before, so they simply didn't understand just how difficult it was. They had only seen Yen Little Moon attempt it once, and Yen Little Moon was also a genius who excelled in the aspect of laws. For most of her life, she had been closed up in cultivation. She hadn't gone out adventuring many times and hadn't been tempered through trials of actual combat. Moreover, to these geniuses, Yen Little Moon was also a woman. There were many young disciples present that were renowned for their combat abilities. They had journeyed into mystic realms before and killed hundreds and thousands of opponents, undergoing countless life or death tribulations. None of them believed they were weaker than Yen Little Moon when it came to combat. At least, they weren't too far off. But what they didn't know was that the difficulty of the illusionary god combat array's 1,000 slaughter had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. The echoes of these discussions naturally fell into the ears of the highest elder Violent Stone. To take 4 to 6 hours to kill 800 people or 900 people. To near the 1,000 slaughter in 8 hours. They all want to go into the illusionary god combat array to fight, and even though completing the 1,000 slaughter is impossible, killing several hundred opponents isn't a problem. Lin Ming has unstoppable momentum? He can slaughter 1,100 or even 1,200 opponents. As Violent Stone heard these disciples talking, he sneered. This bunch of stupid pigs, they knew nothing. They only knew that the 1,000 slaughter was difficult, but as to how difficult it really was, they had no idea. They knew that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Ming to complete the 1,000 slaughter, but as to how not easy it really was, they also had no idea. This was similar to a mentally handicapped retard not knowing how difficult a high imperial examination was. They didn't know just how hard it was for others to score perfectly, because they didn't even know that 1 + 1 = 2. As a highest elder of the ancient Phoenix clan, Violent Stone had also rushed through the illusionary god combat array in the past, and had managed to kill 700 enemies as his limit. Afterwards, he stumbled upon a massive fortuitous encounter in the divine transformation realm. He returned to the illusionary god combat array after that and killed a total of 882 opponents. Although Violent Stone was only 18 away from reaching 900 enemies slain, those enemies that appeared after 900 people had already appeared, and he was able to personally witness just how terrifying they actually were. If any single one of those geniuses were picked out, then they could be a 100-year ranked talent of the 72 branch palaces. If 27 of them joined forces, their combat strength was impossible to estimate. When Violent Stone encountered those enemies, he felt as if an insurmountable mountain had appeared in front of him. Not just that, but if he managed to kill them, there would still be increasingly powerful opponents that appeared, all the way until the mythical thousand slaughter. That was already an existence that Violent Stone found hard to imagine. He really couldn't imagine how the man known as the Battle King from 40,000 years ago had managed to break through the thousand slaughter. That was simply a feat found in legends. Violent Stone highly suspected that once one approached the thousand slaughter, any one of those 27 people that would appear had the ability to sweep away all of the so-called geniuses present. As Violent Stone heard the excited discussions of the disciples behind him grow ever louder, with many of them saying that they would participate in the illusionary god combat array tomorrow, his frown became increasingly deep. And beside Violent Stone, Duke Golden Sword, who was on full alert, also felt like he were standing on pins and needles. These geniuses were simply unaware of how difficult it was. In truth, they didn't even possess the qualifications to attempt the illusionary god combat array. Duke Golden Sword gulped. He stumbled through an explanation. Highest Elder, please forgive these juniors your anger. These Branch Palace disciples have never attempted the illusionary god combat array, and they have never experienced just how wide the word is. Before this, Yen Little Moon had gone through once, and although she is outstanding in comprehension of laws, her true combat ability can't be considered to be at the peak. Even then, Yen Little Moon still managed to kill almost 600 opponents. They have no idea just how difficult it becomes after that. Violent Stone didn't bother with Duke Golden Sword. Instead, he turned to the two middle-aged men behind him and said, "High Dragon, White Jade, bring out a projection of the battlefield so that this crowd of small-minded idiots can broaden their horizons, lest they think themselves infallible. Moreover, I also want to see just what sort of scene appears after 900 people, and what strength it will take to overcome that pass." "Yes, Patriarch." High Dragon and White Jade nodded. Then, they joined together and released thousands of array symbols that flew into the illusionary god combat array. As two individuals skilled in ancient arrays, they were able to project the situation that was happening within the illusionary god combat array. Soon after, a screen of light appeared above the illusionary god combat array, as if phantom images were condensing. Duke Golden Sword's eyes widened as he saw this, and he locked onto the shining light screen above him. In the past, he had stopped short of killing 700 opponents. As for what the scene would be like after that, he wasn't sure. He wished to experience it with his own eyes. Whoa, look at that light screen! Behind Violent Stone, the disciples of the three branch palaces were shocked as they saw a screen of light appear above the illusionary god combat array. Then, their surprise turned to excitement. That is a projection of the illusionary god combat array that was formed by the supernatural powers of the honored lords present? Amazing! We can see Lin Ming's killing fight within the illusionary god combat array now. Haha, this is awesome. We don't have to stare at those stars anymore. That simply isn't any fun at all. You just can't see anything from them, and you have to rely on your imagination. The scene of battle within the illusionary god combat array must be very intense and very exciting. As the disciples present spoke, they all turned their eyes to the screen of light above them. The images that appeared were dim at the start, as if it were a reflection in the water. Slowly, it became completely clear. They were even able to sense the fluctuations of energy coming from each person. It was no different from standing on the sidelines of the fight and seeing it in person. Following that, the disciples all watched with open mouths. One of the disciples that had been loudly wondering out how awesome the fight was within the illusionary god combat array immediately shut up without a single word to say. His eyes were so wide it seemed they would nearly fall out from their sockets. He was able to see a black-clothed man that was clearly an opponent. In his mind, this opponent should have been the same as random cannon fodder that would be swept away by Lin Ming. But they saw that this black-clothed man wielded a massive great sword, and with every slash of his sword, roaring flames would blaze into the heavens. And all around this black-clothed man for a radius of 10 miles, the entire land was actually covered with life of all sorts. Insects, fish, birds, beasts, plants, all types of life forms were forming, and blue lotuses were constantly in bloom. That is the blue lotus domain? That person's cultivation is at the 8th stage of life destruction? The disciple stared with wide eyes. He could sense that person's aura and energy fluctuations were extremely deep. His foundation was solid and his strength was terrifying. And the blue lotus domain was something that this disciple hadn't yet managed to comprehend. Although he had confidence in his combat prowess, he couldn't summon the least bit of courage to face this single black-clothed man. And beside this disciple, another disciple was so shocked his voice trembled. It isn't just the blue lotus domain, everyone else also has a domain. That is the purple light electric field of the thunder laws. It is a domain on the same level as the blue lotus domain. That is, look at their weapons. As this disciple cried out in alarm, all of the other disciples turned to the weapons that the energy body opponents held. Heavens! They are actually top-grade saint artifacts. 18 top-grade saint artifacts. Top-grade saint artifacts already have a tremendous strength by themselves. They are terrifying even without a martial artist needed to actively use them. And with 18 top-grade saint artifacts combined together, this is just. Although many top-grade saint artifacts had appeared around Lin Ming, that was because at Lin Ming's level, many people he came into contact with were peak talents that were able to obtain top-grade saint artifacts of their own. But a common disciple often didn't even have a high-grade saint artifact. For instance, even ninefall geniuses that came from distinguished families like Huang Yuegong and Hui Yinguang also only used high-grade saint artifacts. Besides Lin Ming, only other monstrous geniuses like White Daohong, Lu Xiaoyun, and Yen Little Moon were able to possess top-grade saint artifacts in the life-destruction realm. The ancient phoenix smelting trial rewarded top-grade saint artifacts, but one needed to reach the 4th level 5,000-mile distance. Out of all the other disciples present, besides Xiao Whites now, just who was able to accomplish such a feat? Thus, to the many young disciples, a top-grade saint artifact was a treasure they could only yearn for in their dreams. To them, the existence of a top-grade saint artifact had already left an indelible and great impression in their hearts. A single top-grade saint artifact was worth at least 20 times the total wealth of one of these young disciples. They could forget about ever obtaining one until they reached the divine transformation realm. But now, by himself, Lin Ming had to face the siege of 18 top-grade saint artifacts together. Chapter 10:28 is Source of Phoenix Blood. Chapter 10:28 is Source of Phoenix Blood. 18 figures, underneath the support of their domains, simultaneously displayed the power of their top-grade saint artifacts. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of splitting air filled the skies. The multiple domains superimposed on each other and countless wonderful phenomena appeared. The fiery ground underneath Lin Ming's feet ruptured from the oppression of energy and main domains together. The earth shattered, becoming powdered stone. The magma that was flowing underneath shot up to the heavens. 18 different attacks combined together and came falling down like a great net. In that moment, Lin Ming suddenly condensed his aura. He opened the gate of wonder and revolved the mystic lightning shade, his speed instantly reaching the limit. On the screen of light, one could also see blurry after shadows. Bang! 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 3 true essence attacks fell onto nothing. With an incredible angle, Lin Ming passed through space like a nimble little fish, searching for a breakthrough in this net of attacks. He thrust the phoenix blood spear forwards. Ca. In that instant, a straight beam of blood-red light shot into the heavens, condensing into an explosion of energy that dyed the entire world sanguine. A resonant phoenix cry echoed outwards as an endless blood light surged out from the phoenix blood spear, forming a crimson storm. This storm tore apart all of the overlapping domains around Lin Ming. Even the space around him trembled. This was the power of the phoenix blood spear. As a divine weapon that neared a transcendent saint artifact, its strength was originally that of a top master. When combined with Lin Ming's strength, it was able to instantly detonate with an incomparable might that flooded the world. Chi. Two shadow figures were swallowed up by the crimson storm and torn into pieces of flesh, instantly killed. However, Lin Ming didn't relax. Just as he killed those two, a saber light seemed to cut through space and appear in front of him. It carried with it a large success bronze battle spirit, overwhelming all. A bronze battle spirit wasn't much at all, but these attacks originated from a top-grade saint artifact. They were no laughing matter. Even someone like Lin Ming would be severely wounded and vomit blood if he were to be simultaneously struck by these attacks. Without looking, Lin Ming instantly turned into blue smoke. This straight and seemingly unavoidable saber light fell onto nothing. In that moment, Lin Ming's shadow seemed to be like a stream of water without figure or substance, dizzying to the eyes. The phoenix blood spear's spear light swept out once again. The keen blood light formed a straight line that shot outwards, sweeping through the skies. 3 figures were split in half by this spear light. In that brief moment, Lin Ming had dodged the attacks coming from all sides and had also killed 5 opponents. In the blink of an eye, not only did Lin Ming avoid the combined attacks of 18 people, but he also tore through their combined domains. From start to finish, Lin Ming had only used the strength of the phoenix blood spear. He hadn't even poured much true essence into his weapon. The might of the phoenix blood spear was already freakish enough. 2 have died, no, 5 have died. In Totem Tower's square, everyone watched as Lin Ming faced 18 powerful geniuses. Even so, with just the spear in his hand, he had killed 5 people. The changing situation on the battlefield had surpassed everyone's expectations. These seemingly strong opponents had been cut down by Lin Ming like mere fodder. The process happened so fast that most of the disciples couldn't even follow it. As for the top-grade saint artifacts, they might be powerful but they weren't able to touch Lin Ming. And the numerous domain force fields superimposed on top of each other had been broken apart by Lin Ming using absolute strength. Out of the 18 people, 5 had died. With their combined fighting technique broken through, everyone else lost their coordination and more gaps appeared in their defenses. As for the superimposed domains, they also lost a great deal of power. Damn, how could this be? The leader of the 18 martial artists was enraged. He never imagined that in just a single exchange of moves his entire party would be routed like this. And at this time, Lin Ming shot forth once again. Lin Ming was clear that rushing through the illusionary god combat array would be an enormous challenge. He was only at 600 people slain, and yet his opponents were already so formidable. If White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun were at his age, then it would be impossible for them to pass this step. Not just that, but there was still the 700 mark, 800 mark, all the way until the 1,000 slaughter. What sort of scene would that be? Moreover, it couldn't be forgotten that he wouldn't have any rest time at all. As the fight continued, his true essence reserves would be rapidly depleted. If this were so, Lin Ming naturally couldn't drag things on, nor could he underestimate his opponents. He had to utilize the smallest amount of energy possible to settle these battles as quickly as possible. Kill! Spear light surged forth, and a bloody light rained down on the world. Above the phoenix blood spear, 99 miniature blood spears condensed. This was the special technique laid down by the ancient Senior Supreme Elder that had forged the Phoenix Blood Spear. That Senior Supreme Elder had fused 999 drops of Phoenix blood into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Every drop of phoenix blood was capable of transforming into a spear, finally forming a great array with the principles of 9 through 9 returning to 1. This was also the phoenix blood spear's greatest killing move. When Lin Ming had been at the 5th stage of life destruction, he had relied on this move to jump ranks and defeat the 4-layered heavens Ninefall Huayanguang. However, in order to save strength, Lin Ming had only used 99 of these blood spears. As these 99 small spears swirled together, they formed a crimson storm. Wherever this storm visited, a deluge of infernal energy would appear. Puff, puff, puff. 6 black-clothed men were slaughtered by these blood spears. After the encirclement was torn apart, Lin Ming's killing speed rose to another level. He was able to kill a person in just 3 steps. After the 6 black-clothed men died, their blood was drawn out by the 99 small spears. Their energy seemed to have been sucked away by the phoenix blood spear. Although they were all top-grade saint artifacts, the might that Lin Ming's spear was able to display in his hands was countless times more formidable than what those 18 people were able to do. In just several breaths of time, 11 out of the 18 people had been killed. "You damned freak!" The black-clothed man in the lead was actually able to produce a trace of fear. This caused Lin Ming to sigh at the reality that this illusionary god combat array was able to reproduce. But this was because this black-clothed man had once been a genius, a true powerhouse of the ancient Phoenix clan, and all of his information had been recorded in this killing array. The entirety of this simulacrum had come from a true living person. Go die! The black-clothed man actually combusted his blood essence as he prepared to release his final attack. However, Lin Ming was far faster. The phoenix blood spear shot forwards and instantly pierced through the black-clothed man's throat. With a sweep of spear light, the other 6 people were also killed. All 18 people were cleanly slaughtered. Lin Ming's kill count had reached 616. "They're all dead, they were all killed." As the young disciples saw these 18 people die, some of them were stunned, unable to produce a response. They knew that it would be difficult for Lin Ming to rush through the illusionary god combat array. They also knew that after killing 500 people, it would become more and more difficult. Still, this difficulty surpassed even their wildest imaginations. 18 people combining attacks, each with their own domain and each with their own top-grade saint artifact. Even though it was already difficult to such a degree, Lin Ming had still killed them in a short period of time without the least bit of injury to himself. If it is already so difficult after killing 600 people, then what about slaughtering 700 or even 800? What about slaughtering 900 or even completing the 1,000 slaughter? Is there anyone that can actually overcome that hurdle? The illusionary god combat array increased to another difficulty level every 100 people. This was because within this 100, it was only the individual strength of the enemies that increased. But with every 100 enemies killed, that also meant that not only would their strength increase, but 3 more opponents would appear, and their combined attacks would become even fiercer. I feel that any one of those 18 people that Lin Ming killed is likely to be stronger than me. I fear that if I tried this, I wouldn't even be able to kill 300 opponents. How could headquarters set such a bizarrely abnormal standard? This is the same as them not wanting to give the phoenix blood essence to anyone. In the view of the many disciples, if the ancient Phoenix clan set forth such a standard, then that meant there would be a chance of completing it. But the truth that they didn't know was that the reason headquarters had put forth this impossible standard was because they didn't wish to bestow upon anyone a drop of Phoenix blood essence. There wasn't anything that could be done about it, or there was just too little Phoenix blood essence. A god beast was in existence situated between a world king and an empyrean. As for the entire ancient Phoenix clan, they were only a Holy Land level influence. It was impossible for them to raise a true phoenix. All of the phoenix blood essence they had was obtained in the past. Before they were able to obtain more phoenix blood essence, every drop used was a drop less. As for how the ancient Phoenix clan gathered phoenix blood essence, that was the ancient Phoenix clan headquarters' greatest secret. This secret was sealed deep within headquarters in order to prevent it being lost to time. In addition, only the current patriarch and the previous patriarchs that had abdicated and become a highest elder knew of it. Although Violent Stone was a highest elder, he hadn't been patriarch before, so he didn't know this secret either. Even so, Violent Stone was able to approximate enough information for a guess. The phoenix blood essence should come from the remnant body of a phoenix after it went through nirvana and was burnt down by the sacred flames. As for how the ancient Phoenix clan determined when a Phoenix Nirvana happened and where the remnant body would be located, this was actually a mystery. This was the greatest capital that the ancient Phoenix clan had to survive, and also the reason they were able to multiply into a giant sect with 100 billion clansmen. It was more accurate to say that the ancient Phoenix clan weren't true descendants of a phoenix, but rather a massive sect that originated from a small group of people that had obtained a tremendous secret. However, a phoenix's nirvana occurred only every 10 million or even tens of millions of years. As for blood essence, there would only be an extremely small amount within that remnant body. Just how much blood essence could possibly be extracted each time? Even so, this blood essence had to be saved for 10 million years and carefully divided amongst the countless true geniuses that emerged during that time. To the patriarch, the degree of nervousness they felt when choosing who to grant a drop of phoenix blood essence to could be imagined. As Violent Stone watched the images in the sky, he was silent throughout. Up until now, Lin Ming still hadn't shown a performance that was all worthy. But as for Duke Goldensword, he was actually bowled over by Lin Ming. When he had killed 600 people, every following battle afterwards had been extremely difficult. He had never fought as relaxedly as Lin Ming did. After killing the 18 people at the start, there wasn't anything surprising that came after them. Although the opponents were a tad more powerful each time, it wasn't anything to Lin Ming. Lin Ming continued killing his way through them. Blood rained down and his kill count rapidly increased. As for Lin Ming himself, he didn't use too much true essence. He only relied on the strength of the Phoenix Blood Spear and the small blood spears. He used 99 at the start, and then the number slowly increased to 360. At 360 small spears, the blood storm created by them was able to fill the skies, bringing with them enough power to tear apart the combined domains as well as kill off his opponents. As long as Lin Ming was able to kill one person, killing every person behind them was much easier. Chapter 10:29 A World of Will Projection. Chapter 10:29 A World of Will Projection. 650 people, 680 people, 700 people. As the seventh star on the portal's arch lit up, this signified that Lin Ming had cut down 700 enemies. At the same time, the number of opponents he faced at once suddenly increased to 21 people. With every 100 people slain, the difficulty of the illusionary god combat array would sharply increase. Upon reaching 600, the difficulty wasn't too great. But from going to 600 to 700, the difficulty would double. All 21 opponents that showed up were 8th stage life destruction powerhouses. In the future, they would be characters that would step into Ninefall. If the 21 of them combined their strengths, uniting their combat techniques together, the pressure they placed on Lin Ming would increase by another level. Lin Ming grasped the Phoenix Blood Spear in his hands, his nerves as sharp as steel wire. Up until now, he had been focusing on saving as much true essence and energy as possible. If he could use just one move to defeat his opponent, then he wouldn't use a second. If he could depend on the Phoenix Blood Spear, then he wouldn't need to use his own true essence. Using various methods to reserve his strength also meant that he was limiting his combat prowess. This caused his battles to seem on the edge of danger. And as Lin Ming was buried in this battle, he forced himself to his limit again and again. He lowered his strength and true essence usage to just the amount required, tempering his own fighting style. After cutting down 700 enemies, every subsequent one had their own intelligence and mind, and their combat methods also came in an endlessly shifting variety. Lin Ming suspected that all of these people were once absolutely genius martial artists. When the Supreme Elder built the illusionary god combat array, he had also used some special method to input all of these genius information into the array formation, reproducing the glory of their past. These energy bodies were all outstanding heroes of their own era. All of them excelled in combat, and all of them had rich experience in life or death trials. Although their cultivation was only at the 8th stage of life destruction, it still wasn't easy for Lin Ming to slay them in a situation where he was trying to conserve his true essence. In particular, when he went to kill someone, he would encounter the coordinated counterattack of the others. He had to be extremely careful in his movements. But in such a brutal melee, Lin Ming also obtained enormous benefit. He was absorbing everything around him, experiencing for himself the countless fighting methods of past combat crazy geniuses. 730 people. 740 people. 750 people. Although the opponents past 700 were more powerful than those that had come before, none of them were able to stop Lin Ming's footsteps. He killed his way through the crowd of opponents until he had finally cut down 800 in total. At this time, from the point when Lin Ming had entered the illusionary god combat array, nearly 6 hours had passed. 800 slaughter! As everyone outside looked at the light screen in the sky, all of them gulped. They had discovered that their thoughts of the illusionary god combat array had been far too simple. Not to mention that Lin Ming was undergoing a frigid battle inside. Even they who were watching from the outside felt their minds strained as they lay witness to this never-ending battle. That person is Ninefall Cultivation. After killing 800 people, Lin Ming now faced 24 opponents at once, and among them was a single Ninefall powerhouse. Lin Ming was currently 29 years old, so his opponent was naturally also 29 years old. What sort of concept was a 29-year-old Ninefall martial artist? That was a cultivation speed almost the same as Yen Littleman's. Although Yen Littlemoon had the appearance of a young girl, the truth was that she was 27 years old. She would soon step into 8-fall, and she would reach 9-fall when she was 28 or 29 years of age. For such a monstrous genius with an amazingly high cultivation speed, even if their strength couldn't exceed Yen Littleman's because of the difference in their bloodlines, the difference was probably not too far off. After cutting down 800 people, the crowd of enemies he faced now could be called truly terrifying. As these 24 opponents appeared, they didn't immediately attack. Instead, they carefully observed Lin Ming. Their eyes didn't seem like those of an energy body that didn't possess life. Instead, a vibrant intelligence glimmered behind their pupils. They were looking for Lin Ming's weakness. As one went further into the illusionary god combat array, the opponents would become increasingly intelligent. At the very start, the energy forms that the illusionary god combat array produced seemed no different from puppets that didn't have a mind of their own. Thus, they didn't understand anything that was happening. But now, nearing the end, these opponents all had varied mystical combat method. Their attacks were cunning and filled with guile, and their defenses were tightly guarded. These were extremely difficult opponents. It looks like what I've heard before wasn't wrong. The illusionary god combat array is a special memory type array formation system. The world inside is a projection of a will world. Every genius that enters is recorded by the array formation. Now, the opponents that Lin Ming has to face are all true geniuses that were recorded down inside the array formation's memory. If any one of these people were to be placed in the 72 branch palaces, they would be extremely outstanding characters, leaders of their own generation. If they went to somewhere like Saint Artifact Pavilion, they would even be able to take their own top-grade Saint Artifact. The one who spoke was White Daohong. He had also rushed through the illusionary god combat array several times in the past. But, for him to have an achievement like killing 700 or even 600 people, that was simply impossible. He could only feel powerless and bitter in the face of such a hurdle. Thus, the opponents White Daohong faced inside were usually energy form puppets that the illusionary god combat array produced, beings without a mind of their own. Their fighting techniques were rigid and they were easy to kill. There was no way to compare them with the opponents that Lin Ming was currently facing. 800 slaughter, this brat has finally reached this step. In the past, when I was at the Divine Transformation Realm, I was also stranded here. At the end, I managed to kill 882 people, but I never managed to break through 900 people. It looks like this brat Lin Ming is still holding himself back, so surpassing me shouldn't be a problem for him. However, after 900 people, that is when the true difficulty begins. Hua Violent Stone thought out loud. And as he spoke, Lin Ming began fighting these 24 opponents. Whoosh! As 24 people attacked him together, all of their attacks locked onto Lin Ming's vital point. At 600 people, Lin Ming was still able to rely on his extraordinary speed to dodge through the gaps produced by the difference in weapon speed. But now, after slaying 800 opponents, all of these attacks were like bolts of lightning, far too difficult to avoid. He immediately fell into a siege on all sides. Lin Ming's pupils shrank. With a loud shout, the gold battle spirit in his spiritual sea howled out, forming a world of will projection around him. A gold battle spirit's world of will was able to suppress the real world to an extent. When one's will was formidable enough, they could pour their will into anything within their world of will, making it indestructible and impenetrable. For instance, the air and heaven and earth origin energy within the world of will projection. If he fused his will with the air, he could make the air as hard as divine steel, crushing to death all enemies that stepped into his world of will. If he poured his will into the heaven and earth origin energy, he could cause it to become as wild and fiery as a volcano, making it so that enemies couldn't use it. Pung! Pung! In front of Lin Ming, 2 sword lights were directly blown up by a single thought from him. Although it seemed as if Lin Ming had only glanced at the 2 sword lights to destroy them, the truth was that in that brief flash, he had disturbed the composition of origin energy that served as the foundation for the sword lights, causing them to not be cohesive anymore and naturally disperse. Such a move wasn't light on Lin Ming's consumption of soul force. Then, Lin Ming took advantage of this opportunity he created by ripping apart the 2 attacks, and flushed out. Chasing Thunder. Without using the energy attack of the Phoenix Blood Spear, Lin Ming directly used his true essence. Although Chasing Thunder couldn't compare with the might of the 9 through 9 rebirthed to 1 array formation in the Phoenix Blood Spear, in terms of speed it was far faster. At this moment, what Lin Ming needed the most was speed. There was a flash of purple light. A saber-using black-clothed man was directly stabbed through the stomach by Lin Ming. A flash of lightning swept over him, instantly crushing his dantian into pieces. The black-clothed man died where he stood. After Lin Ming instantly killed one person, he took this chance to kill another. However, he was blocked by others and forced away by their attack. But, the wave of electricity still surged over that second person, causing their entire body to be briefly paralyzed. This brief moment was all Lin Ming needed. Purple Lion Thunder Source. Roar! The heretical god Sprout's second thunder leaf began to shine with a blazing light. With a loud lion's roar, a purple lion shot out like a bolt of lightning. With the support of the gold battle spirit, the purple lion's speed instantly reached an unbelievable degree, a velocity so fast that even the surrounding space twisted. Puff! The purple lion turned into a bolt of light that broke into the second black-clothed man's body, searing his organs and instantly killing him. Although he had killed 2 people in the blink of an eye, Lin Ming's battle in this brief moment was not easy at all. If his response had been slightly slower or if his attacks didn't connect correctly, then the results would have been drastically different. After slaying 800 people, the enemies Lin Ming faced had slowly begun to truly threaten him. He had no choice but to reveal more and more of his strength, consuming more energy in the process. Lin Ming began to admire the Battle King that had completed the 1,000 slaughter 40,000 years ago. Completing the illusionary god combat array's 1,000 slaughter was much more difficult than how Lin Ming imagined it would be. Although Lin Ming was still holding back, he expected that once he had slain 900 people and neared the 1,000 slaughter, the enemies he faced would be far more terrifying. In order to confront them, he would have to fight with everything he had. The illusionary god combat array's 1,000 slaughter surpassed even the 18 Hells of Flame's 7th level in difficulty. There was a reason that only one person in the ancient Phoenix clan had managed to overcome this pass in over 40,000 years. It had to be known that the ancient Phoenix clan had over 100 billion clansmen. In 40,000 years, over 1 trillion geniuses had probably emerged. And among these geniuses were countless ones that had come from great noble families, and also countless ones that had gone through epic adventures and encountered unbelievable lucky chances. But even then, in front of completing the 1,000 slaughter, all of these countless geniuses had been defeated. After killing 2 people, Lin Ming immediately felt the pressure on him reduce by a great amount. He combined his attacks with the gold battle spirit and easily followed up by killing a 3rd, 4th, and 5th person. After killing the 8th person, a third of the 24-man formation had been killed off. The combined combat technique completely shattered. Following that was a scene of massacre. Lin Ming put forth all kinds of moves and killed one after another until all 24 had died. From killing 800 to killing 900, there would only be 4 waves of enemies. Lin Ming had exterminated a wave and clearly had plenty of strength left over. No one suspected that he would have trouble slaying 900 enemies. I never thought that junior apprentice Brother Lin would have such achievements in the concept of thunder. He has a dual attribute physique. His compatibility with the thunder laws must be beyond our imaginations. Like this, Lin Ming slaughtered wave after wave, all the way until he cut down the 890th person. He easily surpassed Hua Violent Stone's past results. At this time, the number of opponents he faced at once increased by 3 yet again, turning into 27. 27 was originally 3 sets of 9. This numeral it itself contained a truth of the world that was difficult to describe. As long as he could pass through this checkpoint of 900 people, he would reach the 1,000 slaughter. Chapter 1030, The Power of Laws. Chapter 1030, The Power of Laws. After reaching the 900 slaughter, 27 opponents appeared. And, among these opponents, a third of them were 9th stage life destruction masters. If they were placed within the 72 branch palaces, their talent would far surpass that of Lu Xiaoyun. With their domains, top-grade saint artifacts, and combat experience that lay at the pinnacle, when all of these conditions were added together, the difficulty of overcoming them could be imagined. And after these 27 people appeared, light began to shimmer beneath their feet. This light formed a series of strange symbols that linked up into a pattern like ripples across a lake surface. Underneath the feet of these 27 people, there were actually 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams that had formed. These 3 Tao diagrams were divided into 3 different parts. They were the pillars of a giant sphere that surrounded Lin Ming. Each Tao diagram had a total of 7 sections, and the shining runes that lay at these 7 directions were red, yellow, orange, green, cerulean, blue, and purple. And, in the center was a white and black yin-yang symbol, forming a complete 8 trigrams design. The 27 people were divided into 3 groups of 9 and were surrounding Lin Ming. Red, yellow, orange, green, cerulean, blue, and purple represented 7 different types of origin energy. The elements of fire, earth, metal, wood, water, thunder, and wind. Red was fire, yellow was earth, orange was metal, green was wood, cerulean was wind, blue was water, and purple was thunder. In addition, with the black and white in the center, black represented yin and white represented yang. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang were 9 different energies. 9 symbolized the extreme of all numbers, and 3 diagrams represented the truth that 3 gave birth to all life, 3 was the beginning of all existence. Lin Ming was instantly vigilant, his expression solemn. These people at 900 slaughter were actually so powerful. All of them were geniuses with talent far beyond White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun, and they had also formed a great formation, multiplying their attack power. And above Totem Tower's square, the disciples of the 3 branch palaces could see for themselves just how terrifying this sort of battle formation was. Even though they didn't know how Lin Ming would manage to break through this giant battle formation, just thinking back to 40,000 years ago aroused a deep respect in their heart, respect towards the battle king who had completed the 1,000 slaughter. This is simply a hurdle that no person can pass. It is indeed too difficult. But 40,000 years ago, wasn't there a senior that managed to rush all the way through? I really have no idea just how he accomplished that. I also thought that Lin Ming completing the 1,000 slaughter would be no different from playing a game, but now I know just how freakishly difficult the 1,000 slaughter actually is. As the disciples of the 3 branch palaces were talking, Lin Ming had already started fighting with the 27 enemies. The 27 people each displayed their own cultivation method. Lin Ming then discovered that each person's cultivation method matched with the rune element underneath their feet on the post-celestial Tao diagrams. The one that trained in fire attribute cultivation methods stood on the corresponding fire rune, and the one that trained in thunder attribute cultivation methods stood on the corresponding thunder rune. This is... Lin Ming's pupils shrank. As he saw these 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams rush towards him, he poured his true essence into the phoenix blood spear and thrust out. A dark crimson blood stream emerged from the phoenix blood spear. This crimson blood stream swirled up into a massive red storm formed of 999 small crimson spears. Each small spear contained near-infinite infernal energy and heavenly glory. Bang! The small blood spears gathered into a great surging torrent that smashed into the 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams. Blood-red light and infernal energy erupted, but the post-celestial Tao diagrams didn't shake at all. The 27 people still shot towards Lin Ming. How fierce! They actually managed to block the attack of the Phoenix Blood Spear. This is bad for Lin Ming. The Phoenix Blood Spear is a top-grade saint artifact nearing a transcendent saint artifact. Its striking power is equivalent to an extreme master's, but now, the Phoenix Blood Spear is useless against the array formation created by these 27 people. In order to kill them he will need a far greater strength. If even the Phoenix Blood Spear's 9 through 9 return to 1 array formation isn't enough, just what can Lin Ming still do? The disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace were worried for Lin Ming. A top-grade saint artifact was enough for a martial artist to use until the late divine transformation realm. Their strength was incomparable. When Lin Ming had defeated Hui Yanguang, he had relied on the power of the Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming's eyebrows shot up. The Phoenix Blood Spear was indeed powerful, but even though he galvanized this weapon with all his strength, he still didn't manage to break through the 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams. This wasn't because he lost in strength, but because he lost in laws. These 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams were simply far too exquisite. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, yang, these 9 different concepts complemented and supported each other, their might multiplying. And on Lin Ming's side, the phoenix blood spears 9 through 9 returned to one array formation that formed the Crimson Storm actually required comprehension of the concept of blood to fully utilize it. However, Lin Ming's understanding towards the concept of blood was lacking, thus it was inevitable that he couldn't break through the post-celestial Tao diagrams. However, Lin Ming did not panic. He didn't decide to use the grand mist martial intent, but decided to use another method to deal with this challenge. He drew backwards and gave a loud shout as he opened the heretical god force to the limit. In that moment, the ubiquitous fire origin energy of Fire Spirit Star was gathered up by Lin Ming, forming a massive funnel. The fire origin energy gathered together, causing a dazzling blue lotus to bloom into full glory in front of Lin Ming. This was a move that Lin Ming had never used before, and also a killing move that he had created. Lin Ming had studiously meditated in Totem Tower for an entire year. Then, in the 18 Hells of Flame, he had also mastered his insights. He had combined the first 3 levels of the fire concepts together and had deeply ingrained the law runes and post-celestial Tao diagrams into his very bones. After that, when he crossed into the 7th stage of life destruction, he had withstood the baptism of laws from a 3-mile-wide origin energy cloud. Then, he had meditated for 2 days afterwards, thoroughly digesting these laws. As he diligently perceived all of this, Lin Ming hadn't been playing around, but had instead perceived a killing move based on the fire laws. Before Lin Ming had opened the gate of opening, he had already used the memories of the soul fragments he absorbed and combined his understandings from them to form his self-created style. And now, after opening the gate of opening, his perception had leapt into the top echelons of the divine realm, and it had become even easier to create his own techniques. The attack styles he created certainly couldn't compare with those created by Supreme Elders, but they were absolutely more suited to himself. At this time, he slashed out with his spear and the earth-shaking howl of a spear resounded through the world. A blinding, flaming beam of light shot up, lighting up the entire sky as if it were a pillar that supported the heavens. Then, this beam of light shot forth, piercing through the center of that vivid blue lotus. After Lin Ming understood how matter had formed, he fully grasped the essence of the first 3 concepts of fire. In terms of achievements and laws, he was incomparable to how he was a year ago. Even divine transformation realm geniuses like White Daohong and Lu Xiaoyun could not compare with Lin Ming when it came to comprehension of the first 3 levels of the concept of fire. And comprehension of laws was an extremely important standard in determining a martial artist's potential strength. Since Lin Ming had comprehended the laws to such a degree, it certainly wasn't solely for bragging rights and to show off. Rather, he was able to clearly transform it into combat strength of his own. At that time, it was like another sun had appeared within the illusionary god combat array, lighting up the entire world with a lustrous glow. The spear light brought with it an unstoppable momentum. It tore through the wild earth, cutting a massive canyon into the ground. Countless stones shattered into powder, filling up the air. This spear strike was the strongest attack that Lin Ming had displayed in his 14 years of cultivating martial arts. Bang! The spear light smashed into a post-celestial Tao diagram. Although it had only struck a single post-celestial Tao diagram, the impact was actually withstood by all 3 of them. In that moment, time itself came to a standstill. Between the heavens and earth, there was nothing but the endless sky above, the earth-rupturing spear light, and those 3 post-celestial Tao diagrams. The rapidly spinning post-celestial Tao diagrams suddenly trembled and came to an immediate stop. As for the point that Lin Ming attacked, that was the center of the formation, representing yin and yang of the primal chaos. The two martial artists standing there suddenly spat out great mouthfuls of blood. The shining runes underneath their feet flickered, as if the entire formation was also a little bit off from collapsing altogether. Lin Ming's eyes condensed. The gold battle spirit sleeping in his spiritual sea shot outwards. "Break for me!" A strong will burst out, pouring into the yin and yang lights at the center of the formation, destroying the power of laws there. With the blue lotus spear light attack, in addition to the will projection of his gold battle spirit, besides the grand mist space, Lin Ming had already displayed his greatest strengths. And this strength had finally torn apart the post-celestial Tao diagrams, exposing Lin Ming's opponents to his full attack power. Die! How could Lin Ming let this chance go? He instantly opened the gate of wonder and used Mystic Lightning Shade, increasing his speed to the limit. The phoenix blood spear in his hands thrust forth. Penetrating rainbow! The power of fire formed from the fusion of three concepts mixed together with the power of thunder. A furious and violent explosion broke out. The two martial artists that were already severely wounded by Lin Ming's last attack didn't have the ability to resist such an attack. They vomited one last mouthful of blood as their entire bodies were torn apart in the ensuing explosion, their bodies instantly disintegrating on the spot. Of the 27 people, 2 of them had been killed by Lin Ming. The grand formation of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, thunder, and wind was broken apart by Lin Ming. He broke through. Too strong. Even the Phoenix Blood Spear's own 9 through 9 return to one great array formation wasn't able to do it. Lin Ming relied on just his own energy to break through. Now that 2 people have died, the array formation can no longer be maintained. Lin Ming has won. What Lin Ming used was the fire laws, and that is likely a move he created himself. That's right, from the first moment Lin Ming entered the illusionary god combat array, he hadn't used the power of his true fire laws. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.